What up, though, Biz Nation? What up, though? Hit the like button as you come on in. We're about to go ahead and watch this day 109 of the Young Thug RICO trial. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Will Woody testify? Will we actually see the jury today? I don't know. We're about to find out today. Go ahead, hit the like button as you come on in. Hit the like button as you come on in. We are live in the courtroom. Right now, we see some movement going on. They got us up early this morning, man. They got us up early today, dog. They got us up early, man. It is 8 o'clock. The judge did say she rocks out on time now. You got to be on time with this judge. She don't play that late stuff, that foolishness. Like your boy Glanville. Go ahead, hit the like button. Let everybody know that we in the building. Oh, man. All right. Let's see. We got going on here. Yo, I got up early, man, trying to get started. Hold on. 1 second, guys. Gotta get my ambiance right. You know what I'm saying? Gotta get my ambiance right, dog. Lee, we in the building.
And Laura, you can go ahead.
The ambiance together. You feel me?
All right. Good morning, Mr. Floyd. Haven't seen you here yet.
See what happens here, man.
You too.
Thank you.
All right. So I wanted us to gather before the jury is here to discuss the proposed potential jury instructions that we're going to give, that I'm going to give as we restart. And of course, some of them got sent over last night, Sunday at 8 or so. So they did not get seen and then forwarded to me until this morning. So I'm just now getting a chance to look at some of these
You got Thugger.
instructions, which is why we've got this couple of hours to work on them. So let me get those pulled up.
Your Honor, I'm going to pass up one as well.
Okay.
State attachment report one as well, different than the one we sent to the court on Friday.
Is this supposed to be a substitute or an
Yes.
addition?
Substitute.
So just, can you email it as well so that we can?
I did. Ms. Percival should have it. It was just this morning.
Oh, no doubt, Sheila. You deserve a wrench, baby girl. That's for real. Anybody come with that foolishness, you know what to do, right?
Provide it to the defense as well.
Let's do this.
Okay.
Apologies for the late delivery. This issue came up while I was out of the country. I turned to it as soon as I got back.
Okay. Everybody make sure you try to talk into your mics and also speak loudly so that everybody throughout the room can hear what's being said. Thank you.
I'll just repeat it because someone said they couldn't hear. I apologize for the 11th hour delivery. This issue came up while I was out of the country, and I turned to it as soon as I returned early Saturday morning.
All right, so I mean, I'm just on page one of 3 pages of, well, 2 pages of the state's proposed instruction. I'm sure it's going to take the defense a
Now, don't get
second or
cocky
to
now.
get
Don't
through
get
all of
cocky.
it as well. I'm not sure, just on first blush, I'm not sure that I want to be this detailed in telling them all of the intricacies of RICO. What I'm trying to ensure at the defense request, which I think is a reasonable one, is that they understand how to consider whatever evidence comes in when they're considering RICO versus when they're considering the remaining counts in the indictment. So I don't know that we need quite this much detail. But I think between Mr. Harvey's and the states, we can cull something valuable from each and formulate an instruction that helps guide the jury.
Your Honor, I erred on the side of inclusion because given the time frame you're under, I thought
Sure.
it'd be easier to delete than to try to craft.
Absolutely,
new
yeah. I mean,
things.
it's no problem.
Yep.
All right. And then we also have the instruction about how to consider and what part or parts of Mr. Copeland's testimony not to consider if he does end up testifying. And I think there's only, have y'all come to any agreement about that?
Yeah, I think the state submitted, after Mr. Steele submitted his proposed instruction, we submitted one that sort of altered it a little bit. We haven't yet, after that, we haven't agreed on anything beyond that. I think he just disagreed with.
Okay, so no.
So I guess we're still on the jury instructions to get that finalized before the jury comes in. I wonder when the jury gonna come in at what, like around 10? It's about to be very interesting. Do you think Woody's going to testify? I don't know, man. I'm kind of I'm a little bit in between when it comes to Woody, man. No, but I think he is, yeah. Okay, he's driving to court this morning. Okay. Yeah, I think he's gonna testify, man. I don't know if he's gonna be able to play that same game that he did in front of Glanville though with this judge. This the constant I don't recall, like I don't know, like half answering the questions and stuff. And I don't think that's gonna fly with this judge. People was really upset with this judge too about the way she. Okay, we know that she was going to deny the mistrial. We already knew that, but the way she worded it, I was told people were saying to me how upset at what she was saying. I haven't read the whole
The
deny
computer has not
motion,
updated
so
since the
I'm gonna
8th.
probably
and
read it
so
during the lunch break.
Even though when I was in my chambers, everything was here, nothing is here right now on this computer. So that's complicating things a bit. So I think I may just have to, turn it off and turn it back on and see if that works. So that's what I'm about to do.
I mean, they need IT for real. They need IT for
In the
real.
meantime, y'all can be looking at what each other has submitted, and somebody wants to
Okay, we got Hilton
propose
back,
a way to integrate them.
and we
That
got
would be
where
great.
Atkins
It's
at?
gonna
Because
take
this
me a few
dude new. I
minutes to
never
get
seen him
everything
before.
turned back on again and hope that that works.
Hold on. Okay, Hilton is back. He's got a hair pent up today. Got the stripe outfit. All right. So they're going over jury instructions, I guess, that they submitted to each other, and they're gonna finalize it today. Interesting.
Thank you.
I have new feelings about this judge. She's not too much better than Glanville. You know what? I have to agree with you. My feelings have gotten a little bit. My feelings have shifted as well. I did say last week that she was being fair, and I was saying it
All right,
because
with regard to.
given
I
the
think we- I
circumstance,
can at
but
least work
we'll
off
talk
the
about it.
paper for Mr. Copeland.
Yeah, but I don't think she's better than Glenn. I don't think she's no better. I think they come from the same cloth.
Y'all agree about the time after which his testimony and evidence that came in during that testimony isn't to be considered. And it was like 3 p.m., whatever date. Do y'all know whether that happened to be the last break for that day? Because I'm just thinking when I'm telling them, okay, disregard everything after this point in time, it would help if they have a kind of a reference, not to 3 p.m., but to, it's the final break of whatever day it was, Thursday, or, we'll also have to figure out which day it was, because that probably will tell them more than June 12th. So what was June 12th? Wednesday. Okay, thank you. Anybody know whether 3 p.m. was the last break of the day for the jury, at least? Because that's when y'all argued the motion to recuse, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So you did that, and then the jury came back and had a couple more hours of testimony that they heard, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
presented the motion to the judge. He
Yeah.
stepped off the bench and considered and came back. I don't know, though, whether we had an additional break after that point. or
Okay,
not.
I mean, I know I looked at it as well, but I haven't looked at it, in the last couple of days. 3 p.m. If so,
Stop trying to tell the jury. Right, exactly. Stop saying they have to unhear it. They ain't gonna be able to unhear it. They can disregard it, but they're not gonna be able to unhear anything.
all right, if somebody doesn't mind, if you've got it at your fingertips, doing a quick look at that transcript and see whether that happens to be the last one.
We're looking.
Thank you. And I'll try to get signed back on in the meantime.
So Doug Weinstein requested a certificate of immediate review 2 days ago on the 10th. So the appellate court will have the opportunity to weigh in on the important issue of mistrial instead of wasting further time and taxpayer resources on this putrescent trial. It's right here on his X account. Certificate of immediate review. So he's taking it to the appellate court real quick so they can look at the issue. Okay, Doug. Doug is back. Doug is back. And he said he never got a response. He said this request is not a public filing. It is simply a request to the judge. For those asking, I have not received a response, but imagine I will get one on Monday. Please keep your expectations in check, as she has denied these requests from Brian Steele in the past. Certificate of immediate review. Unbelievable. And so Doug Weinstein filed a certificate of immediate review concerning the mistrial that she denied. He don't have high expectations for it, but he does want to give it to the appellate court so they can look at the actual issue. Okay. So immediate review, that means right now, that means that it would go straight to them. They would look at this issue immediately. All right. So that's what we're looking at right now.
To IT.
Is that Glanville? Well, where
We were able to determine that it was the last break of the day.
All right. Great, thanks. All right, since that's what I'm looking at right now is the instructions about Mr. Copeland. If everybody wants to turn to that one, we'll try to hammer that one out. And I think I'm maybe looking at the states, and y'all have.
I'm sorry, I missed it.
two
I was on my
different
phone looking at
proposed
some more
instructions. I guess one of them is
trying to get some more
if he doesn't
information.
testify at all, is the top one. Well, if we're disregarding all of his testimony. Hurstfield put together, if he decides he's not going to testify, then obviously we're going to tell him or tell the jury disregard everything about his testimony and any evidence that was introduced during his testimony.
Would that be before Would Your Honor consider adding unless and until he decides or?
No,
testifies
because if he
again?
decide, I mean, yes, I would consider it, and no, I don't want to do it. Because if he decides that he's going to, then we'll tell him at that point, okay, we've got him back, and now here's what you can consider. But I mean, there's no point in trying to sort out, the possibility of that, because it's not an eventuality. So we'll just, at this stage, don't consider anything. And then if it changes, it changes, and I'll instruct them about what's appropriate then.
Okay, so that's RICO expert John Floyd over there next to Adrian Love in the front. Good morning. Good morning. The mod of all mods. What's going on? Good morning. Biz Nation in the building. We up early with it.
All right, and so I think that one is going to be pretty simple. What I would propose to say, in the event that we don't have Mr. Copeland retake the stand, I'm just going to say, before the break, witness Kenneth Copeland was testifying. I instructed and admonish you now that you must disregard any and all of Mr. Copeland's testimony and any evidence introduced during his testimony. And then if he decides he wants to come back later and testify, we'll tell him the details about what parts they can and can't consider. Anybody have an objection to that?
Your Honor, the state would object to them being told to disregard. Once they're told to disregard it, it's that they are putting it out of their mind. And then if they have to come back later on and the court has to tell them, well, put it back in your mind, we would.
Okay,
submit
I understand the objection and I overrule it. And in fact, I think I'll borrow your language about put it out of your minds completely.
Ooh, you just threw her a bone. Appreciate it, love. She should have left it at disregard, but that put it out your mind completely. That's going to be a problem. I still don't believe the jury can just
I have
put something out their mind like
thinking
that.
as I
It's not how it
type,
works.
but let me get it down on paper. And this might fix some of what you're objecting about. All right. I instruct you and admonish you now that you must disregard any and all of Mr. Copeland's testimony and any evidence introduced during his testimony. Unless you are later instructed differently, you may not consider this evidence at all in your deliberations and in reaching your verdict. Thank you. I'm going to take the silence as no objection from anybody
Right.
else.
No objection on behalf of Mr.
Thank
Stillwell.
you.
No objection on behalf of Mr. Hughes.
All right. All right. Silence. Okay, state.
Unless you are instructed differently, if the court is not inclined to
Oh my God.
instruct as we requested regarding unless and until you hear from him again,
Mhm.
if that's the closest we can get to it, then.
All right. That's the closest we're going to get to it. Okay. Sounds good. All right, now with regard to if he does take the stand, we're basically restarting the post 3 p.m. June 12th testimony. So we have to sort out. I think that
She should have never denied the mistrial.
so a question, in order to not only tell them kind of the time period, which is about 3 p.m. on Wednesday, June 13th or June 12th. So that would start, I'm now going to instruct you and admonish you that you are to disregard any and all of Mr. Copeland's testimony and any evidence introduced during that testimony.
Is Your Honor inclined to just, instead of pointing out Mr. Copeland's, just say any evidence or testimony beyond a certain point? He was the only witness that testified, but since the court will be, I guess this is an either or situation. So,
I don't know what you're asking.
I'm,
I mean, I'm
Right.
going to direct them specifically, hey, we're talking about Mr. Copeland's testimony. So then I would say following the last break at about 3 p.m. Wednesday, June 12th, through when you were, through June 17th, when the point in time when you've been in recess. So my question then is, after I say that gives them sort of the time, thoughts as to, so the last thing that he was, or the next topic following the break was he was asked about his involvement in the Atlanta Blood Gang, which I can say just to trigger their, okay, so anything I heard after that, that is what the question was following the break. Any objection to asking that or telling them that, just to give them sort of a cue to
I mean,
what
if
the
it's not
topic
in their
was?
notes, you're not gonna remember that junk anyway.
It has disappeared from my screen, but
Your Honor?
yes.
Excuse me, I believe after the break, the first question by Ms. Hilton was, Mr. Copeland, have you heard of YSL?
Okay.
That was sometime before, just before 4 p.m.
So these are instructions. So you can't ask, if you're going to give a jury instruction, you can't ask them, can they disregard? You have to tell them. So that's why they're throwing away, can you disregard? Because you're giving instructions now. You're not requesting anything for the jury to do. You're telling them to disregard. Yeah, but but after that, his testimony after the first recusal motion on June 12th is
Any
all
objection
all
to,
scattered though. So
we're
and then they had so much time off too.
okay, assuming that's true. After the break, he was asked, are you familiar with YSL? Everything after that's what you're to disregard. And I'll have you give me the direct quote, but
And Ms. Hilton, I see that on, just so you can find it, I see that on page 105 of the transcript, approximately line 16, if that helps.
Right, because the state gonna swear, but now they didn't say
All right,
that.
so, what he was asked immediately before the break, the last topic was his involvement in the Atlanta Blood Gang. And then the jury watched, those little bits of one of his statements, as an inconsistent statement. And then after the break was the YSL question. So just to give them a frame of reference. Any objection to doing that? And we can include the bit before or just the bit after.
That's fine, Your Honor. It does.
All right, and can you read to me what the question was?
It's, have you, Mr. Copeland, have you heard of YSL? Yeah.
All right,
And how far did just that?
I mean, it's everything after that, so.
Your Honor, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Williams, we would object to pointing them, referencing them to any specific testimony or question whatsoever after the break. We would ask that they not be.
All right, then how about the concept of the last thing that's okay is this was the last thing he testified to that you can consider.
I think we're saying the same thing. We're fine with that.
That you're fine with, okay.
So would the court be then reading the last question and answer that he gave before the break when the court says this was the last thing he testified to?
Microphone, please, Ms. Love.
Pull that mic down to you and speak into it. So she's asking, would then the concept be to read the last question and answer? And no, that wasn't really what I was thinking about doing. I was thinking about just saying, this was the topic of his testimony. I mean, if you want to throw out what the last question is and let me think about whether that would in any way help them.
Yes, Your Honor, because I think that otherwise would be.
All right, well, tell me what that is.
To hear when he asked, this was you.
I know Ms. Love glad that Hilton is back for sure. She had a terrible week last week.
The point at which the court stopped to give Mr. Copeland an earpiece appears to be the last thing that happened without talking about the subject.
Okay, but I want to talk about the subject so that they'll have some concept of what's the last thing they can, and also y'all are wanting me rightfully to take their notes. And so they're going to have to figure out what part of their notes,
Right.
The last
or
question-
somebody's going to have to figure out what part of their notes
Yeah, that's
are
true.
being taken.
The last question that was asked was, and did you leave ABG? Mr. Steele objected and said, I don't think that's what was said. Ms. Hilton said, I'll play it again one more time for you. And the witness said, I can't hear it no matter how many times you play it. And the court asked to see counsel at the bench.
Okay, so what I was proposing was just after he was asked about his involvement in the Atlanta Blood Gang ABG. Or after he testified about his involvement, was asked about, I don't know if he did.
She trying to squeeze some of that testimony in, dog, after the recusal motion. Ms. Love and her tactics.
On page 97, before the break, Ms.
Mhm.
Hilton asked, have you ever claimed to be a part of ABG? And the witness said, me. And Ms. Hilton said, Atlanta Blood Gang. He said, never. And then she asked him whether he recalled being interviewed by the Atlanta Police Department on January the 11th with investigator Thorpe. He said yes. And then at that time, she tendered State's Exhibit 378 Yankee Alpha between 3/29/46 to 3/30/13.
What was the date of that interview?
January the 11th,
Okay.
2015.
Interview with whom?
Detective Thorpe.
Okay.
And she played,
KPD?
yes.
Okay. Okay.
And then she played a portion of it, 3:29:46 to 3:30:13. Mr. Shart objected. It was overruled, and a portion was played. Ms. Hilton then said that she asked, was he ever a part of ABG? And we went back to that particular portion of the statement. There was an objection, and the objection was overruled. Mr. Steele's objection was overruled. Again, Ms. Hilton asked, did you hear when he asked you, he being Detective Thorpe, asked you, Mr. Copeland, you left ABG? And you said yes. Ms. Hilton, Mr. Copeland said, he asked me what? Ms. Hilton said, did you leave ABG? Mr. Steele said, I don't think that's what was said. I object to the statements. Ms. Hilton then said, I'll play it one more time for you. That's when the witness said, I can't hear it no matter how many times you play it. And
Okay. All right. So then what I would propose is I'm now going to instruct you and admonish you to disregard any and all of Mr. Copeland's testimony and any evidence introduced during that testimony that came after the 3 p.m. break on Wednesday, June 12th, 2024, which was the last break for that day. That is, you are to disregard any and all testimony and evidence that came, hang on, that came after the questioning and answers about Mr. Copeland's involvement in the Atlanta Blood Gang, ABG, and his January 11th, 2015 interview with Detective Thorpe of the Atlanta Police Department.
okay.
That's
All
fine
right.
with us.
And
All right, thank you.
And also, Your Honor, the court did mention the notes. I didn't know, I know previously someone suggested storing them, ripping them up, whatever, but if they ever have to re-refer to them, I was curious how the court intended to handle the taking up and storing of those.
Okay,
notes.
so the notes that they are never, ever going to consider, even if he ends up testifying and completing his testimony, is everything that occurred post 3 p.m. June 12th through the end of June 17th. So I won't rip them up at this point. We can decide all of that later, but they'll
morning,
never
Felicia.
get those back to consider, even if he does testify.
Right.
Okay.
I meant the ones that
If he doesn't testify at all
If-
this time around,
if he
then I'll take
does
them all.
testify, if he does testify, there's a portion that the court would then, you're telling him the jury to disregard right now unless they hear something different from you later.
That's if he doesn't testify.
Right.
He
Okay.
gets to make a new decision, a decision anew about whether he wants to testify or be held in contempt. If he wants to be held in contempt or is fine, satisfied with that outcome, then every bit of his testimony gets disregarded. If he comes in and says, yeah, I don't want to, but I will go ahead and testify pursuant to the subpoena and the immunity grant, then they disregard post 3 p.m. the 12th through the 17th.
His name is John Floyd. He's a RICO
All right.
expert.
And so then,
John Floyd, a RICO expert for
we're
for
going to
the
need
DA.
to get the notes from them. Anybody have some suggestion as to the best way to do that?
Your Honor, logistically, I can't think of any way other than to rely on the jurors to simply give them to you, not to us. Really no other logistic way to do it.
All right, so I may just have them take a short break and figure out what parts of their notes that counts, and then y'all care if it may be that they've got, the morning is on this part of a page and the afternoon's on this part. So I don't know if we get, pair of scissors and cut off the rest of it. or what, but you know, it's going to take somebody from the court, which is not going to be me. So I'm thinking Miss Percifield, once they hand it, just, you know, confirming that that's everything
Sure.
for each of the jurors. Everybody okay with that?
That's fine with us.
All right. Mr. Harvey, Mr. Sharp, Mr. Steele. Okay.
I'm with Mr. Adams.
And Ms. Harvey, you still thinking about it? Or are you okay with that? All right. I didn't, you must have said that silently.
Objection for Mr. Ryan.
All right, thank you.
They sure did, because they don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing. John Floyd, RICO expert. Also, just to catch you up to speed, Doug Weinstein did file a certificate of immediate review to the appellate court, so that way they can look at the issue of mistrial. So even though it got denied, certificate of immediate review is up in play as well. So we'll see how that goes. Do anyone know what time Woody comes into the court? I mean, is he there already? Most likely
All
he's
right,
probably
and then
there
I think,
already.
as I mentioned when we were last together, I'm going to ask if there's anybody who thinks they're not going to be able to disregard that.
Oh, so they are going to ask. Okay. They got to give the instruction first, then they're going to ask. That you got to do. What? It's one or the other, man. This is Whitaker, man. I don't understand her. She think this is a game. I wonder if Mr. Floyd, this gentleman here that's talking to Miss Love, I wonder if he's aware of all the prosecutorial misconduct that they have been doing prior to his arrival.
So for that, I mean, I'm typing out the words, so I'm essentially just going to ask them, you know, if there are any of you who can't set aside and completely disregard that portion of Mr. Copeland's testimony and evidence in your deliberations, let me know now. and then we'll go from there on that. Sure.
He's a RICO expert. I'm reading up some of the stuff he did. He was in the Atlanta Public Schools test cheating trial back in 2015. He says here that Floyd served as the state's premier expert on the RICO statute. And apparently in this particular case, he did not know why he was being called at the time, but he just stepped on in and was able to just get it done mid-trial, I believe. It was a lengthy trial, a lengthy presentation in December 1996. Floyd was told two medical college of Georgia researchers had diverted millions of dollars that should have gone to the college into their own personal accounts. So he knows how to, I guess, analyze and wean out the racketeering. Specifically racketeering is his expertise when it comes to RICO. So they had to get a big dog. They had to get a big dog. Hold on, I'm just looking up some stuff real quick. I'm finding out some information. Hold on, I may have something really interesting here. Hope this is recent. Good morning, good morning, good morning. We are here. We are up early. We are up early. Trying to see what's going on.
Your Honor. After conferring with other co-defendants attorneys, on behalf of Mr. Williams, we're suggesting that question not be asked at all.
Okay.
There are other members who represent other individuals who believe it should be asked, and so there's no consensus amongst the attorneys as to whether that question should be asked. But our position, Mr. Williams, is that it should not be.
All right, and why is that?
We simply don't believe it's necessary. We don't think that it's necessary to draw the jury's attention. We presume that they can follow the court's instructions. And so we just don't believe it's necessary.
All right, well, I agree that it's not necessary. I'm doing it as a cautionary measure so that if there is anybody that can't do it, that we just go ahead and find that out now.
I understand.
All right, so I'm going to ask that over objection.
That's what I was saying. Adams is
So
on the
next
same page
thing
I'm
we
on.
need to do is the kind of RICO 105 instruction, if you will. So I think that we had a proposal by the state and a proposal by
I know
the
you good.
defense, sent by Mr. Harvey, and I don't know if y'all have had a chance to look at each other's, but let's come up with one that's consolidated that is helpful to the jury.
Your Honor, for the state, we do not agree to Mr. Harvey's proposal. I think that was hashed out fairly well on Thursday. I have a couple of supplementary points if you want to hear them.
It was not hashed out on Thursday at all. You might have, yeah, no,
Okay,
there was nothing even close to anything final on that on Thursday.
Understood. I did watch the video. If the court doesn't consider it hashed out, then it's not hashed out and we're ready for the hashing.
Okay, that's what we're gonna be doing today.
Okay.
I think I just maybe gave up on Thursday. All right, let me get those both pulled up.
For those that just coming in, this gentleman right here is John Floyd. He is a RICO expert. He was involved in the test cheating trial back in Atlanta, and also a trial that had some college researchers for a college divert millions of dollars into their account. He was able to find out the racketeering process that they took and get the trial in the favor of the state. So he's a RICO expert, and so now they're bringing in a big gun, quote unquote, to help out with the prosecution.
In fact, I don't even think we got Mr. Harvey's proposed instruction until, or at least the one I'm looking at now, until over the weekend.
I didn't get this one at all. Not the one I
Yeah.
asked for him.
Right, yeah, no, that just came late Sunday night, but I think Mr. Harvey, yours didn't, the one you're proposing now didn't come over until Sunday night either. So I don't know what it is that you think we hashed out on Thursday, maybe something entirely separate.
He filed a proposed limiting, or he provided to us a proposed limiting instruction that should have started the conversation and prompted the state to give you what we gave on the 8th. This is what we have in hand, but we'll.
Yeah, we're still trying to hash out these jury instructions to the T, and it's getting kind of boring. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know if y'all feeling me on that, but I think all the good stuff is going to come in the next hour or so. Woody is there, so we will find out if he's going to testify or not this morning, and we will see if the jury is supposed to come in by 10. So this is why they're here early this morning, just to make sure they finalize the jury instructions. Excuse me, so everybody can agree on what needs to be said. But yeah, this is what we're at right now.
But is, Mr. Floyd, the copy that you handed up this morning, has that been emailed in any way? Okay, that, I can't, I have a hard time finding that even on email. Email this one, that's Mr. Floyd's, I guess, right now, so we can pull that up. Does the defense have this one that's got the style of the case on it? That's Mr. Floyd's?
Your Honor, can the state tell us exactly what time they sent their last version so that we know we're working from the same thing?
Honestly, I'm having them resend it to me right now because I can't find it. So please resend it to everybody.
Thank you.
I don't think they did either. And now that's the one we'll be working off from the state. So just
Your Honor, just for clarity,
Yeah.
number one, we've given the defense counsel a hard copy.
Yeah.
I understand the email before the email again. There is only one version. There haven't been multiple versions distributed.
Melnick in the
is
building. Okay.
Proposed instruction from Mr. Harvey that was sent Sunday evening.
I just reported to Ms. Percival.
Okay.
At 7:38 a.m. It does not have the style of the case. It's the exact.
Okay.
And we are
Was sent yesterday evening. It is titled Limiting Instructions, sent 8/11/2024.
Understood. I was just
I mean, if you want a hard copy, it's just one page. Ms. Percival, is your computer hooked up to this printer? Can you just send it to print and I'll hand them one?
No. She's gonna print it.
Well, this is all the boring stuff, guys. So,
Generally, the first 4 paragraphs, if you will, of the state's proposed instruction is just kind of a, hey, here's why we're talking about this.
It's still
Yes.
interesting to see this though. We normally don't see things like this in open court.
Williams, we have some comments on every paragraph, I believe, except paragraph 4 and 5. We do not oppose 4 and 5, but if I can say what the problems are in 1, 2, and 3, since you.
Gonna need you to speak up a little bit more or pick that mic up.
Okay. Paragraph 1. I don't think that that's appropriate to just start out with that instruction without talking about what the indictment is, not just a charging document, but that
Good
there's a
morning.
presumption of
Good morning,
innocence.
D.
It's not evidence at
Appreciate
all.
you stopping
All right,
in.
let me pause, and I have requested from Judge Glanville's court reporter a copy of the preliminary instructions he gave the jury so that I know what got told to the jury and what didn't. I would have said that at the beginning of a trial, but I'm not sure. I haven't reviewed yet what he told the jury.
He did.
He did. Okay. So, I mean, I am not going to re-give all of the preliminary instructions. What I'm trying to do is just call the attention. So, I mean, if you want to ditch the part about an indictment, that's fine.
Okay. And then
We'll strike that.
and then on second paragraph,
Yep.
it's sometimes referred to as RICO. It really is sometimes referred to as a conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. It's not just this is a RICO conspiracy, not a RICO violation.
Oh, yeah. No, I think that when it says, which is sometimes referred to as RICO, I think they mean the Georgia Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act.
Okay. Paragraph 3, I did not have an objection for.
All
I
right.
did not have an objection.
Okay.
I have objections to others, but you
Okay,
stopped at
I
4.
hadn't gotten that far either. All right, so taking a little bit from Mr. Harvey's too to open it up. I'm thinking generally, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the instructions that I'm about to give you apply to the evidence that has already been admitted in this trial and to all of the evidence yet to be admitted during the remainder of the trial, because that would be nice for them to know. And then count 1 of the indictment charges a conspiracy to violate Georgia's racketeer and blah, blah, blah. Okay. And then at the end of the case, you'll be given detailed instructions about what's required to establish a RICO conspiracy violation. At that time, I will also give you detailed instructions about the other charges, or I'm going to say counts.
Yeah, they're just trying to agree to what the
In
jury
the
instructions
indictment,
should
as
be.
well as other important principles of law.
They still
But
piecing that
today,
part,
as we
which
resume
is
this
like,
trial, I want to give you a
get
brief
on with it.
explanation of some
It's not
principles that you may
not that
want,
hard to do.
some principles to keep in mind while you listen to the evidence. This is not a substitute for the more detailed instructions I'll give you at the end of the case. All right, that's as far as I've gotten in consolidating the two of them. All right, so I would think maybe the next thing to say is sometimes evidence is admitted for a limited purpose against some defendants, but not others, or for some counts of the indictment, but not others, just to kind of give them generally, hey, this is what I'm about to tell you all about. Thoughts on that?
I think that's an accurate statement, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor,
Yes.
one thought on that.
Yes.
I think the statement you summarized is accurate. My only question is whether you want to add to it something that says, if you have been instructed previously that it's for a limited purpose, follow that instruction. If I instruct you in the future or at the end of the case, follow that instruction. It just moors them a little bit to how
Okay.
this works. That's all.
Your Honor, we object to that. We think that it complicates it.
Where are you? The person? Okay.
Your
All
Honor,
right.
Westmoreland, we object to that. We think that it complicates it and it's unnecessary.
I also believe, unless Mr. Floyd can refresh my memory, that there were no instructions given like this at all.
Okay. I think what you propose would be true. I don't know that there's been any limiting instruction given. I don't think that there has been. Somebody can correct me, but and I'm about to hone them in on for this particular purpose. So I think that I think it's probably cleaner without that. I appreciate the thought though.
Understood. And I assume then that if you decide to give such a specific instruction, you'll just tell them at that time, follow my
Here's one of those
instruction,
examples.
and that would work fine for us.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
All right, so I am thinking that with regard to the remainder of the state's proposed instructions, this is more detailed than I want to give them at this point in time. This is not the purpose of this set of instructions. So I may kind of move to Mr. Harvey's for most of what else I say, and then if the state thinks something else really needs to be added, I'll listen to y'all. But I'm thinking something to the effect of, and you know, this is not final, this is me doing it on the fly right now, but I'm thinking something like, in this trial, count one charges each of the defendants with the crime of conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. Since all of the defendants are charged with count one, and since all of the other counts charged in this indictment is asserted to be an overt act in furtherance of the alleged RICO Act violation, you may consider all of the evidence that is admitted when you are considering whether the state has proved the RICO conspiracy as to each defendant in count one. I don't know where the in count one goes, but however, when you are considering the remaining counts, except as I have just instructed you concerning the RICO count, you may only consider the evidence of that count against the defendant or defendants who are charged with that count.
This is a
You
this
must
is a
not
cluster
consider
F,
the
man.
evidence. Well, I don't know if I've even thought about this part before, but the rest of Mr. Harvey's proposed instruction is you must not consider evidence related to one count as evidence of a different count. You also must not consider evidence regarding one person as evidence regarding a person uncharged in that count. I don't think we need that part, honestly. All right, so that might be then just the end of those instructions. So the burden, they have been told at the beginning, the burden's always on the state to prove everything beyond a reasonable doubt. They will be told in detail at the end about the burden. This is not the time for that. Other thoughts?
This is the details of the gentleman at the chair next to Miss
Yes.
Love.
Regarding the last part that you.
Not
thought
sure if
was
everybody could see that.
necessary,
Yeah.
I'm just going to draw your attention. Mr. Zachary has asserted in his prior statements that
True.
Mr. Zachary has asserted in his prior statements and potentially may assert as he testifies that my client was a part of shooting up some houses as alleged as an overact in this indictment. He is not listed as an individual in the indictment on that overact. Additionally, Mr. Zachary and Mr. Mr. Zachary, I'm sorry, has asserted that my client and he may provide evidence of this from the stand that my client was involved in the Lil Wayne bus shooting. My client is not listed in the indictment as having, it's not alleged that my client committed either of those acts. And so I do believe that that last section is appropriate when the jury has to consider whether my client has committed those acts, because he is not charged with that in the indictment. And I understand there's just overt acts, but they still list who they believe, they put us on notice on who they believe the perpetrators were, and my client is not listed.
It's not listed in count one as to that. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Well, when I say count one, he's charged in count one.
Right,
But he's not listed
for
in
the
those.
overt act.
Correct.
Okay, but in that regard, no matter who they're saying we think did this, if they are proving a conspiracy, then it gets considered against all of them with regard to, did this overt act occur, no matter who did it, if it's a member of the conspiracy. So it's not actually true that you can't consider that, but that's not, so that, go
I
ahead.
believe that my stance is they can consider it as to, they can consider all evidence as to whether there is in fact a RICO organization or if people are charged, but ultimately the burden of proof is on them proving
It as they alleged it in the indictment.
as
Yeah.
they alleged in the indictment in at least one overt act.
And right, and I agree, and I do think that I'm going to give a special verdict that sets forth each of the overt acts and has the jury find them. And Mr. Floyd's looking at me, and he may have something to say about that. And we're probably a long way away from what the final jury instructions are going to be and what the verdict's going to look like. But I do know that we are going to have some sort of a way to determine that the jury found at least one overt act within the RICO statute of limitations in order for them to find it. And I'm not sure of another way to ensure that that was their actual finding, but that's an argument for another day. And I appreciate your objection, and I'm considering it, but I don't think that part of it is necessary.
Just a brief response, Your Honor. I agree. It's not, we're not there yet. And that's the tension in all of this is trying to have the porridge be neither too hot nor too cold. If you don't go, if you only go into use the most superficial terminology and it's not contextualized, they'll be confused, not helped. If we do the whole thing now, we'll end up almost inevitably giving different instructions at the end and they'll conflict.
Right.
Pasha v. State is the case on the point Mr. Sharp was making, and it makes it very clear that any one overt act by any member of the conspiracy satisfies the statute, so they don't have to all be alleged against each one, and we don't have to prove more than one. The only, going back to where you were prior to the objection, and you may not want to address this now, but there's a kind of middle ground here because we have gang act charges.
Right.
And in this case, and I think you recognize this on Thursday, the gang YSL is YSL, the enterprise is YSL.
Right.
They're the same thing. And of course, the definitions under the two statutes are very similar. So evidence that comes in as to count one that would tend to show YSL as a gang would be admissible under any gang act provision, because we don't have to prove the specific defendant was a gang. We just have to prove there was a gang. In that context, they will be under the law entitled to consider it. I don't know if you want to go that deep at this point in time. I think the most important thing is to not say something that has to be taken back later, because it's always harder.
Okay.
It's always harder to do it twice than it is to do it once. But I wouldn't That's just an issue for all of us to grapple with and be aware of. And, I don't know if you want to create an exception that says, unless I otherwise instruct you during the course of the case, or at the end of the case.
No, but
Okay.
thank you.
You did all that. She like, nope.
How about?
Oh.
All right, after I say the paragraph about how they can consider it for the RICO count, I will give you more detailed instructions regarding the gang counts later.
Your Honor. Yes.
Yes.
We would object to that. You cover that to the jury that you're going to give them further instructions as we go along at the end of the case. So we would object to specifying.
I was about to add at every other count later, just typing, thinking as I go. Appreciate that. All right. I will give you more detailed instruction regarding the gang counts and every other count later. However, generally, when you are considering the remaining counts, blah, blah, blah. Thoughts?
Well, Your Honor, we would ask that you reconsider pointing out the gang count to say the gang count in all other counts draws attention to it. I think it becomes confusing. We're dealing with
Okay.
a limited issue right now, and that will be fully covered by you to the jury later.
All right. All right. Then I'll just say,
Oh my
however,
God.
generally, when you're considering the remaining counts, and we'll just have to flesh it out later, unless you can come up with something, Mr. Floyd.
Two thoughts. One is there are quite a few gang counts. It's not just one. So it's a whole category under the remaining counts. And therefore, given how substantial it is, the idea that you're overemphasizing one thing versus the other,
Mhm.
I don't think that's a realistic objection or concern here. Secondly, if the court, and this is the state's sort of overriding concern here, is that the result of this not be to inadvertently paint the court into a corner that becomes difficult to deal with down the road, because the concepts are complicated enough. So as long as they know what they need to know now, and it's very clear to them the real instructions that will govern their verdict.
They're all real instructions.
Okay,
They'll just be more detailed.
How should I, what you said, the more detailed instructions are going to come later, and in essence, that this just helps them organize the evidence in their minds as it comes in.
Right.
It doesn't tell them exactly what to do with it. We don't have an objection.
All right. And honestly, I have taken out some of what I was going to say too. So I am thinking for that paragraph now, it is just going to say, however, generally, when you are considering the remaining counts, you may consider the evidence of that count only against the defendants who are charged with that count. And frankly, that's true. You should only be considering it, even as to the gang counts, against the defendant charged in that count. So that does not in any way limit, when we get there later, consideration of that element of whether there's a gang and whether anything's in furtherance of the gang. That's just, you're limiting it to the defendants charged. So I think it avoids the issue that you appropriately raised.
Understood, Your Honor.
All right.
We agree, Your Honor.
All right, great. All right. So I think the next thing we need to do is get Mr. Copeland in and find out how he feels now that he has woken up on Monday.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes.
5 minutes before we bring it.
Sure. All right, we'll recess shortly for a short break.
What? All right, they are recessing for a short break. Apparently, this jury instruction situation is a little bit deeper than what we're giving it credit for. I guess I don't know. But let's direct ourselves to the chat to see who's in the building. We know she leaves in the building this morning. We got Chill. We got Felicia Fee in the building saying good morning once again. And so the guy again. We explained that. We explained who he is. And she said, "Oh wow, reinforcement. Yeah, they got to get reinforcement. Apparently, they don't know what they're doing. Okay. Apparently, they don't know what they doing. So, with that being said, that's why you see Mr. John Floyd over there, RICO expert. All right. And again, he had a case back in 2015 that he won. Um, he was able to find the racketeering, activities when someone or a couple of people, a couple of researchers from a medical college, the Medical College of Georgia, diverted millions of dollars to their own personal accounts, and he was able to find out who did it and how they did it and what they did. So that's that on him. Um, Good morning, Devorah Ann. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. She said, "My bad. I meant to put Good Morning Biz Nation. Got to put respect on it. No, it's all spec. It's all love. It's all love. It's all love." D Pill once again is in the building. Want to acknowledge you all outwardly. All right. So, oh, she Lee said, "Why are we this far into jury instructions? This is supposed to be at the end, or are we still catching where to grow up?" Yeah, we're definitely catching where to grow up. Again, they're trying to piece out certain parts of Woody's testimony, particularly, which is after the first initial recusal of Glanville. So anything after that should be disregarded or forgotten about, if you will. And not forgotten about as like no memory of, but forgotten about as if you're not going to give that any attention. That level of being forgotten. However, trying to tell someone, again, they were trying to tell the jury, please unhear or do not concern yourself with hearing what you heard. That's not going to be possible. You can divert someone. You can, tell them, hey, disregard that. You know what I'm saying? They can still hear it, but you can tell them to disregard it when it applies to deliberation and things of that nature. That's different. That's a possibility. There's been a lot of times where you see in court where a lawyer will cross-examine or a defense attorney will cross-examine, and they will ask something to the witness, and then they will say strike that from the record, and they tell the jury, please strike that. Do not regard that when it comes to your deliberation, things of that nature, because sometimes lawyers and defense attorneys, especially, they will cross a certain line. They will ask a certain question, and sometimes it's difficult. It's very, very difficult to get um things on the record that's going to be just without any type of drama per se. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, trying to tell the jury to totally unhear or to undo, try to control Z the memory of what Woody said, it's going to be kind of impossible. And then plus on top of that, they have taken so many notes. They have to take notes. I mean, we have a state with the witness list of initially, I believe someone told me 700 witnesses initially. Then they get it broken down to what, about 200 or whatever. Like, this is just ridiculous. This is just absolutely ridiculous. And you brought in a RICO expert for what exactly? Like, you don't have a case. And we know you don't have a case. You know what I'm saying? Even again, I always say this, even if all those gentlemen are guilty of whatever they have done, whatever they're charged with, let's say, for instance, they are guilty of it. If you don't have a case to prove that, they're going to walk away anyway. It's incumbent upon the jury to be able to decipher whether or not the proof is beyond reasonable doubt. And if it's not, then that means that those gentlemen are going to walk away. So you got to have a case. You know what I'm saying? You got to have a case against someone. Even if certain evidence goes towards a certain person, you have to prove that the evidence that goes toward that person is related to the charge that they're charged. And that's basically what Whitaker was saying, which I agree with this on this part, is that you can't say, okay, well, if one defendant is guilty of this particular conspiracy of RICO, then that goes for all of them. And it doesn't. No, it does not, dog, because they all have different charges. They all indicted on different things, you know. So you can't say, well, if I'm able to prove charge one, then all the other charges are basically just a no-brainer. That's not how it goes. It don't go that way. So you have to make sure that you have 6 defendants that you have to prove that they did everything that they're charged for. You can't just say, well, if I prove RICO, I can prove this over here. No, they're all different charges. And this is conspiracy of RICO, right? This is not even if it's conspiracy, come on, man. Like, you got to be able to break that down. So just saying that if I prove RICO or whatever the case may be, then it could cover all the other charges or all the other defendants of the charge. That's not necessarily true. You still got to prove that each person conspired to do something. And if you have not proven that, then there's no way in the world you can utilize that evidence towards this person over here and say, well, yeah, since this person is proven with this evidence, then this evidence over here should go to the other person as well, because they got the same count. No. You still got to prove beyond a reasonable doubt on every last defendant that's in that courtroom that person did exactly what you say that they did, and they're indicted on, okay, that they're charged with. Right? They can't get bond, which is, I mean, they're not even able to get bond, man. This is crazy. This is how crazy this case is. They're not even able to get bond. I was watching yesterday. I took a day to binge watch some stuff, and I binge watched the TV show on Apple Plus TV called Presumed Innocent. Okay. First of all, it's an amazing show. Just watch it. And I'm not, look, this is not no shameless play. I ain't getting paid for this, but I'm just saying, watch Presumed Innocent. If you got Apple TV Plus, watch it. It is, when I say a great show, a great series, it is a great TV show, great series. And in this particular show, evidence looked like this person did something, but it did not prove that the person did anything, because there was no weapon confiscated, there was no anything of that nature. You know what I'm saying? That related to the crime. So you can have the evidence of it being a hothead. Let's say, for instance, you have a reputation of just going off, snapping, right? That's your reputation. Many people experience that from you. So you're a hothead. All right. You have evidence of that. But does that mean that you unalived someone? It doesn't mean that. You see what I'm saying? So just because evidence can show one piece, it doesn't mean that it's showing the actual charge. And that's what they have to learn. That's what the state has to do. That's what the state has to do. Oh, that we were a gang. Okay. Now you have to prove that this gang did some stuff that's related to the crimes you're charging them. You can't say, oh, because they're a gang and they have done some stuff before, that this makes them now this is RICO. You gotta tie that together, man. Is it gang related stuff, or is it RICO? Is it organized crime, or is it gang street beef related incidents? You have to be able to prove that. You can't say these gang related incidents was RICO related. Okay, so if this RICO related, then where is the evidence that this enterprise, YSL, the company, was able to gain anything from the gang related issues or the YSL gang itself? How was it being funded, or what was going on? Like, this is like court 101. Like, you have to make sure that the evidence that you have proves beyond a reasonable doubt that it goes with the charge that you gave. And if you don't have that, that if there's a disconnect, if there's a dislocated connection with that, then you don't have a case. You got a bunch of stuff like, okay, the reputation, character assassination. A lot of people might be like, yeah, they go off all the time, man. They be this, that, and other. Man, I seen him one time. He was in his wife's face and all kind of stuff. Boom, boom. Okay, but does that mean he has the proclivity to do harm to his wife physically? You don't know that. You got to prove that. You have to prove that. And I saw something. I saw a video yesterday that made me so upset that a woman misused. She got arrested for misusing a 911 call because she tried to say that some men robbed her when actually she was involved with playing 3-card Monte inside of Walmart. So she claimed that they pulled out a firearm on her and everything to rob her of $600. But then when the police investigated it, they investigated the video and saw that there was no robbery. You was actually involved with this thing. And then the man gave you your money back. And then the one police officer was like, okay, well, she just made a false report. She just misused 911. She just made us come out here and investigate a false claim. Now then she gets arrested. You see? Like, so you when you have, look, the video don't lie. And they kept saying, like, yo, this video right here, it shows that she wasn't getting robbed. She claimed that she was getting robbed. She claimed that these gentlemen robbed her. She was like, yeah, it was about 6 dudes came out of nowhere and surrounded me. Well, it was only 3 men in the car. Okay. And they had no idea what the issue was with this woman. You know what I'm saying? As far as like the whole firearm thing and all that kind of stuff, they found no gun. They found no firearm at all. She claimed there was a firearm. She wrote out a false report. And then there was a few investigative police officers who came in and they started asking questions. And it was like, yo, tell your story again. And every time she told her story, it got more embellished, more inflated. And it's like, really? So you actually did that. You was willing. I mean, think about this. She was willing to say that these men did something and put charges on them that they never even did. Having a firearm without a license is a felony. An unlicensed firearm is a felony. You cannot say that these men pulled out a gun on you, and then when they go see the man's car, there's no gun. They was about to go to prison. If these police officers did not investigate properly, okay, you know what I'm talking about then? You saw what I'm talking about? She had pink hair. She was a nurse or something like that. Probably she had a nursing outfit on. She had pink hair. She's talking about, yeah, these men asked me for $100 because they was trying to get back home. And she just felt so benevolent. She was like, yeah, I guess I'll help you. I don't have $100, but I guess I'll help y'all. And that's how it all started. Then she pulled the money out. Then she said he snatched the money. And then he said, you want to play a game? No, man. You was playing 3-card Monte inside of Walmart, okay? The video says it. And when they told her that the video showed something different, and then when she tried to identify the dudes, she couldn't identify them at first. So the police officer took her over to where the men were. And she was like, yeah, that's them. Yeah, that's them. But couldn't identify them at first. Now she can identify him. Now she know he got dreads. He got a black t-shirt. Now she know. Okay. But there was one police officer, again, it was a black lady. She was towards the end. She was like, okay, well, she just made a false report. She just made a false claim. They're like, well, we'll at least give her misuse of 911. But this is you can't call 911 on something like this. So she ended up getting arrested. She had pink hair and it was long pink weave, you know what I'm saying? And she had braces and she had long nails like Sha'Carri Richardson. And you know, she had a little black leather gold purse. and she had a little money in her little bag, and she was gonna pull out the money, give him $100 or close to it or whatever to help him out to go back home because he's not from here. And then all of a sudden she got involved in a 3-card Monte game, and then she like, oh, they robbed me. No, they duped you probably, but you played the game. You played the game, but you want to call it a robbery so that way they can go to jail. She was gonna put these men in jail. All it takes is for somebody to say you did it. That's it. I say this all the time. You did. All they gotta say is you. All they gotta say is point at you. And then next thing you know, you're in handcuffs. Next thing you know, you're in handcuffs. It's amazing. It's amazing how this goes. And this happens to men a lot. I'm gonna be real. I'm about to keep it a whole bean with y'all. This happened to men all the time. A man could be just in the grocery store, mind his business, and a woman out of nowhere can say, "Oh, he tried to do something," and he don't even know her or nothing. It happens so much, and all of a sudden she's gonna put charges on him, and he hasn't even done anything. He don't even know her. All they gotta say is you did it, and then next thing you know, my man is in cuffs, being detained. Why am I being arrested though? You can detain me without cuffing me. You can detain me without cuffing me, but they will cuff you, sit you down or whatever. We're doing an investigation. We'll do your investigation. I'm not running. I'm not going anywhere. What you got to cuff me for? And that's what it is. So even in this situation, oh yeah, that's this just pointing, and this is exactly what's happening. Even in this whole evidentiary statement thing, it's a bunch of dudes saying that, yeah, this dude told me this and he said this and that and the other. And that's all the evidence you need is that somebody said something, apparently, because they allow it in court. We're looking at it play out right now in this RICO trial, that they will allow evidentiary statement in court. Okay. Now, if you're an eyewitness to something, yeah, that's something to consider. That's a major thing to consider. But hearsay, we're allowing hearsay in our courts. Think about that. We're allowing gossip and rumor in court. And even if it has a little inkling of something attached to an eyewitness, we'll allow it. Even though that person has shown us that they don't have any credibility, i.e. Woody. He showed you like, I'm not credible. Because I'm gonna lie to you because I want to handle that justice myself in the streets. So I'm gonna tell you whatever you want to know. And it won't be the truth. And that's why Bruce Harvey, like, hey, we cannot allow the credibility of this witness and the things that he said become evidence because the credibility is jacked. It's jacked up. So there's no way in the world we should allow this in the court. But guess what? I'll allow it. Another Glanville. I'll allow it. What are you allowing exactly? You allowing that somebody said something to somebody in interrogation? Come on, man. They'll say anything to get off. They'll tell you anything to get off of whatever time they on. They will. So it to me, this whole thing is just ridiculous. And I mean, Whitaker is trying to catch up to what's going on. She denied the motions for mistrial. And again, I'm going to reiterate because I know some people coming in a little bit later that Doug Weinstein did file a certificate of immediate review to the appellate court so they could look at the whole mistrial issue. So I think he did that on the 10th. The certificate of immediate review is in play. However, nothing has been said about it as of yet. I haven't seen any documentation about it as of yet. I'm still looking into it, but Doug Weinstein said it on his X account that he submitted a certificate of immediate review. So yeah, this is what I'm looking at now. That order. was denied, and now I'm looking at YSL say that yep, he's got a certificate of immediate review. So yeah, so that is what's going on with that particular thing. Because I'm like, I haven't read the whole motion yet for the order for denied mistrial. I haven't read the whole thing, but I was again, I heard that it was pretty pathetic. The wording in this particular situation, and the other motion that to disqualify the prosecutors. I believe the judge gave the state like another slap on the wrist. They're ordered to go look at Brady violation training. I think I have the motion. I think that was Max Shart's motion she was responding to. As a matter of fact, we might read that today. Y'all want to read that? I want to read that. Because she has some details. She says something about the Brady violation. It was Brady violation related. Oh, can everybody see me? It was Brady violation related, and we're going to take a look at it probably during the break, the lunch break that they have. And yeah, we're going to take a look at that because she said some stuff in there about some gold or something like that. Man, I heard. Man, look, I heard some people just going off about it. I didn't get a chance to dive deeper into it. I was busy doing other things, but yeah, we're definitely going to look at. In particular, we're going to look at Max Shart's her response to that motion. And the motion to deny Mr. Kendrick has already been in. We could look at that too as well during the break. I think that was like about a 6-page motion, but I mean, really, it was a 6-page motion, but really, about 4 or 5 pages of it was really filled with some actual valuable information or the information that the judge put in. So, yeah. So Sheely said, "Yes, we want to we want to read that motion. Yeah, we're gonna read the her motion denying her order. I'm sorry, denying Max Shart's motion. Very interesting, man. Some of the stuff that was being said that I caught a little bit of. It was motion coming so fast. Yeah, it was like motion. I mean, and so they were trying to get it in before the time. I mean, well, around the time that the judge said. And again, we didn't get any type of motions from the state. No responses at all. I know Doug Weinstein said on X that he never got a response from the state. And then he said, I bet I'll get one on Monday. He said, how much you want to bet I'll get one on Monday morning? Hold on, let's see. It says here 2 days ago. I just want to catch everybody else up to speed because we have been going at this for a little bit. Some people are coming in and out. But he had that certificate of immediate review on 2 days ago. So let's see what happens, man. Let's see what goes on.
Finishing up the last
You go.
edits that we discussed to those jury instructions. Anything else before we get Mr. Copeland in and find out his intentions?
May I briefly address the court, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. I just want to make sure that the court saw that I requested a certificate of immediate review on your denial of my motion for mistrial. I believe I sent an email to Ms. Percival on Friday.
I did see that, and
Okay.
I instructed Ms. Percival to issue an order denying it. If that didn't get filed, I'm sorry, but I'll be denying that.
No, I just want to make sure that you
I
did see
appreciate
it.
Yeah.
Okay. I would
Dang.
encourage you to grant it, Your Honor.
I'm sure that you would, but I'm denying it.
All right, thank you. I
Thank
won't
you.
continue to argue then.
Anything else?
Dang, dog. This chick is wilding.
Better that y'all be cold than that I be hot. So I'm not changing it. Sorry. So there, I think I've mentioned before, there are 2 other thermostats
Jeez,
somewhere
Pete,
in this
man.
courtroom that are supposed to control the courtroom area. And if y'all want to adjust those up, you're fine with that. I'm sorry if y'all are cold. Sorry. All right. Let's, and I assume we've got Mr. Melnick with us. Let's get Mr. Copeland and Mr. Melnick in.
Well, she said she was going to have Ms. Percival send a motion to order to deny it. So she didn't have to mention it necessarily per se, but no, she wasn't going to mention it in open court. She definitely was going to just send him the filing for it. But dude, man, this is crazy. This is that boy in a suit? And Woody came in a suit, dog. Boy, Woody, dog. Everybody put Woody in the chat. This man is amazing, dog. Put Woody in the chat, dog. This man walked in with a suit and tie on, dog. Not a suit. Put Woody in the chat, dog. Let's go, dog. That boy Woody got some money. I'm telling you, he been on 20 versus 1. He been on Danvers Project. He been all over the place, man. He making that money.
All right, it's
He
Monday
making
morning
that money,
now,
man.
and I need to find out from you what your intention is with regard to whether you are going to testify in this case. You have been granted immunity so that the privilege of self-incrimination is no longer relevant because the state can't use anything that you might say in answer to their questions or
Oh
any
my
other
goodness.
questions against you. And you have been instructed with the benefit of counsel as to the consequences if you don't testify. So I'm asking you now what your intention is.
May I speak?
You can answer my question, please. And so you're under subpoena. The state intends to question you. Are you going to answer any of those questions? Are you going to testify in this case?
Well, Your Honor, I've been pressured from the get-go. You know what I mean? Like, even when I went to the meeting with Glenville, I have told him over and over and over and over. You know what I mean? This is on my conscience. I got to keep respecting myself every day because I'm being dragged down into here because of lies that I don't told. I'm tired of y'all bothering me.
Okay, well, I'm sorry that you're tired of being bothered, but you're under subpoena. It's a valid court order. So your decision at this point is, yes, I will abide by the subpoena and testify, or no, I will not abide by the subpoena and the immunity order, and I will be held in contempt for my refusal and put in jail. So which is your decision?
But I did the time for all my crimes. that I was caught for.
Sure, this would not be any kind of punishment for any crimes you may or may not have committed. This would be that you have been ordered by a court to testify. And if you refuse to testify, you're held in contempt. You're saying, I refuse to listen to the court's order and obey it. And it is not a punishment, it is an incentive to have you change your mind and obey the court order. So which is your decision?
It's amazing what they can do to you, man.
Can you explain that to me? I
Yeah,
didn't-
so we talked about
It's
it.
the same thing that Glenville doing to me?
It is the same order that is still in control. You have a subpoena for your testimony. That is a court order. You also have a court order that says anything that you say can't be used against you, other than if you get
That's a
on the
good idea.
stand
There you
and
go.
lie. And
Talk to
it
your lawyer.
is
That's right.
amounts to perjury, you can be charged with that or with false statements. But if you refuse to testify altogether, when you're under a court order to do that, then that is considered contempt because you're saying, I don't care what the court has ordered, I'm not going to do it. And then you'll be put in jail through the end of this trial.
So my.
Or until you decide, you know what, I think I will testify after all.
So let me, Your Honor, I'm telling you to your face, you just said that something about it, they can lock me up for lying. I'm telling you to your face, this is all I do. And you're telling me that they can lock me up if I lie. But if I sit here and testify, so the either go, I'm going to jail.
No, not with regard to anything that you might testify to that might otherwise admit to a crime or admit to your involvement in a crime. That's what the immunity order does. And I'm sure Mr. Melnick has explained this to you, and I know I've explained it previously, but none of that is going to result in you being put in jail because they cannot use that evidence against you to prove any of those crimes that you might incriminate yourself about. So are you going to testify or not?
Talk to your lawyer. Consult with your lawyer for a minute.
Do you want to talk to Mr. Melnick again? No.
No. Oh, talk to Mr. Mel. Oh,
All right.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So I'm going to have you step out for just a minute while we get the jury in. Mr. Melnick, if you could step out with him, please. Just so.
ooh, he looked at love with this. Did you see that face he gave Miss Love? Ooh, he do not like her.
Yes, ma'am. I am. I was gonna see if anybody had anything to say first.
Your Honor, I'm going to renew my motion for a mistrial based on coercion by Judge Glanville. This is based on the fact that Mr. Copeland, having now been properly instructed that he would only be incarcerated until the end of trial versus his instruction previously that he would be incarcerated forever. He's now deciding to testify. I think at this point, it demonstrates the coercion by Judge Glanville. So I'd like you to reconsider that.
All right. I don't think it just demonstrates anything of the sort. I think it demonstrates that he's now been properly advised and he's making a decision anew. Thank you. Overruled. Yes.
Housekeeping matter, is the Harvey rule still under your
Yes.
guidance, still in
Yes.
effect? Okay,
Yes, it is.
thank you.
Okay, and so I'm going to have the jury out. I'm going to give them the 3 instructions that we just discussed. Then we'll have Mr. Copeland in. I'd like him resworn, and then you can pick up from whatever you
Ooh,
want
this
to
judge
do.
is irritating me
post
so
3
bad.
p.m. June 12th.
And Your Honor, may I just step outside to see if Mr. Melnick has informed Mr. Copeland that there's going to be some testimony he's going to have to repeat? my interactions with Mr. Copeland, he'll get frustrated.
Okay, you know what? Why don't you, instead of you going to talk to anybody, just can I have Mr. Melnick in again?
Yeah.
Real fast. That's a good idea though, to tell him that. I don't know if he's.
I'm telling you, this
cool
about to
with that
be
or
this
not.
about to go so
Okay,
different
Mr.
now.
Melnick, what's
This is
he
the
do this morning?
this is about to
We
go
were
so
discussing
different. I want you
directions
let's
to
really pay
change.
attention to this because this is about to go differently than what it was before. He's gonna have to actually give up some information for real. And it ain't gonna be no I don't recall and I don't remember. Like they're not this judge is not buying it. I'm telling you. This judge is not buying it at all.
Certain. Yeah. Mr. Melnick, I just wanted to make sure, because you weren't in here this morning when we were discussing it, and you may or may not have been in here for any of the times we were discussing it, but we are going to be essentially redoing everything post recusal motion. And I didn't know if Mr. Copeland was aware of that or not. So some of the things he's going to feel like, man, I already said this once, but he's going to have to say it again because I'm telling the jury disregard a lot of the last few days of his testimony. Okay. Okay. All right. I appreciate it. Thank you. And
Your Honor.
yes.
With respect to Mr. Copeland being re-sworn, I would ask the court to remind Mr. Copeland
That he's still under oath. That's fine. Okay. Yeah. Since we are accepting the first part of his testimony, anyway, sure, I'll do that. Anything else before we bring the jury in?
Good point, Silver Fox.
Okay, let's go ahead and get the jury.
This is wild, yo. We are about to go. The jury is about to come in. Kenneth Copeland is about to be sworn again. The trial is actually about to take place. This is absolutely ridiculous. Wow. Man, this is crazy, man. We're watching this in real time, people. This is insane. Oh, yeah. Totally agree. Not happy at all. And I appreciate this compliment here about this being one of the most informative channels. Thank you so much. I try to do my best. And look, I'm just getting started, y'all. I'm just getting started. I'm still a little fish in the big pond. So y'all rock with your boy. I appreciate y'all rocking with me so much, man. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, y'all can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. My name is Judge Paige Reese Whitaker. Judge Earl Glanville is no longer the judge presiding over this case. I will be the presiding judge in this case moving forward, and you are not to concern yourselves with this change. Let me remind you, as I assume the presiding duties in this case, that none of my decisions and nothing that I say during the trial is evidence, just like none of Judge Glanville's decisions and nothing Judge Glanville said during the trial is evidence. The decisions and remarks of a judge do not mean that the judge favors or leans to one side or another in this case. The court is only interested in seeing that this case is tried fairly, based on the laws and the Constitution of the state of Georgia and the Constitution of the United States. You are to disregard any comments that may have been made by Judge Glanville that may have been disparaging of any of the lawyers in this case. To maintain the integrity of the jury system, I remind you that you must decide this case based only on the evidence admitted during this trial and the law as I will explain it to you. Now, I know that you have been on a bit of a break, but prior to that break, witness Kenneth Copeland was testifying. I'm going to instruct you and admonish you now that you are to disregard any and all of Mr. Copeland's testimony and any evidence introduced during that testimony that came after the 3 p.m. break on Wednesday, June 12th, which was the last break for that day. And that is, you are to disregard any and all testimony and evidence that came after the questioning and answers about Mr. Copeland's involvement in the Atlanta Blood Gang, ABG, and his January 11th, 2015 interview with Detective Thorpe of the Atlanta Police Department. The court is going to be collecting any of the notes you wrote during that portion of the trial, and I'm going to give you a short break in just a moment to identify those notes and provide those notes to my staff attorney, Ms. Persifield. And I'd like to find out at this point in time if there are any of you who cannot set aside and disregard that portion that I just mentioned of Mr. Copeland's testimony and evidence in the deliberations in this case. That is everything after his testimony about ABG and after the 3 p.m. break on Wednesday, June 12th. If there is anybody who cannot set aside and completely disregard that portion of the evidence in your deliberations, please stand up now and let me know if there are any of you. All right, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to give you a quick break to go back in and identify that portion of your notes and provide them to the staff attorney. And then I'll have you back out. I'll give you some other short instructions and we'll resume the testimony. So y'all can go ahead and do that for now for me. Thank you.
Wow. So no one stood up and said, hey, I don't think I can disregard that. Really? So they all think that they can disregard. I think this is a good piece right here, Lisa. Shout out to Lisa Butterfly. Thank you for coming on in again. Probably the jury is thinking, wait, did Mr. Copeland actually ever testify to anything except that he was lying about his testimony? Exactly. I think again, that's what I'm saying. He didn't testify to anything specifically that was too much, except for that going to Miami thing. When he said he went to Miami and Thug paid for the hotel and did this and other, because there was somebody else that said something about some money that some getaway money.
And
that he
while
gave out.
they're
So
out doing
this is
that,
interesting, man.
let me just ask y'all, what was the practice with regard to order of cross-examination? Is somebody just taking it as the team? Somebody will handle it? Okay. All right.
When you say taking it as the team.
Like, is there going to be one of you fine lawyers who's going to represent the questioning for all of the different defendants, or are we doing all 6 of you individually? Okay. What order are y'all going in is what I was trying to.
There's no particular order, Your Honor. Whoever gets up and starts.
Okay. Just find out from each of you whether you have anything else. Okay.
Low key, they're pretty much redoing that whole thing anyway, so it's going to be the same questions.
You may, but I'm not going to wait for you to get back to bring the jury back. Okay.
Miss Love, man, she is. My boy Atkins in the bit. My boy Left Hand. Shout out Left Hand. Everybody put Left Hand in the chat. My boy Left Hand is in the building. Put Left Hand in the chat. He did all right last week.
In place at this point until the jury is.
You saved some of Love's bacon last week.
Note.
Put Left Hand in the chat. They're trying to get their notes together. Left Hand is in the building. Left Hand is in the building. Shout out to Left Hand. Yo, we are about to have a trial. This is absolutely insane. This is absolutely insane. Yeah, yes, I know. Yes, I know. I remember. Left Hand in the chat. Left Hand. I like Left Hand, man. I ain't gonna lie. I like Left Hand. I like Left Hand. Left Hand cool. Left Hand cool. He one prosecutor that's cool. You know what I'm saying? He been the same the whole time. He's been the same the whole time. You feel me? The whole time. Yo, what y'all thinking right now, man? What y'all thinking? Let me go to the chat real quick. What y'all thinking? Look, I agree with this right here. Say it just sucks that him being forced to testify in a way that is going to endanger his life is allowed. That's facts. That is absolutely facts. Die or go to jail, but it's not a punishment. They want you to know it's just how it is. Because that's 100% facts. The fact that there has to be. You mean to tell me you have
That the
disregarded
jurors being
coercion at
good
all?
stewards of the environment are taking
Crazy.
double-sided notes. So it may be that something has to be erased from the first side, but they need it for the other side. So it's going to take just a minute because they're going to have to make copies and give back to them the parts that they can continue to utilize. So in the meantime, I believe, let's see, Miss DeWilliams, you filed a Jackson Deno about some statements by Mr. Ryan. So we'll probably deal with that during our non-jury week next week. Really, that should have been filed by whatever date that was I gave you about 3 weeks ago. When I first took over this case, no reason that could have been filed then. And also you are essentially just very broadly saying voluntariness, Miranda, and I need some specifics if we're going to actually sort that out. Okay, so you need to particularize that motion. All right, next. The motion in limine 49 now supplemented that had to do with that PowerPoint presentation with one of the gang experts. Can one of y'all speak to that? I know Miss Love's out of the room. It had appeared that there was an agreement that the state was not going to use that, but then it looked like nothing ever got reduced to writing as an order to that effect. What's the state's intention with regard to either version of that PowerPoint? Because if you're not going to use it, then I don't need to make a decision. And if a decision already got made, then y'all need to acknowledge that as well.
You're right. I think we were trying to check whether or not there was an agreement made before we announced it. So we had.
Well, Mr. Steele cited you to, page and verse, so it shouldn't take much more than that.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm stepping in because I did not see Mr. Steele's motion. So if you give me 1 second.
Well, that was filed on Friday, the supplement. So I need an answer to that. We can circle back on that at the end of the day. Just trying to do some housekeeping while we have time anyway.
Your Honor, speaking about housekeeping, do we have the evidence downstairs for the case?
It's somewhere. If y'all need it.
We need the evidence, Your Honor.
Okay, then we'll have to go retrieve it.
Okay, thank you.
If the state responded to those motions, we never saw it. It never got publicized. I'm telling you, I didn't see no state responses. Now, in the state of Georgia, the prosecution has 30 days to respond to a defense motion. All right. So she wanted a response by Friday noon. No, I didn't see any response on Friday noon. I didn't see a response for Monday or over the weekend. I didn't see any type of response to any motions that the defense made. This is like super crazy. This is super crazy to me. They have an obligation to respond to defense motions. In the United States, I think in the U.S. system, I think Supreme Court system, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's 60 days before the state responds to, or the prosecution responds to the defense. But this is crazy to me. This is absolutely crazy to me. No response at all. This is wild. This is wild. Doug Weinstein renewed his motion for mistrial and was overruled. And this is another problem that I'm having with this judge. This is another problem that I'm having with this judge. The problem, and I think I said this before, and I may sound like a broken record here, but it's all good. The problem I'm having with this judge is the fact that you think Glanville being recused means that all the things he did has no residue to the trial. And it does. It just does. All the things that he did, the way he denied motions for his own recusal, which is what? He denied his own motion for recusal. He's supposed to take that motion, give it to a judge for review, a review judge. They're supposed to review the motion to see if there is any particular reason why the judge should be recused, and then make the order off of that on behalf of the judge that's being recused or being motioned to recuse. Instead, he denied his own motion. I'm like, the arrogance. Okay. I've never seen a judge deny his own recusal motion before. I've never seen it for real. Normally it's done that way. You take it to a different judge, and then that judge reviews it for how many days it takes or whatever. And that judge decides whether they need to be recused or not. And all of the things that he did, even remember the little ear situation? Huh? Hold on. Y'all remember the ear situation, right? Let's see, man. Let's get this real quick. See if I can pull it up real quick. This dude here, man, was on some other stuff. Him and what's her name? Hilton. Hilton. Let's see here. I know I got these videos. Scratching their ear. And she looking at him like, oh yeah, I got you. All this stuff, man. All this stuff he was doing on the low. Giving legal advice to a sworn witness in an ex parte meeting. Allowing some late discovery. And then there were times where it was too late. He had to go ahead and deny it. But more overruled objections than sustained objections. Showing bias. Allowing hearsay in the court. Like, come on, man. Really? Like, get out of here. Unbelievable stuff, man. Unbelievable stuff. Hold on, man. Let's see here. Oh, where are my videos at? I think I lost it, y'all. It's all right. Don't worry. I'll probably get it back. I'll get it back. It's somewhere. It is somewhere. I know I got it somewhere here. But it's unbelievable how this can happen. Unbelievable how this can happen, man. The state don't respond to anything. And they don't get checked. They don't get checked for that. They don't get checked for that. Lisa Butterfly said, yeah, you can't get the stink off this trial by getting rid of Glanville. Right. I mean, hell, the prosecution was complicit in having an ex parte without any of them thinking to notify the defense. Exactly. That's the thing. It's like, okay, since I threw the garbage out, I don't have to clean the garbage can now because the garbage is thrown out. When you got leakage, When you have different things that leaked out of the bag, you're like, well, I got rid of the bag. I got rid of the garbage in the bag garbage, so I don't have to worry about washing the can. Yeah, you do. You got to do a whole thorough cleaning. You have to wipe it all out. You got to add all your stuff to it, your Fabuloso, if you're into the Fabuloso, or your Arm and Hammer, whatever you got, whatever you rock with. Okay, you got to do it. You got to get your wipes, your Clorox bleach wipes with the lemon scent. You got to refresh everything. You got to clean up everything. Okay, you got to clean up everything. This is the problem that I'm having with this judge, man. You think, oh, I got rid of Glanville. Oh, Glanville is gone. So the actual essence of what he did is also gone as well. Nah, man. It's called residue. You know what I'm saying? It's called residue. It's a delayed response at times. Y'all know if you ever been in a relationship that's abusive, and even though you got rid of the person who abused you, or you was able to get away from the person that abused you, but you still have to work on the residue of what happened afterwards, the things that caused it, or the feelings, or the triggers and traumas that you have after the fact. You still have to work on those things. You see what I'm saying? So when someone does that to you, it's like, okay, we're still getting triggered. I have triggers about this. I wasn't like this at first, but until that happened, now I'm having some triggers. Now I'm having some triggers based on that trauma. So now I got to work on that. I have to process this. I got to go back to the basics and my fundamentals of being a human being. I got to learn how to love myself enough to not to create boundaries, so that way people don't do anything to me, or I don't allow something to be done to myself. Because let's face it, we have been on both sides. There are things that you have allowed and made excuses for out of either ignorance, or the fact that you tried to control it yourself, or the fact of, hey, this is what happens. This is what happens. If you stay too long in a situation that ain't good for you, this is what happens. You can make all the excuses you want in the world. I love that person, and yeah, that's fine. But this is what Glanville did. Glanville abused the defense. I mean, essentially, that's what he did. He tried to put Max Sharp in contempt for something he didn't even do. And you mean to tell me none of that matters? None of it matters, the fact that they had late discovery all the time, and it said do not serve yet on a piece of evidence that the defense was supposed to get, and judge allowed that prosecutorial misconduct? You don't think that's some type of abuse towards the defense? Some type of bias towards the prosecution? So he showed no signs that he was a part of the prosecution team while he sat on the bench. He put Brian Steele in contempt, y'all. He about to throw the man in jail, all because he wouldn't give him a name of someone who told. And Glanville assumed that it was Kayla Bumpus. He assumed it. He had a motion hearing for her. He just abusing everybody. And the defense like, nah, man, you can't do this. And then Ashley Merchant had to come. And all of the defense counsel of Georgia had to come. It was like 30 deep. Because this abuse is not warranted in the court of law. Now, Whitaker is here with her little goofy little ditzy stuff. I mean, hey, y'all. Oh, y'all. Not realizing that this case is deeper than rap. This case is so deep and it's so corrupt that it's not even a joke. It's not a joke. So you think getting rid of Glanville just cured the whole coercion situation? No, Woody was still coerced. I mean, look, even though the state they have, and this is a terrible, terrible law, but the state have the right and the law behind them to compel you to testify. They can subpoena you to testify. And if you don't, they hold you in contempt. Normally, it's like a fine, like a $1,500 fine or whatever the case may be. This man got derivative use immunity, which means that none of his testimony is going to be held against him or recharged against him. He's going to be safe to be able to testify, and it only just protects his testimony. It don't protect him, which is the reason why the derivative use immunity is BS. If it's not absolute immunity like prosecutors got, then it means nothing. But you could charge me with something else. Yeah, this protects my testimony, but you could charge me with something else, though. Not based on my testimony, but based on other things that could come out of this trial that may relate to me. You can still charge me with impeachment, with perjury. You can still charge me. It doesn't mean anything. Absolute immunity is the only thing that's going to perk up the ears of a person who's going to be a witness. So at the end of the day, this is just ridiculous. You think getting rid of Glanville, and that's why Doug Weinstein said it. He said, I'm renewing my motion for mistrial because this shows that Glanville had coerced this man. He coerced this man. There were many ex partes. I'm sure of it. Many ex partes. Only 2 came out. The June 7th one, they dogged out the defense. Again, prosecutorial misconduct. There was no reason for ex parte that Friday. There was no emergency. There was no emergency. He said what he said. He said, I plead the 5th, take me to jail. You coerced him by saying, you know what? If you do this, you're going to have to wait till all of the defendants get off trial. All of them. All 20, whatever it was. Like, really? That's not the law. They know that's not the law. Now all of a sudden, with Whitaker hit the stand, oh, they just misspoke. They just misspoke. I don't think that the prosecution was really trying to coerce him. They just misspoke. BS, dude. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I am completely and utterly disgusted with this judge. Let's see if we can get some. I don't know what they got going on yet. Are they in recess? They're still allowing the jury to remove their notes from post that 3:00 break of June 12th, which was the last break of the day. And that's the day where the initial recusal motion for Glanville had taken place. This is absolutely crazy, man. This is absolutely crazy. Yeah, it's a crappy immunity. That's facts. It's like how a cop can always find something to arrest you for. Absolutely. Absolutely. I remember seeing this one video where a young man was outside in his I believe it was his apartment complex. And he's drinking a non-alcoholic beverage, but it looks like alcohol. It's in a, you know how non-alcoholic beverages have like a they're in an alcoholic looking bottle, you know what I'm saying? But it's not alcoholic. So my man was drinking in front of the police officer, and the police officer arrested him. Now it's not illegal to drink. It's not illegal to have a drink. Okay? It's illegal to drink and drive. It's illegal to have disorderly intoxication is a thing. So it's illegal to be intoxicated and act disorderly and things of that nature. That's true. But it's not illegal to drink. Okay? This man is having his drink. And then he's like, what are you arresting me for? He was like, you gonna drink this alcohol right in front of me? And da 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 da. He was like, hey, dude, what's going on? What you mean? Okay, all right. He was like, you drink alcohol. He was like, look at the bottle. He looked at the bottle and it said non-alcoholic. And then he took the handcuffs off of him and said, yeah, dumb A, take these handcuffs off of me. This is what they could do. They think they could do whatever they want. They think they could do whatever they want, and they forget, hey, it's our taxpayer dollars who pays you, dog. If this is the reason why unemployment, everything is interconnected, y'all. This is the reason why when unemployment rises, so does crime. When people are working and things like that, then if you notice that when people are occupied working and they're in areas of their county or whatever that has a good productivity, they don't have a lot of crime. Why? Because the police are funded. The police are getting paid in that area. You feel me? To protect and serve this highly secured piece of area, like Calabasas in California and places like that. Look, ain't a lot of petty crime out there, dog. That's for a reason. That's definitely for a reason. So I just don't this power trip that police officers have is mind-boggling to me, man. And this judge is just another thing, man. It's another thing. He just said, I don't care how much money and time they wasted on this trial. The only true proper decision is a dismissal with prejudice, not even just a mistrial. Absolutely. 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 I agree with this 100%. I agree with this 100%. Dismissal with prejudice. There has to be a way to get rid of this. Even if they say let's mistrial and start all over, where are you gonna start all over from? You still don't have a case. You're building a case off witnesses. That's not how you build a case, man. That's not how you win a case. You don't build off witnesses. You have to build your case off evidence. And the witness is supposed to complement the evidence. You know what I'm saying? The witness needs to complement evidence, not the other way around. So we got a little movement. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happened. I saw a little movement. Hold on. Whitaker is trying to make a name for herself. She doesn't care. That's what it seems like. That's exactly what it seems like. You know, it seems like Whitaker want to take this on and be the hero of the court and be like, you know what? All courts are not corrupt like Glanville. You know dang on well that Judge Whitaker know that what Glanville did was wrong on all levels. On all levels. That's why the first thing she tried to do is set boundaries and rules. Okay, y'all. I heard that. I see that I've been informed that there was a lot of back and forth in the court. We're not gonna do that here, y'all. We want to conduct ourselves with some professionalism, okay, y'all? Like, who are you, man? Like, you ever see the substitute teacher, man? And you be like, they walk in, you be like, man, who this cat, dog? Oh, this cat trying to throw rank. Like, you ain't the teacher. You ain't the teacher. She asked, did Whitaker ask if the jurors had heard anything about this case while out? I know that she asked if they could unhear. No, she didn't. She didn't ask that. Again, another assumption that they are assuming, like, well, this jury didn't hear anything about this case since they've been gone since June. What was it? June? Was it 20 something? About almost a few weeks. What has it been? A month? It's been about a month almost. Almost. Yeah. No, over a month. Over a month. over a month, because it was like June 20 something when Glanville decided to give over the motion to recuse to another judge, and that's when they start passing everything along. But that was crazy. But I think around that time is when the jury had been gone. So it's been over a month. Like, yeah, I would definitely ask that. It's a very important question. She's not going to ask that she really don't want the truth. That's facts. She look, there is no truth that she wants. I don't think. She just wants a trial. She don't want the truth. She wants a trial, and she wants to, it seems, I'm not going to say this for a fact, but it seems like she wants to take this case so that way she can be some type of hero and say, yeah, I took this case. And let me tell you something. Again, these positions are political. It would not surprise me if she ran for chief judge. You heard it here first on Tay-Biz TV, okay? It would not surprise me if she ran for chief judge in the next election that they have. If she decided to run for, if she go through with this trial and referees it to the T, like she's supposed to, or whatever the case may be, because that's all she wants to do is play everything by this book, by this fake and phony law book that they got. She want to do everything by the book. If she's able to do this and the trial ends up being successful, like, you know what? Hey, y'all, I took that raggedy, messed up, convoluted trial and I cleaned it up and I was able to rule fairly. It's political. It's political aspirations all down there in Georgia. All down up in there in Georgia. Political aspirations. I took that trial and I cleaned it up and I made it better and then more successful. And we got rid of the crime and we was able to close the case. Vote for me. Your favorite judge, Whitaker. I'm telling you, it would not surprise me at all if she ran for chief judge. You feel okay? I'm telling you, it wouldn't surprise me, y'all. Hey, y'all, it wouldn't surprise me. She got some real what's her name? What was that lady name? The one that got caught using the N-word. What's that lady name? Be using butter on everything. Oh man, she'd be like, "Hey y'all, what's that lady name, y'all? Y'all help me out." My mind is slipping on me right now. Yes, it was political from the jump. Absolutely. What was that lady name? They be using all the butter and all the condensed milk for everything. Paula Dean. There you go. Paula Dean. Thank you. Hey y'all. This Judge Whitaker Dean, man. Judge Paula Dean is in the building. Hey, y'all. Guess what we gonna have today, y'all? We gonna have us some condensed RICO, y'all. With a side of gang crime. And we gonna convolute it and make it better. Don't you just love it, y'all? Okay, I'll quit, dog. I quit, man. I can't, man. I can't with this. Matter of fact, let's do something productive real quick while they trying to come back. Let's see here, because I'm interested in this. I'm interested in this particular motion right here. Can everybody see this? Everybody see this? Put a one in. I'm gonna stop being silly. Put a one in the chat if you can see this real quick. See. They are not back. I'm looking at it at the bottom of the screen. They're not back yet. It's gonna be a little minute. We're gonna read a part of this. I know we're not gonna get through all of this, but this is the motion that Max Sharp had this is the motion that Max Sharp had entered in. And then this is the actual order from the motion that Max Sharp put in from Mr. Stillwell. And order, it says here, order on defendant Stillwell's renewed motion for fair and constitutional trial. All right. It says here, defendant Stillwell raises numerous assertions of quote unquote error, impropriety, prosecutorial misconduct, and judicial partiality. That prosecutorial misconduct is been popping lately, which he asserts have resulted in a denial of his constitutional rights to due process and a fair trial. The pertinent determination is whether such events, if they have occurred as alleged, warrant a mistrial with prejudice, dismissal of the indictment with prejudice, which would have the same effect, or disqualification of the prosecutors. All right. Claim number one. A plague of discovery violations, missing police reports, and Brady violations. All right, now see here we getting somewhere. So what is this here? It says here that a plague of discovery violations. What do you mean a plague of discovery violations? Late discovery, constantly late, last minute discovery, submitting it to us late, missing police reports. There were some reports that was missing that Max Sharp brought up. And Brady violations, all right? The Brady violations. What is Brady violation? Brady violations when the prosecution withholds evidence that could be potentially exculpatory for the defense. Okay? The main issue with Brady is that it is exculpatory. Withholding evidence or withholding exculpatory evidence is Brady violation. If you are continuously putting in late discovery, you are participating in prosecutorial misconduct, which again can still result into a mistrial. How many times have we seen that? How many times have we seen them say, Your Honor, this came in late, this, that, and the third? We even saw recently in the video last week where her and Love and Glanville got into it because she tried to submit some late discovery that morning. While the jury was out, she tried to conduct late discovery that morning and submit it into evidence that morning. And Glanville said he excluded it, and he excluded something else that she did as well. Discovery is being addressed. This court has ordered the state to timely produce all discovery and undertake a concerted effort to secure and provide all police reports, including asking current APD personnel with specificity to search for and produce reports on the case. As recently as the court proceedings of Friday, August the 1st of 2024, the court confirmed the state's understanding that Brady obligations include the disclosure of material impeachment items and remind the state of its continuing obligation under Brady. Now, what is we talking about here? We talking about, here it is, we have witnesses that's on the list that have made statements, but they have material that says otherwise. This is the reason why. Remember, we looked at Antonio Sledge. He has a statement that he provided the state. They gave him a plea deal. But then there was a coffee shop meeting with Love, an investigator or detective, Antonio Sledge, and Antonio Sledge's lawyer with potential Brady. No one said anything to the defense about it. No one said nothing. Okay. No one took notes. Bruce Harvey stood up and said, well, okay, so they had a meeting with no notes. So no one took any notes. And Miss Love said, well, whatever notes I got, the defense can't have my notes. And the judge said, if your notes have exculpatory information or Brady, then you have to give it over. The state playing dirty. The state always playing dirty. All right. The state represented to the court that it has fulfilled all its Brady obligations. The court will address remedial Brady action later in this order. Okay, that's claim 1. This is crazy, man. Claim 2, prosecutorial failure to follow court orders, making of specious allegations against defense counsel and counsel for a witness, and lack of candor to the court. That's something that Judge Whitaker talked about lack of candor to the court. When Attorney Love tried to submit that artificial intelligent field motion or response with the wrong case laws in it and all kind of craziness, right? Okay. Any past failure of the prosecutors to follow orders of the court is a matter of record. Aside from the broad assertion of a denial of defense rights to due process and fair trial, no specifics establishing this assertion and no claim of resulting legal error is alleged. Any potential error stemming from prosecutorial failure to follow court orders may be addressed on motion for new trial and or direct appeal, assuming any conviction. Any specious allegations against defense counsel, counsel for a witness, or lack of candor with the court is, at minimum, extremely unfortunate. What? At minimum, it's extremely unfortunate. Any allegations, specious allegations against defense or the counsel for a witness or lack of candor with the court is at minimum extremely unfortunate. That's what it is at minimum. These items do not, however, establish a denial of defendant's rights to due process or a fair trial. And the court at present declines to impose the extreme sanction of removal of any offending prosecutor. What? You know what? I can't with this. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? So let me get this straight. They can have an ex parte meeting and say all kind of stuff they want to say about the defense with a judge, with the chief judge, and the chief judge also collabs with that conversation. At bare minimum, that's unfortunate. But it doesn't constitute the fact that the rights to due process or a fair trial is in play, is in play. And the court is going to decline to impose any extreme sanctions or removal of any offending prosecutor. You mean they have evidence of all the stuff the prosecution have done? She's still going to say, you know what? I'm going to decline on imposing extreme sanctions on it. This is crazy, man. Let's look at the footnote because there's a footnote here and a footnote here. Let's look at the footnotes real quick. It says the court reminds all counsel that every Georgia attorney is bound by our rules of professional conduct and owes a duty of candor to the court. These ethical and professional obligations should be scrupulously honored, and prosecutors, above all, should endeavor to comport themselves so as to be above reproach or such matters. So you're not above reproach or such matters. You should conduct yourself as if you are not that. The court understands that it has the authority to sanction counsel for violations of rules of professional conduct that occur during and impact on a case before this court. Well, duh, that's what's happening right now. The court declines that invitation at present. However, any future persistent failure to abide by the rules of professional conduct or lack of candor with the court may trigger the extreme sanction of removal from this case. That should have been done. Oh, look at it. I just mentioned something about June 7th ex parte. Let's see what the second footnote says. The state's June 7, 2024 motion for immunity. Oh, man, whatever. Motion for immunity and compelled testimony of Copeland states, On Thursday, June 6, 2024, after an encounter with defense team members and members of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, Copeland stated to an investigator and to an attorney with the Office of the Fulton County District Attorney that Copeland might attempt to plead the fifth in order to avoid testifying against members of YSL. Motion, even assuming that this is a willful misrepresentation as opposed to an unlawful drafting or a misunderstanding, the gravamen of the representation is that Copeland had indicated he might plead the fifth to avoid testifying in this trial. The sequence of alleged events is not the material aspect of the motion. This is absolutely insane. Wow. Claim number 3. Improper evidentiary rulings by the predecessor judge. This is where we're about to get interesting, I guess. A defendant is entitled to a fair trial, but not a perfect one, for there are no perfect trials. People versus State 295, Georgia 4455 757, blah, 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 blah. We know what that case law is. Evidentiary error, which involves mistakes under Georgia's procedural rules and evidence law rather than any constitutional violation. ID can be addressed in post-trial review. This is what they bank on. They really bank on appellate court. Like, if you notice, a lot of the judges, they always say, well, you know, the appellate courts can review this if I did something wrong, but blah, 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 whatever, right? Because they don't care about the truth. Like Devorah Ann said, they care about the trial. They care about looking a certain way during the trial. And I think that Glanville, he messed up by trying to look like the big bad wolf, the big dog in this trial. And it backfired on him. Because now you look corrupt, big dog. Mistreatment, claim number 4, mistreatment of defendants and their counsel by the predecessor judge. Aside from a blanket assertion, the motion does not detail any alleged mistreatment of defendants. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Okay, they're back.
All right.
They're
The
back.
jurors.
I'm glad
we
they're
were
back because I
treated
can't read that no
notes
more.
that they are not to have or consider, and they have back the notes that the portions of the notes that they can have. So we are ready on that front. And I believe we are ready to get Mr. Copeland back in and pick up with his testimony. So, yeah, we can go ahead and get him on the stand. No, I'm just going to remind him that he is still under oath. Oh, actually, tell them to hold off because get them in. I still have this one page of instructions, so then we'll have him in. Yeah, get them now. Thanks. So we're going to get the jury in. It's honestly fine either way if he's already on the way. He's not. Okay. Thank you. All right, y'all can be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the instructions that I'm about to give you apply to the evidence that has already been admitted during this trial and to all of the evidence yet to be admitted during the remainder of this trial. Count 1 of the indictment charges a conspiracy to violate Georgia's Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, which is sometimes referred to as RICO. At the end of the case, I will give you detailed instructions about what is required to establish a RICO conspiracy violation. And at that time, I will also give you detailed instructions about the other counts in the indictment, as well as other important principles of law. But today, as we resume this trial, I want to give you a brief explanation of some principles to just keep in mind while you listen to the evidence. This is not a substitute for the more detailed instructions that I will give you at the end of the case. Sometimes evidence is admitted for a limited purpose against some defendants, but not others, or for some counts of the indictment, but not others. In this trial, count 1 charges each of the defendants with the crime of conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. Since all of the defendants are charged in count 1, and since each of the other counts charged in this indictment is asserted to be an overt act in furtherance of the alleged RICO Act violation, you may consider all of the evidence that is admitted when you are considering whether the state has proved the RICO conspiracy as to each defendant in count 1. However, generally, when you are considering the remaining counts, you may consider the evidence of that count only against the defendants who are charged in that count. All right, we are going to go ahead and resume with Mr. Copeland's testimony. So let's go ahead and get him in.
Can you imagine Miss Love doing this? Questioning Woody? Oh my God.
All right, Mr. Copeland, I'm going to remind you that you are still under oath. Go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Mr. Copeland, do you know a person by the name of Shell Cal?
I don't recall.
Or say you don't recall if you know someone by the name of Shell Cal?
Sustain.
Do you recall speaking with law enforcement about an individual that you know by the name of Shell Cal?
I don't recall.
I want to go back to December of 2014 and into January of 2015. Were you present at a gambling house in Lakewood when the shooting occurred?
I don't recall.
Let me ask you.
But I don't recall
Also
in the
back
chat.
in 2015, do you remember being at a Cascade skating ring speaking with an individual by the name of Shell Cal?
I don't recall.
With the suit on, dog.
Back in January of 2015, do you recall being at a Club Crucial and getting into a fight with an individual by the name of Shell Cal?
I don't recall nothing that happened years ago.
All right. Do you recall in January of 2015 having to go to the Atlanta Police Department to talk about whether or not you were involved in the murder of an individual by the name of Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Say that again.
Do you recall in January of 2015 having to go to the Atlanta Police Department to speak about your potential involvement in the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I don't recall.
On January 11th, 2015, did you go to the Atlanta Police Department at about 3:00 in the morning?
I don't recall.
Okay. And did you speak with a detective by the name of Detective Thorpe?
I don't recall who I speak with. I don't recall.
And during that interview, did you go down there to speak
Oh,
with
boy.
to speak with him about the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I don't recall who I spoke with.
Okay. And in that same interview, did you speak with him about not just the murder of Donovan Thomas, but events that led up to the murder of Donovan Thomas on June 10th, 2015?
I'm a liar. So you want me to remember something that I done lied about in the past? Like I don't know.
So my question for you is, did you go to the Atlanta Police Department? Is your response you don't recall?
I don't recall.
And during that interview with Detective Thorpe at the Atlanta Police Department, did you provide him your name and your date of birth?
Huh?
When you went to the Atlanta Police Department and met with Detective Thorpe, did you give him your date of birth?
I don't know.
Okay. And is your date of birth July 25th, 1991?
What they got to do with anything? Oh my God. I don't recall my birthday.
What?
Is your date of birth July 25th, 1991?
I think.
Okay. And during this interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you also have a middle name of Xavier?
I don't know what I told. I don't remember what I told him. I'm not trying to say the wrong thing so y'all can lock me back up.
All right. Well, just bear with me. We're going to go through that interview. Okay.
Objection to the commentary.
Now,
Disregard the commentary by the witness.
now, during the interview, did you speak with Detective Thorpe about the issues you had with a person by the name of Kel?
I don't recall.
And did you speak with Detective Thorpe about a problem that the two of you all had in the club?
I don't recall.
Okay. And did you tell Detective Thorpe in that same interview that Kel was Nut's little brother?
I don't know if they brothers or not.
Okay. So do you know who Kel is?
No, I don't recall.
Okay.
Oh my
And
God.
when I say Nut, is that Donovan Thomas Jr.?
You asking me that?
I am asking you that.
Say that again.
Sure. Do you know a person that goes by the name of Nut?
I don't recall.
Now, in that same interview,
This is great.
did you tell Detective Thorpe about you and Kel getting into the fight at Club Crucial?
I don't recall nothing from 2015, 14, 16, none of that.
Okay. And during that same interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you and Kel had been in a beef for maybe about no longer than 4 months? And this was back in 2015.
And he's still alive?
My question is, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you, Michelle Kel, at that time in 2015, had a beef and it was probably going on around 4 months at that time?
I tell the detective whatever they want me to say, whatever they want to hear, whatever. So if I said it to him, I said it to him. I don't recall what I said to no police.
Okay. And during that same interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that whenever y'all were in the club, y'all would initially just throw up birds at each other?
Huh?
In this January 11th, 2000 interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that initially, when you and Showkel were in the club, y'all
Put a
never
hun in the
fish
chat.
fought, y'all just would throw up birds at each other?
Huh? Huh?
Like I told you, before y'all called me to trial, I have lied. I made things up. I told you this before y'all brought me in this courtroom. And I'm telling you now, you asked me about 2015. I have got my life together. Y'all trying to put this on my conscience. Y'all trying to put people's life in my hands. I don't lie on people. I don't want to be here. Y'all have pressured me. I'm tired of y'all because y'all know y'all are wrong. Y'all black people doing this to us.
I understand that.
Leave me alone. Let me leave. Man, y'all pissing me off. Listen, I don't recall nothing I said to no police. Stop asking me these questions. I'm telling you, I don't recall.
I understand, but we're gonna have to get through the questions. You can just continue to say you don't recall if that's what it is.
That's what you want me to say?
I want you to
Hang on,
answer the
everybody, for
question.
just a minute. I don't think that you were instructing him how to testify. I hope not, but
I
don't
am not.
instruct him how to testify other than truthfully.
Thank you. And there's
Any
also-
They've been
objection, or was that covered? All right, go ahead.
Oh, let's go.
If you can answer the questions truthfully, and we can move forward. Can we do that?
I don't recall.
All right. Now, going back to 2015,
Let's go.
did you tell Detective Thorpe
Oh my God.
first about a meeting that you had with Shell Cal at the Cascade skating rink?
I don't recall.
Have you ever been to the Cascade skating rink?
I don't recall.
Is the Cascade skating rink in Atlanta?
I don't recall.
Did you tell Detective Thorpe that while at the Cascade skating ring that you met and that you talked to Shell Cal about all the beef that you had with each other?
I don't talk I'm gonna be doing with my gun.
Okay. Back in 2015, did you tell
Slow down, dog.
Detective Thorpe that you had a gun at the Cascade skating ring?
I would never tell the police nothing I did.
Okay. Now, back in 2015, did you meet with
He's a Pete, man.
Atlanta Police Department detectives on at least 5 occasions after the murder of Nutt?
I met with them a lot of times.
Okay. And during each of those times, did you talk to them about what was happening between YSL and IFGANG?
Nah, I was telling them whatever I think that get them out for me.
Okay. Did you go and talk to the police after your car was shot up on the highway?
It's called finessing.
Okay, but did your car get shot up while you were on the highway?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you, your child, and your child's mother get shot at while you were leaving your home?
They got shot at.
Okay, were you with them?
Not my kids and my child, mama.
Were you coming out of the house with you, your child, and your child's mother? Did that occur?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did your girlfriend's father's home get shot up after Donovan Thomas got murdered?
I don't recall.
All right. So going back to January 11th interview with Detective Thorpe, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you and Kel talked about the beef that the two of you had with each other?
Mm-hmm.
I don't recall.
Okay. And during that, when you and Kel spoke, Kel asked you to call Thug on the telephone. It's
Pass a Woody.
It's a what? I'm sorry.
effect on the listening around or not, whether or not he called, but what he did in response to being asked that.
All right. Overruled.
So did you tell Detective Thorpe that when you met with Kel at the Cascade skating ring, he asked you to call Thug?
Okay, so this what happened.
Okay.
The police kept locking me up for whatever they could. Every time I came out the door, the police was on me, and they keep bringing up Thug name. So what I did was to get them off of me. I said, Thug did this, Thug did that, Thug did, because I knew they would never. I knew he didn't do it, and in my mind, I knew that the police would never go mess with him. So it was easy for me to try to throw the blame off on him to get them off of me, and that's what I was doing from all these years. I don't remember what I don't told them in the past, but my whole motive was Thug did it because I knew he didn't do it, and they couldn't lock him up, and they keep talking about Thug, 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 Thug. So guess what I'm gonna tell them? Yeah. What else you want me to tell them? Yeah, he killed this person. Yeah, he did that. That's what I'm gonna do. And that's right now. If I walk out this thing and they say the police stop me now, hey man, give me something about Thug. Shit, I'm about to make something up about him again.
On January 11, 2015, when you went to speak to police, when they called you, did they ask you about Thug or did they ask you about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Did you go down to the police department on your own to tell them that you did not kill Donovan Thomas?
Did I go on my own?
Did you walk into the police department by yourself to tell them on the morning of January 11, 2015, that you did not kill Donovan Thomas?
I don't recall.
Okay, so you don't recall going to the police, or you don't recall why?
I don't recall none of that.
Right.
I just know that every time the police was after me, trying to get me, they kept bringing his name up. And I knew that they had me what I had, so I was like, yeah, whatever y'all want me to say, I would say it. And that's what I told Gaither and Dennis, and that's why they kept coming after me, because they felt like, okay, they can make a case out of him or whatever they trying to do. So they knew that, okay, we gonna get Woody today, he gonna have something to say about Thug, and it's wrong. And y'all are wrong because y'all know that I'm full of shit. And y'all keep trying to drag me in here to bring up bullshit that y'all know I don't say it. Why is y'all doing it? Leave me alone. If y'all gonna charge me for what I don't did the time for the crimes y'all caught me for.
Okay. Would you mind your language while we're sitting here in court?
I'm trying to. You got me. Y'all need to give me a break because my blood pressure is real high. I keep telling y'all, leave me alone.
Okay. And the quicker we get through this, the quicker we can leave you alone. Do you understand?
Okay,
that?
I don't recall.
Okay. Going back to January 11th, 2015.
I don't recall.
Can I finish the
Wait
question?
and listen to the question first.
When you went to the Atlanta Police Department,
I'm definitely clipping this.
Detective Thorpe didn't ask you about Thug. You brought up Thug. Do you recall that?
I did.
You did. Okay. So let's continue. During your meeting with Detective Thorpe, when you went down to the police department, did you tell him about the beef that you were having with Kel, with Shell Kel?
Am I here to tell the truth or to remember my lies?
I want you to tell the truth.
But you keep going to my lies, though.
That's what you, back in 2015, did you tell Detective Thorpe that this was a lie?
I would have told the police whatever. Listen, when they get me, I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna try to tell them whatever I can to finesse my way out of whatever situation that I'm in.
Okay. And it's only now in 2024 that you're saying that everything you said in 2015 is a lie. Is that correct?
Because I went to the feds. Y'all didn't let me out of jail till what, four years later? So if I was telling the truth then, why it took y'all so many years to try to say, okay, he was being honest or whatever the case is? If I was telling the truth, y'all would have made any case back then. Y'all knew I was lying. Y'all put me in jail. I go do my time. I get out of jail, try to get my life together. Y'all trying to drag me back into the lies that I done made. Y'all, what's up?
Can I ask you this? In 2021, when you interviewed with Investigator Viverito after you got out of prison, did you tell her that everything you said back in 2015 was the truth, but we as a state didn't believe you back then?
So my thing is, right? I went to jail. So the lies that I was telling, they didn't go for it. Y'all didn't go for it. Whoever didn't go for it. So I went to jail, did my time for it, right? And then y'all got me again. So guess what they say? Well, we're gonna bring up the name again, and guess what I'm gonna do? Try to finesse my way out of it again because y'all ain't touching for the lies I done told on them in the past. So guess what? It ain't nothing to put the blame on Thug for what I did. And that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna blame him for.
And let me,
I don't recall.
okay, and let me ask you this. You keep talking about Thug, but were you asked about other individuals as well? During all these interviews, were you asked about Shannon?
And I'm gonna put the blame on him.
Okay, were you asked about Demekion Garlington?
I'm gonna put the blame on him.
Were you asked about Quindarius Zachary?
I'm gonna put the blame on everybody but myself.
Okay, and during this time,
Mm.
did all the police, every time you spoke to someone, did they tell you that they are gonna have to verify what you said?
And did they?
Mm.
My
You
question
have
to
one
you,
answer the question that she asked you.
did they tell you that we had to verify everything that you said?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Ooh,
And
this
when
is
they
hot.
told you they had to verify what you said, you continued to talk to the police.
Because with the knowledge that I have, it's nothing to trick the police.
But if they had to verify what you said, they had to make sure that what you said was true. How could you trick the police?
Easy.
Overruled.
He
How could you
basically
trick the
saying they never
police?
verified
Easy.
anything.
How?
I can't tell you that.
Okay. Were you aware that the things that you talked about were verified?
Sustained. All right, we're gonna take a quick break.
Well, they
I'll
got
send you
motions.
to, the
They got
jury for me.
motions.
Thank you.
Oh, let's go, Woody. Let's go, dog. Let's go, Woody. It's a bunch of motions about to be presented. Woo. Oh my goodness. It's about to be Motion City right now. Attorney Love, you ain't got nothing to say. You messed up last week. Last week you totally messed
And
this
I
up.
don't know which, y'all can be seated. I don't know which
I gotta stand
person.
here? I'll go out.
You can go out. Thank you.
You say go out?
Yeah, just stick very close. Ms. Melnick, you're gonna go out there with him. All right, thank you.
He
I
can't
don't know
stand
who
up.
voiced the objection first, but I mean the motion, who said they had a motion first, but go ahead.
Your Honor, the way I wrote down in my notes is that the prosecutor said, not a question, but a statement that the police verified inculpatory information from Mr. Copeland. That is not true, by the way.
At all.
It is questionable whether anything's verified, but obviously jurors make that determination. That is testifying by the prosecution, that is bolstering by the prosecution, that is putting the prosecution's thumb on the scale of the justice, which none of this can be done. This is not the first time that the prosecutors have put themselves in as giving facts before the jury rather than just trying to obtain facts. So I am moving for a mistrial. If your honorable court denies it, I need curative instructions to strike it. And respectfully, if it happens again, it will not be the second time. It's a continuum. So I would ask the court, I know you weren't here, but to keep that in mind as we go forward as well. I'm not moving off my mistrial. I'm just anticipating. No one wants a mistrial. I didn't want a mistrial, but why say that to a witness? So I don't see any good faith in that question.
All right, thank you. Mr. Short.
I adopt everything that my motion is the same. I adopt everything that Mr. Attorney Steele said. I'll also say that in Attorney Hilton's statement that the claims of Mr. Copeland were verified by the police. It's an improper expression of belief by an advocate in front of the jury, and that is improper. And I'll also add, Your Honor, not only do I not believe it to be true, but also there has been absolutely no evidence presented that any of this has been verified.
All right,
So, thank you, Your Honor.
thank you. Response? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, everybody joins. Okay.
Mhm.
When I asked the question, Your Honor, what we will eventually get to with Mr. Copeland, I believe, is that he's the person who told the police initially on the night of the murder about certain facts that were verified. And when I say verified, that we have corroborating evidence to support it. So Mr. Copeland, when he talked to police in June of 2015, he told the police that Mr. Williams rented the car that was used in the murder from,
Can I stop you for just a second?
yes,
It may be that some of the things were verified. It may be you have presented evidence or will present evidence that some of the things were verified. The question that you asked was, did you know that all of the things you told them were verified? So that's the issue.
okay. And I didn't mean all, but some of the things that he told police were corroborated. Maybe my better
Don't
version
think
should
that's
have.
how you said it.
Correct. So it was inartful, but what I was talking about is the things that he told police was corroborated by other evidence. And so
So do you have a response to their motion for mistrial with regard to you having said, did you know that all of the things you told the police were verified?
Your Honor, I would ask that a motion
Look at
for
love.
mistrial not be granted, but that you ask the jury to strike that question, and I can rephrase the question.
All right, you need to be more artful
Yes.
from the get-go with your questioning from here on out, understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, I propose to instruct the jury, remind the jury that nothing that any attorney says in questioning is evidence, and also to strike Ms. Hilton's last question entirely from their minds. Any further curative instructions
Oh, objection.
proposed?
Object to that.
No, Your Honor.
How about from the defense? Talk into your mic if you don't mind for me.
Make sure that after the court gives that instruction, we do not abandon the motions that have been joined in by everybody. So I don't have to get back up and say, that's not good enough.
No.
We don't agree to.
I'm asking you now, and I understand y'all would still prefer a mistrial, short of a mistrial, which I'm denying at this stage. These are the curative instructions I'm proposing. If understanding you'd still rather have the mistrial, is there anything further curatively that you all would like to add?
On behalf of Mr. Stillwell, I have nothing.
All right. All right, nothing from anybody else.
No, Your Honor, just the same thing. The rule is that before the next question is posed, we have to again ask for a mistrial, but you just said that that's preserved, so nothing further.
Understood. All right, thank you. All right, we're ready to get the jury back in and Mr. Copeland back on the
So the
stand.
motion is
We can do that
preserved,
first.
even though she denied it, but she is preserved in case it happens again. Boom. But I doubt that this is gonna be a mistrial at all. That was intense, man. That was really intense right there.
And y'all, one of the jurors needs to be on a quick Zoom at 12:30, so we're going to break for lunch by that time.
I mean, for real, Sheila, you feel me? Got me saying straight at attention. Like, what? You know, that was intense, man. Ooh, man, I'm definitely clipping this. Yep, I'm about to clip my own video. Yes. That was intense, man. You got to be a real bad prosecutor to have a witness on your list that don't like you. Like, you have to be terrible. Oh yes, he looked at Love and Hilton. He still look at them like he don't like them at all. He don't like the state at all. Look at him. He's still looking at Love. Look at him. Boy. Boy, oh boy.
Everybody can be seated. Thank you.
All right, here we go.
Actually, I'm not sure they are. Almost all jurors are present and accounted for. All right, thank you. All right, y'all be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you that nothing that any attorney says in questioning is evidence. And I need you to strike Ms. Hilton's last question entirely from your minds. Go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Going back to this January 11th, 2015 interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that once Thug and Kel had a conversation and you thought everything was squashed between you and Kel back in January of 2015?
What's your question?
Sure. Did you tell Detective Thorpe in the January 11th, 2015 interview that at the Cascade Skating Ring, Kel and Thug had a conversation and you thought your beef with Kel was squashed once you left the Cascade Skating Ring?
My motive was to get the heat off of me. The only way I was gonna get it off of me, what I thought by putting on the, I felt he was rich and the police locked me up and do what they want to do to me because I'm broke and I can't afford to pay for a lawyer. He rich, they're not gonna bother him. So I said, I got it off of me by putting it on him.
How is telling the police that the beef was squashed after a phone conversation puts anything on Thug?
Because I gotta line it up to get it off of me. So you gotta set the pattern.
Okay. Next, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you, on Monday, you all went to Club Crucial on the Monday before Donovan Thomas passed away?
I don't know what you asked.
Okay. Going back to January 11th of 2015, did you speak with Detective Thorpe about going to Club Crucial on the Monday before Donovan Thomas passed away?
I told the detectives, I don't know none by their name, but everyone they talked to me, as long as they sit in front of me, y'all gonna put the blame off on everybody, anybody to convince them to get off of me.
How is going to Club?
I don't remember what I don't told the detectives. I don't have a clue what I don't told them. That's why I can't tell you exactly what I don't told them because I can't remember what I said.
Okay. Did you go to Club Crucial the Monday before Donovan Thomas was killed?
I probably did.
All right. And at Club Crucial, did you get into a fight with Kel?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you tell Detective Thorpe that you got into a fight with Kel at Club Crucial the Monday before Donovan Thomas got killed?
I probably did.
Okay. And did you tell them that was after you were flashing money while you were on the stage?
I probably did. I know. I would Detective Thorpe. His brain was the size of a squirrel brain, so you could just tell him anything. He gonna go for it.
You're right. At this time, the state's going to ask permission to treat Mr. Copeland as a hostile witness under pursuant to 24-6-611, Your Honor.
Granted.
Thank you.
What that mean?
Don't worry about it. That's just for her to understand how she can ask the questions. You just continue to answer them truthfully.
Isn't it true that in this January 11, 2015 interview, that you told Detective Thorpe that at Club Crucial on that Monday before Donovan Thomas was killed, that Kel punched you in the back of your head?
I don't recall what I told the detective.
And is it
Specifically.
I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off.
I don't recall what I told him specifically. However you pronounce it.
Okay. And is it also true that after Kel punched you in the back of the head, then other people came and began jumping on you as well?
They time gonna come.
That's not the question I asked you. Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe during this January 11, 2000 interview that after Kel punched you in your head, that other individuals also began to jump on you as well?
I don't recall what I done told the police.
And also in that same interview, isn't it true that you told Detective Thorpe that after they jumped on you, you ran outside of the club?
To get what?
Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that after they jumped on you, you ran outside of the club?
I ain't doing no running.
Okay. And is it true that after you ran outside of the club, that you told Detective Thorpe?
I ain't doing no running, Ms. Hilt.
Okay. Well, is that what you told Detective Thorpe?
I told you I'd tell him anything.
Okay.
You want the truth though, but I ain't doing no running. I'm gonna make other people run.
All right. And once you went outside of the club, you saw an individual by the name of Bloody J.
Did I do something to him?
Once you went out of the club, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you saw an individual by the name of Bloody J?
I don't recall.
Okay. And when you saw Bloody J outside, you asked them what was up. Like, why did they beat you up?
I don't recall.
Okay. And that one of your friends ended up beating up Bloody J.
I don't recall.
Okay. Then you also told Detective Thorpe that after this incident on Club Crucial, the Monday before Donovan Thomas was killed, you told him about a meeting that you were aware of involving an individual by the name of Mo. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe about this meeting with a person by the name of Mo?
I don't recall.
And that the meeting with Mo was about you and Thug. You and Thug were the topic of discussion at this meeting with this individual named Mo.
Sound like something else I make up.
Okay. And that at the time, Mo is actually in prison.
I don't know who that is.
Okay.
I don't recall.
All right. And that the guy in prison, he's supposed to try to get you and Thug killed.
I don't know about Thug, but I'm still here, ain't it?
That's not my question. Isn't it true that's what you told Detective Thorpe?
Nobody gonna do nothing to me.
So do you not remember telling Detective Thorpe that?
I done told Detective Thorpe anything.
Okay. Also, in that same interview, did you then tell Detective Thorpe that once you found out about this meeting, you reached out to members of If Gang and asked them if they were going to kill you and Thug.
You sound copping deuces?
I'm sorry.
You sound copping deuces?
I asked you, isn't it true that you told Detective Thorpe that after you heard about this meeting about people wanting to kill you and Thug, you text people of If Gang asking them if they wanted to kill you and Thug?
I bet you don't got them text messages. So my answer is, you want me to tell the truth. And the truth is, when I talked to Detective Thorpe, whatever his name is, I told him anything. And I'm telling you today, it was a lie. And today, I'm telling you, I made things up.
Okay.
That is the God honest truth.
So is it your testimony today that that you were not aware of a meeting, that you were the subject, people wanted to kill you?
My answer is, I don't recall nothing. I don't told the detective. So, and I'm telling you, whatever I did tell him, I was making it up. It don't take a rocket science to figure it out.
Right. Did you also tell Detective Thorpe about a shooting at a gambling house in Lakewood?
Huh?
Isn't it true that you also told Detective Thorpe about a shooting at a gambling house in Lakewood?
I probably did, just to try to make my story seem more convincing. I don't recall what I done told them. I don't know.
Okay. And during the course of that shooting at the Lakewood house, Thug's car got shot at.
I don't recall.
Now, did you also speak with, isn't it true that you spoke with Detective Thorpe about the night before Donovan Thomas got murdered?
So it may seem like I'm trying to help Doug out. I'm not trying to help him out. I don't care nothing about him, what he got going on, nothing. I care about the truth. The truth was, I was going through a phase in my life, and I have put all the blame on him. I don't know what he did. I don't know what he got going on. But y'all got me on the stand, and I'm telling the God honest truth. Leave me out of this. I made all these stories up, put the blame on him to get myself out of the situation because the police told me they want a big fish, and I'm a little fish. They ain't who I want. So when they told me that, my only motive was to convince them that I'm telling the truth about this guy right here, and I'm lying.
All right. Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that the night before Donovan Thomas got murdered, you were actually at the studio with Thug?
I doubt it. I don't recall.
Okay. And at the studio that you were at was DJ Drama Studio.
Yeah, I don't recall. I don't know that. I don't recall.
All right. Have you ever been to DJ Drama Studio with Thug?
I don't even know who DJ Drummer is.
Okay. Did you also tell Detective Thorpe that on the morning of Donovan Thompson's murder, you actually went to your girlfriend's house early in the morning, around 5 or 6 o'clock a.m. after you left the studio with?
Can you say it again?
Sure. Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that after you left the studio on Friday night, the night before Donovan Thomas was murdered, you went to your girlfriend's house at about 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, and that would be on Saturday, January 10th?
I don't know. I can't remember what I told it. I don't recall what I told that man.
Okay. And is it true that in that same interview on January 11th, that you told Detective Thorpe that you stayed at your girlfriend's house until about 7 p.m. at night, and that's when you left your girlfriend's home?
I'm single.
Back in 2015, did you have a girlfriend by the name of Deshawn Quarterman?
You didn't have to say her name like that.
Okay. Did you have a girlfriend back in 2015?
My daughter mama, yes.
Okay. And was she your girlfriend in 2015?
She's my daughter mama.
In 2015, was she your girlfriend?
We had a child together in 2015.
And during the same January 11, 2015 interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that when you woke up at her house, that she was not present? She was not there at the house when you woke up?
I don't remember what I told the detective.
Okay. Do you remember her being at the house when you woke up the day that Donovan Thomas was killed?
I don't,
Okay. And when you woke up and she wasn't home, you actually called her to find out where she was. Do you remember did you tell Detective Thorpe that?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that you also called your brother to get his car on the day that Donovan Thomas was killed?
You say, is it true?
Yes.
Nothing I say is true.
Okay. Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that you called your brother to get his vehicle on the night that Donovan Thomas was killed?
You said, did I call my brother to get his vehicle?
Yes.
Can you say that again?
Did you tell Detective Thorpe that on the day that Donovan Thomas was killed, you got your brother's vehicle so that you could borrow his car?
Yeah, that was another lie.
Okay. So you never borrowed your brother's car?
No, that was my car.
Did you tell Detective Thorpe?
I don't recall telling Detective Thorpe. No, I mean, like, my brother never let me drive his car.
Okay. Is it true that your brother lived in the same neighborhood as your girlfriend back in 2015?
I don't recall.
Okay. And that on the same January 10th, 2015 date, you actually left your girlfriend's house and went to your brother's house to change clothes and to get his car so you can use it?
I don't recall.
Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that after you got the car from your brother, you actually drove over to Mechanicsville?
I don't recall.
And it's also true that after you drove over to Mechanicsville, or when you drove over to Mechanicsville, you went to the green store?
I don't recall.
And is it true that when you were at the green store, someone gave you some peroxide to put on your mouth because you had a cut on your mouth?
Huh?
Back in January 2015.
No, I'm saying, I don't recall. You don't gotta re-ask it again. I don't know nothing about none of that you talking about.
Okay. And while you were in Mechanicsville, you got a call from Little D from Mechanicsville that he was on Cleveland Avenue. Do you recall telling the?
I don't recall.
Okay. And once you got the call from Little D, you actually drove over to Cleveland Avenue and met Little D at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue.
Yep. I don't recall.
And is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that when you got to the McDonald's at Cleveland Avenue, Little D got into the car with you and just told you that Nut just got killed, bro?
Detective Thorpe is a person that you can just tell anything to. And that's what I did. I do not recall what I said to that man.
Okay. Is it true that you then told?
All right. Okay, can you be a little more specific in your questioning as to which statement it is?
Sure. In the same January 11, 2015 interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you met Little D at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue?
I don't recall.
Okay. And in that same interview, when you met with Little D, he told you that Nut just got killed, bro?
I don't recall.
And you responded, really, bro?
I don't recall.
And then you asked him what happened.
I don't even know what happened.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you asked him what happened?
I don't recall.
And the first thing you told Little D was, damn, they gonna say that I did it, bro.
Huh?
Isn't it true that you told Detective Thorpe in this January 11th interview that after Little D told you that Nut got killed, you said to Little D, damn, they gonna say I did it, bro.
Okay,
Okay, isn't it true you told Detective Thorpe that?
I don't recall.
All right. And he responded to you, shit, before I know you ain't do it.
Who responded to me?
Little D, that's what Little D said to you.
He said what?
Shit, but I know you ain't do it.
That what he said?
That's what you said to Detective
Oh,
Thorpe.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't recall.
Then is it true that you also told Detective Thorpe that as you were leaving the McDonald's, Moontook called you?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you don't recall Moontook called you that night? Okay.
I don't know.
All right. And that Moontook called you on FaceTime.
I don't recall.
And Moontook, for the record, is MOONKTOONK. And is it true that when Moontook called you, you told Detective Thorpe that you told Detective Thorpe that they think that you and Moontook killed Nut?
I don't recall.
And at that time, Detective Thorpe asked you for a number for Moontook.
He did?
Do you remember him asking you for a phone number for Moontook?
I don't recall. I don't remember what we talked about in the interview.
Okay. And also during that interview, you told Detective Thorpe that Moontook actually FaceTimed you.
Told you could tell the Thorpe anything, he'll go for it.
And in that same interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that initially you didn't want to come to police headquarters, but you talked to people and asked them whether or not you should come down to the police headquarters?
Can't nobody give me, I would not listen to nobody, not even you.
Okay. Isn't it true that you told Detective Thorpe? So at first I asked like, hey bro, they saying I did it. I need to go to headquarters. And he's like, nah, we need them to call you. And I told everybody I didn't have nothing to do with it. So I called, I was trying to get the best advice I can. Then the next they were like, oh, I called my girl's mama. I was talking to her before they shot her house up. Me and her was talking on the phone.
You put me here to tell the truth. The truth is I made it up. I'm gonna have to keep telling you this. So the police can't get me. Man, we got you. You put a gun out on us, man. Just give us your boy Thug. What y'all want me to say?
On January 11th, did you pull the gun out on anybody? On January 11th, 2015, did you pull the gun out on anybody?
I ain't did nothing.
Okay, so you went down to the police department on your own, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay, and when you went to the police, that was to clear your name that you did not kill Nut, correct?
I think that was the motive.
Okay, so you went down on your own to tell them about whatever you knew about Nut, correct?
Say that again?
You went to police headquarters on your own to tell them whatever you knew about Nut, correct?
It's a trick question.
No, it's not a trick question.
Can you ask it again?
Sure. Back in January of 2015, the night that Nut was murdered, you went to Atlanta Police Department, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. And when you went down there, that was to clear your name that you did not kill Nut, correct?
You gonna lock me up?
Did you get locked up on January 11th, 2015?
I'm saying if I get my answer now.
did you go to clear your name about killing Donovan Thomas?
I don't recall.
In that same interview, you were asked who dropped you off to the police department. And you told them it was Multo who dropped you off to the police department. Is that correct?
I thought you said Moonton called me.
After Multo called you, did you meet up with Multo?
I don't recall. So much happened that night. I don't know.
What do you remember happening that night, Mr. Copeland?
Shit, I don't know. I ain't telling myself.
All right. And back in 2015, isn't it true that Multo was driving a blue or gray Malibu vehicle?
Ask him.
I'm asking you.
I don't recall.
In the same January 11th interview, did you also tell Detective Thorpe that the only person that you had beef with from If Gang was Kel?
I don't recall. What I told the detective. But you asking me for the truth. I keep telling you, I would tell detectives whatever they wanted to hear or whatever they wanted me to say to get out of my situation.
Now, during this interview with the January 11th interview with Detective Thorpe, did you talk about the gang that Kel was involved in?
I gotta tell you about something I don't recall.
Okay. Did you tell Detective Thorpe that Kel was a part of 9 Deuce Inglewood ABG gang?
I don't recall.
Did you also tell Detective Thorpe that that was the same gang that Bloody J was a part of?
I don't recall. I thought I was here to tell the truth.
Okay. And what's your new version? What's your truth today?
That I lied.
And that you lied about everything back in 2015?
My truth today is I lied and put the blame on others for a lot of activities. I ain't telling on myself. I ain't got nothing else to say. I don't recall.
Okay. Now, did you also talk to Detective Thorpe about you at one time being cool with Bloody J or being friends with Bloody J?
I don't recall what I told detective, investigator, what deputy, whatever you want to call them.
Okay. And then you stopped being cool with Bloody J and ABG once you started hanging around Thug.
I don't hang around other people.
Okay. Isn't that true that you told Detective Thorpe in this January 11, 2015, that when Thug started letting me hang around him, that's when you were no longer cool?
I'm from Mechanicsville. I do what I want to do.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
I'm asking you what you told Detective Thorpe.
I tell Detective Thorpe anything to get him off of me. Y'all believe me so much. Why? Never mind, man. Look.
After Donovan Thomas was killed, did Deshaun's mom's house get shot up?
You said did her mommy house get shot up?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you recall telling Detective Thorpe about the fact that her mother's house got shot up after Donovan Thomas was killed?
I don't remember if I said it to him, but I know her mama's house did get shot up. So I don't know what I told him.
So if you told him that her house did get shot up, that would have been the truth and not a lie, correct?
Look, y'all had 50 police investigators questioning me different times. I don't remember, because I know y'all trying to trick me to get me back in jail. I don't know if it was Detective Thorpe, Gaten, Dennis, or whoever other police is here. What I don't lie and told them. But every time that they came and told me, I sat in front of them and gave them whatever I wanted to tell them. And if it was the truth, it would not take no 10 years later for them to try to go do anything about it or to go back and use it. I'm telling you today, I told you before y'all put me in this courtroom that I lied. I don't want to be here. I'm not scared of nobody. I'm not in here trying to work in nobody's favor. Y'all is not fit to put it on my conscience that I don't sat up here and lied on these boys for stuff that I don't did. Not what I did, but for stuff that I'm not fit to sit up here and lie on them. And no, I don't care. Stop asking me questions. I'm not fit to lie on them.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Copeland, listen to the question that Ms. Hilton just asked you and see if you can answer that question. Just pay attention to what she's actually asking you and answer that.
Yes, ma'am.
So my question was, on January 11th, 2015, you told Detective Thorpe about Deshaun's mother's house being shot up, correct?
I told it to a police. I don't know which one to be specific.
And that was not a lie, correct?
Her house was been shut up.
Okay, so that wasn't a lie when you told Detective Thorpe that, correct?
I don't know if it was him I told it to.
I don't think we've gotten a clear answer yet. Overruled.
So that wasn't a lie though, correct? If you told any police, whether you remember being Detective Thorpe or Gaither, was that a lie?
Did her house was shut up?
Yes.
Man,
So was that a lie?
what you mean?
You just said
So
everything-
when you finessing the police, this how you finesse the police. You take a little bit of the truth and you take the bullshit and you put it together.
Okay. So
that's how I outsmarted Detective Thorpe and Gaither and everybody else. Take this right here, because I know they didn't know this, and put it with this over here.
And during all of your interviews, did they tell you we're going to have to corroborate what you said?
And if you take all of my interviews and put them together, let's see what you come up with.
Okay. But did they tell you that? Did they tell you they were going to corroborate everything that you said?
Overruled.
Did the detectives tell you that they would have to corroborate everything that you said?
I can't tell you. Y'all had so many police talking to me. I don't know. I can't say what they done told me.
Did Gaither tell you on multiple occasions, I'm going to have to verify what you're telling me? I just can't take your word for true. I have to verify what you're telling me.
I don't know nothing about all that. I don't recall.
You don't recall that? Let me ask you this. Do you recall talking to Detective Gaither while you were locked, after you got locked up in June of 2015, calling her on her cell phone while you were in jail?
I don't know. I don't recall.
All right. And do you recall asking her, what's going to happen to me? Am I going to be able to get out? And she kept telling you, we got to verify what you told us.
And did I get up?
I'm asking you a question. Did she tell you,
listen,
we had to answer my question?
I'm about to, you want at me? If I call Detective Gaither and she said she had to verify anything I said in 2015. In 2015, y'all locked me up every month. Y'all locked me up February, I got out March. Y'all locked me back up March, I got out April. Y'all locked me back up June, I didn't get out to 2019. So if she verified anything I said, there were 4 years that and some change. I did 51 months in the federal prison. Nothing been verified that I said, or whatever the case is. I haven't heard anything from Detective Gateman, but it's nothing to spin the police.
So my question to you was, did Detective Gaither tell you that she had to verify what you said?
I don't recall.
All right. Now, going back to the January 11, 2015 interview, do you recall Detective Thorpe asking you about whether or not you ever rented or owned an Infinity vehicle?
I don't recall.
And earlier you said that your brother never gave you a car or let you borrow his car. Did you remember saying that?
I bought my own car.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that your brother let you borrow his white Dodge Charger?
I tell Detective Thorpe anything.
And matter of fact, is that the same white Dodge Charger that members of If Gang shot at while you were on the highway back in late January of 2015?
Well, I don't know. I don't recall.
Okay. And matter of fact, you told your brother to make the police report because it was his vehicle that you were driving when members of If Gang tried to shoot at you on the highway.
I don't recall.
And during the course of this January 11th interview, isn't it true that you talked to Detective Thorpe multiple times about all the incidents that occurred in the weeks leading up to Donovan Thomas getting killed?
I better have a different story every time.
Okay. Specifically, you told him a couple times about the incident at the Cascade skating ring. Isn't that true?
I don't recall.
Okay. And that's
Specifically what I said. I know if you take any time I talk to the Detective Thorpe, I bet you ain't none of my stories gonna be the same.
Okay. Well, isn't it true that in January of 2015, when you first talked to the police about what happened with Donovan Thomas, you were actually trying to protect your friends and you didn't want to give them all the information back in January of 2015?
I'm just trying to protect myself.
Okay. But then
I got a family to protect.
Okay. But by June of 2015, you finally disclosed everything that you knew about what happened the night of Donovan Thomas's murder and everything that happened leading up to Donovan Thomas's murder.
No, sir, what y'all did was y'all kept locking me up and putting me in isolation, putting me in protected custody at the Fulton County Jail, where people putting feces all on the wall, locking me in the room, keeping me in there 23 hours a day, fucking up my mental, and keep dragging me back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, trying to make, man, listen, man,
So I ask you my question again. Isn't it true that in January of 2015, you were trying to protect your friends, so you didn't give the police a lot of details about what happened the night of Donovan Thomas's murder?
I can't, can you ask that again?
Sure. Isn't it true that in January 2015, when you first spoke to Detective Thorpe, you did not give him a lot of details about what happened the night of Donovan Thomas's murder because you were trying to protect your friends?
No, I just had enough time to protect myself by getting my story together. Like, I'm only thinking about protecting myself. Why would I try to protect some people and then wait down the line and give them up? They don't make sense to me.
Because isn't it true that in June of 2015, you thought that Thug was trying to kill you?
That's if I thought Thug was trying to kill me, I'm trying to get him.
Okay. In June of 2015, did you think Thug was trying to kill you?
That's what I told the investigators.
Isn't that true?
I don't recall. I don't recall.
Okay. And also in June of 2015, were you involved in a number of retaliatory shootings because of Donovan Thomas being killed?
Huh?
By the time we get to June of 2015, were you the victim of a number of retaliatory shootings because people thought you killed Donovan Thomas Jr.?
calls for speculation.
Well, as to the compound question, you can try to ask it more simply. She's asked, I'm going to overrule with regard to speculation because she's asking about his own mind.
So in June of 2015, were you the victim of a number of retaliatory shootings?
Well, y'all locked me up in
Well,
February. I got out March. Y'all locked me back up again March. I got out April. And then the feds came kicked in my door June. So I basically was in jail most of the time. So I don't recall being a victim of a lot of shootings.
Okay. By the time June 2015, we already talked about your girlfriend's mother's house was shot up, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You were shot at while driving on the highway, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. You, your child, and your child's mother was shot out while you were leaving the home, your home, correct? You also had,
I was shooting back.
we're going to get to the fact that you
Okay.
shot back.
Yeah.
You also had another shooting at another family member's house. Is that correct?
Was it?
I'm asking you.
I don't recall.
Okay. So by the time you speak to the police in June of 2015, you or your family were the victim of a number of different retaliatory shootings.
I guess. I don't.
And that was all as a result of people thinking that you killed Nut, correct?
right now, Ms. Hilton, that is speculation. Okay.
Was it your belief that it was because people thought you killed Nut?
They didn't think.
When you said they didn't think, what do you mean?
I don't recall.
Wow. Thank you, Washita Miles, for becoming a new subscriber. I appreciate you. Wow. He said they didn't think. Ooh. Is that an implication that they knew?
Now, in that same January 11, 2015 interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you were in a gang?
True.
Huh?
In the same January 11, 2015 interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you were in a gang?
I don't recall.
Okay. And did you tell Detective Thorpe that some of the beef that you were having with Kel is because you were not down with ABG anymore?
I'm from Mechanicsville. We never liked them.
Okay. I'm asking, did you tell Detective Thorpe that the reason this beef is because you were no longer down with ABG anymore?
I'm from Mechanicsville. My neighborhood is known for killing them.
That's not my question.
I would never be part of their gang.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe or Detective Thorpe asking you, okay, so you left ABG, and your response to that question, yes, but that was in about 2013. I went to jail in 2013 or 12. I went to jail in 2012. I did a year. But when I went to jail in 2012, I didn't get down with the gang no more. I told him I wasn't in it. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that?
Being questioned by the police, the main goal is to be a victim. And that's what my motive, to play a victim. So if Detective Thorpe asks me any question, I'm gonna play a victim. So I'm gonna say whatever that come to my mind to make myself look innocent and to be a victim.
Okay. And then you also told Detective Thorpe that when you got out in 2013, you just stopped going around and you just wasn't claiming it anymore. Did you recall telling him that?
Can you say that again?
Sure. You also told Detective Thorpe that once you got out of jail in 2013, you just stopped going around and that you weren't claiming it anymore.
I don't run behind nobody.
Okay. And then did you also tell Detective Thorpe, so now they think I'm with Thug, I'm claiming YSL?
Again, I'm talking to Detective Thorpe. So if I did say that.
Okay. And as you said, that is about, so because you rap, I'm going to get some money, but I'm going to claim YSL.
Can you say that again?
Sure. You told him, so now they think I'm with Thug, I'm claiming YSL. it's about rap, so I'm going to get some money, but I'm claiming YSL.
I don't know what you're saying.
Okay. Now, you keep saying that you told Detective Thorpe whatever it is that you wanted to say,
Disregard.
that you were finessing him. Correct. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe, I'm not trying to go to jail. I'm not trying to do any of that. I don't want none of this. Me and Nut ain't never had a problem.
And I still ain't trying to go to jail.
Okay. So why would you be lying to Detective Thorpe if you did not want to go to jail?
You already said why.
Why would I be lying to him if I didn't want to go to jail?
Correct.
What you mean?
Like you keep saying that you were just
What you
lying.
mean?
Why would you lie versus just telling him the truth?
That's how I was raised. I was raised up to lie to the police. I was at an early age, I was taught to lie to the police.
But if you're trying not to go to jail, why would you lie to the police versus telling them the truth?
You trying to trick me?
I'm asking you a question.
I'm not gonna confess.
Confess to what?
Nothing.
When you went in on January 11th, were you there only to talk about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I don't know what I'll be. All I know is if you give me an opportunity to talk my way out of the situation, I'm about to talk my way up out of the situation.
Okay. During the course of your interview, were you asked about what your Instagram page was back in 2015?
I don't recall.
Okay. And back in 2015, is it true that your Instagram page was Woody372?
I don't recall. I had a lot of Instagram, so I don't know.
Okay. Is it true that's what you told Detective Thorpe that your Instagram name was?
I tell Detective Thorpe anything.
Do you also recall telling Detective Thorpe that because people thought you killed Nut, that you were getting a lot of threats on your social media page?
I think I was throwing people back.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you were getting threats on your social media page?
I don't know. I don't, Detective Thorpe talked to me, and I can't remember what I said to him because I was making it up. And you asking me right now, and I'm telling you to your face. Can you look me in my eyes? I'm telling you to your face, I made it up.
Okay. Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that someone posted on your page, I'm going to die tonight, but then she deleted the comment, but you screenshotted it?
I'm still here, ain't it?
Okay. Is that what you told Detective Thorpe?
I don't recall what I told Detective Thorpe.
And you actually showed him the screenshot on your phone.
I told you,
What
play
she
a
said.
victim. That's the key.
She running out of questions.
Do you recall how many people back in January 2015 that you asked whether or not you should go down and talk to the police that night of Donovan Thompson's murder?
I never take people's advice.
Okay. Do you recall, or is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that you spoke to Deshaun's dad about whether or not you should go down and talk to the police?
I never had Deshaun's dad number that I recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe, that's what me and her daddy talked about? I'm like, okay, I'm ready to go down, but I told him, he's like, nah, because they might find out what happened. You know what I'm saying? And then you ain't got nothing to do with it. So just wait until they come and talk to you. Don't go down and talk to them.
So I was raised up that if when nobody with you, they don't need to know. So I ain't on all that what you talking about. It was a lie what I told Investigator Thorpe. It's something that I came up out top. I was making it up. That's why I can't remember what I said to him. You want me to say something that I didn't say so you can put me back in jail?
Okay.
I don't recall what I said. I don't.
Did you kill Donovan Thomas, Mr.
Huh?
Copeland? Did you kill Donovan Thomas, Mr. Copeland?
Huh?
Did you kill Donovan Thomas? You shaking your head? Is that a no?
No.
Okay, then. And is that what you went down there to tell Detective Thorpe back on January 11, 2015?
I don't recall.
What?
Is that what you went down there to tell Detective Thorpe, that you did not kill Donovan Thomas?
I don't understand. I don't know if this is a trick question.
When you went down there, did you go down there to tell Detective Thorpe where you were the entire day and that you did not kill Donovan Thomas?
Melvin, can I answer that?
Yeah, you need to answer that.
I don't know how to answer
You're-
that.
Do you need to talk to Mr. Melnick?
No, I don't know if it's a trick question that she asked me.
All right.
I
you know
don't-
what?
I'm not
Hang on,
understanding.
hang on. Let's break. We're gonna need to break in just a few minutes. Anyway, so let's break now. If you need to talk to Mr. Melnick in the interim, you can do that. And then we'll come back after lunch and you can answer that question if, depending upon what you and Mr. Melnick decide. All right, well, that is true. I will sustain that objection. So Ms. Hilton during the break formulated into something that is not a compound question.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So let's break until will 1:30 be enough time for everybody? All right, we'll see everybody back in your seats, ready to go at 1:30.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. There's a lot going on today. It's a lot going on today. Exactly. That is definitely a trick question. He's about to talk to Melnick about it. He's about to talk to Melnick. See, this is
Before
the
we break
issue.
for lunch. Okay, let's all of us be back at 1:25, just in case y'all think of something you want to tell me, okay? See you then.
Judge, I gotta say that.
Yeah, this is okay. So with Woody on the stand testifying, he has the right to consult his lawyer while he's testifying. So Melnick is there, but Melnick cannot interject while he's being asked questions. So again, we got to understand too, like, I know we all emotionally and driven by this a little bit, but we got to understand though that there is some law that has to be enforced and taking place. So he can't just bust out and be like, yo, don't answer that. He can't just do that. So Woody did a good thing by saying Melnick can answer that, and then that way the judge can say, oh, if you need to talk to your lawyer, go ahead. So that's actually good that he said that. I would have been said it though. I would have been said I need to talk to my lawyer though for a long time ago. But what yes, he's in the courtroom. He's in the courtroom. Melnick is there. Yep, Melnick is there. So that is a trick question. I'm gonna go to this comment right here. Trick question. She said she will lock him up if he admitted to unaliving nut. That is a true fact. Now, this is where the judge comes in, and this is where the judge needs to be reminded of the transcript in the ex parte meeting. Literally in the ex parte meeting, Hilton says, if you admit to killing Nut, then I will impeach you. So he already stated off the record. Remember Caleb Bumpus's testimony that off the record, He said he knew something about the Infinity and he knew about somebody that's an unalive nut, but they not in the courtroom. Excuse me. We have Antonio Sledge coming up, who's been coerced. We found that out. Been coerced with a plea deal to testify. So that is a trick question for sure. And that's the reason why he kept saying, huh? What? Huh? And I don't think a lot of people peeping. I think a lot of people are being entertained by his I don't recall and his huns and his what you means. But the truth of the matter is he did a good thing by acting like, what? That's why he says this is a trick question, because he know in that ex parte meeting, she said, if you admit to that, then I'm going to impeach you, and then you'll be locked up for that. You'll be locked up because you'll be perjury. So again, this is why derivative immunity sucks, because it doesn't do anything. It really doesn't do anything. It protects you to an extent. It's a limited protection on your testimony, but it really doesn't do anything to actually grant you anything to be immune to. You know what I'm saying? So the whole thing with this is absolutely just backwards. And so she's asking questions in different forms and she's disregarding his answers. So that's her way of, I guess this is her way of treating him as a hostile witness or whatever, because she's basically saying she disregarding his answers and basically just going on with her questions as if she has evidence or as if she knows the truth. And she's doing it as if he's lying. So the fact that she even asked that, that should be stricken from the record, because she stated in the ex parte meeting that she would try to impeach him and put him in jail if he's admitted to it. So, and it was compound that you went to the police to tell them that you did not kill Donovan Thomas or did not unalive Donovan Thomas, and that's the reason why you went there. So did you actually unalive Donovan Thomas? You're asking compound questions. You can't do that. And that's number one. And then it's a trick question, because in that ex parte meeting transcript, you definitely said that you was going to impeach him. So, but what do you all think about his testimony so far? I just, the fact that a person would say, I'm just going to do whatever I can to protect myself, even when she said something about his friends, like, you know, I'm gonna protect myself first. You know what I'm saying? So that lets you know what type of time that Woody is on. And again, you know, this particular type of testimony right here, where's the credibility? Where is where's the evidence of anything going anywhere? You know, we do know that he doesn't really care for Detective Thorpe in particular, because he tells him anything, according to what Woody just explained. He tells him anything, and Thorpe will go for it. And it seems like, based on Woody's testimony, that Thorpe is the type of detective that as long as he just get whatever, he'll try to convict whoever. Like, it doesn't seem like Thorpe really wants to get the truth. He just wants to get like a name. He just want to get thug. He just want to, you know what I'm saying? Like, we got to get this big fish, you know, like, okay, well, this little fish is about to confuse you because I'm gonna tell you whatever you want to be told, but I'm not going to admit to anything that I'm doing either. You know what I'm saying? So I'm telling lies to protect myself, you know. And so this is something interesting. Let's go back for a minute though, because something else was interesting about the renewed motion for mistrial that was overruled. And the certificate of immediate review that was denied. You know, I don't understand that. I don't understand that at all. I don't understand that at all. Let me go to the comments real quick. We'll talk about that in a minute. Thorpe, Gaither, and Dennis all wanted an indictment against Jeffrey. That's it. That's all it was. It was all about getting Young Thug, you know, corroborating a story to make him look like the leader of a gang and the conspiracy to commit RICO. this looks more like a murder trial than a RICO trial. Exactly. And that's what I keep saying. I think that, again, the state has made a mistake, excuse me, by calling this RICO. Gotta forgive me. I made myself a BOT while Woody was testifying. Um, that's the thing. This is not, you gotta give evidence to RICO. And another thing too, she kept asking when she made that statement about verification of what Woody said. There has been no verification of what he said. As a matter of fact, there is no evidence that what Woody has said to the police actually checked out. Some of the things that the police knows, they know because of the fact of a police call has been made. Somebody shot up my house. Okay, the house belongs to his child's mother's mother house, or whatever the case may be. I mean, that's pure off of phone calls or 911 calls, or that's just off the fact that you were following the case to an extent. But to verify what Woody said to the police about Young Thug, they have not done that. They have not done that at all. They have not done that at all. And this reminds me of how they do what they do is they try to go after small little fish, if you will. They go after the little fish to get to the big fish, sort of the same way as they did in the American Gangster, the movie. You know what I'm saying? Where they go after people who use blue magic, people who have a connection with someone with blue magic, and then they're like, oh, okay, you got this blue magic from this laundromat, and you got it from this business, and you got it from that. That's RICO. No, that's racketeering. Actually, that's money laundering. That's taking dirty money and trying to clean it up to make it look like a legit business. That's what that is. This is the conspiracy to do that. Where is that conspiracy? You have to prove conspiracy, first of all, if you're going to say that about RICO, because conspiracy is a part of RICO. Secondly, you have to prove that the conspiracy is a knowing conspiracy amongst the parties involved. So, the fact that they don't really have anything in particular when it comes to that is very, 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 very telling. I wrote a few things down about Woody stating that he lied on Thug because he was the big fish and that the police wanted Thug. Woody also stated that he lied to Detective Thorpe and said whatever he needed to say to get out of his own situations. Again, the trick question about him killing Donovan Thomas, and again, the demeanor and the attitude that Woody has, you can tell that he does not want to be there. He's very uncomfortable with everything, and he's tired of everything. Would you all consider Woody to be a credible witness? Of course not. There's no way in the world Woody's a credible witness. Is he a credible person? Of course not. Woody is not a credible person either. Okay. I mean, let's just be clear here. All right. Let's not get so blinded to the point where we don't know that he is who he is. But he makes no mistake about who he is. He makes no qualms about who he is. So I can appreciate the upfront fact that he's going to say, hey, I'm going to say whatever BS I need to say in order to do whatever I need to do. So that way, I can, get out of the situation. You know what I'm saying? So, that is very, very, very interesting to say the least. But I want us to go back to a part of his testimony earlier when he talked about the state, the prosecution. I want to go back to that real quick because some of us may not have been here earlier, and I'm going to go to the part where the jury comes in and Kenneth Copeland is finally taking the stand, and he starts talking about the pressure that the state is putting on him. All right, the pressure that the state is putting on him. I think it's very, very interesting. Very interesting. I just want to us to listen to this again. Because I think it's very, very important. Let's watch this again for a minute, because the way that the state is carrying on with this case is like, it's like they're using the corruption, they're trying to fight the fire with fire, and they're the ones getting burned up at this point. And so that's why she asked to treat the witness as hostile. Now remember, and just to be clear, Woody was testifying the same way under Glanville. She never asked Glanville to treat the witness as hostile. Why not? Why not? How come Ms. Hilton never asked Glanville to treat the witness as hostile? Can anybody tell me? I know there's a few people dropping off a little bit. I know we on break, but anybody tell me? Can anybody tell me why they think Hilton never asked Glanville, can I treat the witness as hostile? Because I mentioned it before, and I was like, I wonder why she's not doing that, because he was acting hostile. Let me know. I want to know what you all think. In the meantime, in between time, go ahead and like, comment, share, subscribe to the channel. Again, Sheely is so thoughtful with her words, saying to get all the informative information. Hashtag Big Nation, Biz Nation. I appreciate you for saying that. Not just that, because again, she's asking Judge Whitaker to treat the witness as hostile, but why not Glanville? Glanville was he was doing the same thing under Glanville. Why not ask Glanville? Is because they didn't have to, because he was already coerced and he already had an ex parte on him. Exactly. There was an ex parte already. So you can see the difference even in testimony, how she's super careful, a lot more careful, right? And on top of that, they had an ex parte meeting already, so they knew, they already let Woody know, like, yo, and they was telling him how to testify. Here with this judge, they really got to play it by the book, and no one knew about the ex parte meeting at that time. So now we see the difference when you are forced to do what you're supposed to do, opposed when you have bias on your side in the midst of a trial like this. Very, very big difference. Very big difference. And I didn't see, I mean, she asked to treat the witness as hostile. I didn't see hostility from her, but I did see the fact that she tried to be very, very careful with her words. And she slipped up because she thought she was in Glanville's court. And when the motion for mistrial, again, I think it was like denied, but they preserved it for just in case she does it again, the motion will resume, and then she will consider the motion. But right now, it's not in play, but it's reserved for them. Vanessa, I appreciate you. Fluffy Murray, I appreciate you so much for stopping in. Says, how can Hilton tell Woody he's lying if he says he unalive Nut when she doesn't know who did it? Like Woody said, you don't know what I did or didn't do. Exactly. That's a great point. That's an excellent point. You don't know what I did or didn't do, so you can't tell me that I'm lying about something. You don't have the evidence of anyone doing anything. I do. This is the reason why. Woody said, "Yo, Milton, can I answer that question?" Because remember, Bump is off the record. She was like, Woody already said he knows some information that could exculpate the defendants. It was off the record though. So that's why she said the transcript wasn't complete. Okay, it wasn't complete. That's why she said that. But check it out. He did say this right here. You don't know what I know. You don't know what I know. So that's a great point. Excellent point. Excellent point. They want Yak and Stillwell to take the fall as members of YSL. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That's why they got put up all the video of him being at the gas station and the McDonald's and all this kind of stuff. They want somebody to take this fall, but they wanted to be Young Thug. Excuse me, they have it out for him. I mean, that would be a notch under the DA's belt. One of the most sought after entertainers of all time in the recent hip hop generation is now a RICO leader of a gang and RICO conspiracy. And we did that. We cleaned up the streets, you know. And I know a lot of people from Georgia, a lot of people from Atlanta, Georgia, they say that YSL and it was a terror on the streets. That's what a lot of people may say or have said. I've heard that before, you know. So who knows, right? Who knows? I'm not from Georgia, but I mean, I got family in Georgia, but they don't tell me anything crazy. But let's go ahead and look at Woody's first half of his testimony. Let's rewatch it again because it was very, very interesting. Somewhat of there was a point of passion that he had in his testimony. I want us to look at it real quick. So let's go ahead and check it out again.
Your intention is with regard to whether you are going to testify in this case. You have been granted immunity so that the privilege of self-incrimination is no longer relevant because the state can't use anything that you might say in answer to their questions or any other questions against you.
See, now that's a lie. See, that's a lie. I'm sorry, but that's a lie. Because again, if he says, I unalive Donovan Thomas, Hilton already said, I'm going to use that against you. I'm going to use that against you. See? So that's why they trying to lock me up in jail. They're just trying to lock me up in jail. That's why he keeps saying that.
And you have been instructed with the benefit of counsel as to the consequences if you don't testify. So I'm asking you now what your intention is.
May I speak?
You can answer my question, please. And so you're under subpoena. The state intends to question you. Are you going to answer any of those questions? Are you going to testify in this case?
Well, Your Honor, I've been pressured from the get-go. You know what I mean? Like, even when I went to the meeting with Glanville, I have told him over and over and over and over. You know what I mean? This is on my conscience. I got to keep distracting myself every day because I'm being dragged down into here because of lies that I don't told. I'm tired of y'all bothering me.
Okay, well, I'm sorry that you're tired of being bothered, but you're under subpoena. It's a valid court order. So your decision at this point is, yes, I will abide by the subpoena and testify, or no, I will not abide by the subpoena and the immunity order, and I will be held in contempt for my refusal and put in jail. So which is your decision?
But I did the time for all my crimes that I was caught for.
Sure, this would not be any kind of punishment for any crimes you may or may not have committed. This would be that you have been ordered by a court to testify.
Judge, be careful. See, again, got to be careful because what she's saying and what the prosecution said in that ex parte meeting are different things. And that's the reason why the prosecutorial misconduct and the motion for a fair and constitutional trial that was done by Max Sharp should have been granted. It should have been granted. You cannot tell me that a prosecutor for over 15, 16, 17 years, who is the chief deputy district attorney, doesn't know what prosecutorial conduct is, doesn't know that withholding evidence with potential Brady is a violation. You mean to tell me they don't know that and you granted them Brady training? You granted them that? You're coercing a witness in the chambers of the chief judge of Fulton County? You don't think they knew what they were doing? They knew exactly what they were doing. They continue to do it. Miss Hilton did it almost today. telling him, well, you can say I don't recall. Again, you think you in Glanville's office. No. This is the upsetting part, is that they keep doing this, forcing you to tell. This is what they can do. You have rights until you don't. You're going to find out, I really don't have any rights. That's the reason why rights and privileges don't work. That's the reason why rights and privileges don't work. Enforcing morals and principles and values will work more than rights and privileges. You have the right to attorney, you have this, you have the right to this, right to that, but then they're going to find a loophole in the laws that they create to get you to do what they want you to do. If they can create the law, they can break it. They have loopholes. Same way as the government have loopholes when it comes to tax codes. IRS is a private organization. The IRS is not even a government-owned company. It's a private organization. The U.S. Federal Reserve Bank is a private organization. It's not owned by our government. So you mean to tell me that they could do this? Yes, because they created it. They can do this. They can make you do whatever you want to do. This is the reason why we need to push morals and values. Like I talked about the young lady earlier today, the one that said, oh, these guys stole my money. And they was about to go to jail for robbery. They was about to go to jail for firearms. They ain't do none of that. She participated in the game with them. That's why seeing this disgusts me in a sense of the fact that they try to act like you have rights. You don't. Promise you you don't. Do something one time. You don't. Prosecutors could do all of this. The judge do all of this. Nobody gets penalized for it. Nobody, man. It's crazy. So he still has to testify. Even though this whole thing, even though the coercion and everything, the odor of mendacity has been hella strong. All right? Hella strong. And they will not submit to a mistrial. They will not let this go. Why? Because of one guy, Young Thug. Young Thug. He the ringleader. And we'll take down Woody. We'll take down Stillwell. We'll take down Marquavius Huey, who has a charge against him that he already did time for, and they recharging it because it has something to do with RICO now. One gun. So this whole thing about rights, you think you got rights, get in a situation like this, you will find out you don't have any. You're going to find out. It's going to be your fault. Even if it's their fault, it's going to be your fault. So let's keep going. I don't want to talk too much, but let's keep going.
Is to testify, you're held in contempt. You're saying, I refuse to listen to the court's order and obey it. And it is not a punishment, it is an incentive to have you change your mind and obey the court order. So which is your decision?
Can you explain it to me?
So we talked about it.
It's the same thing that Glanville doing to me?
It is the same order that is still in control. You have a subpoena for your testimony. That is a court order. You also have a court order that says anything that you say can't be used against you, other than if you get on the stand and lie and it amounts to perjury, you can be charged with that or with false statements. But if you refuse to testify altogether, when you're under a court order to do that, then that is considered contempt, because you're saying, I don't care what the court has ordered, I'm not going to do it. And then you'll be put in jail through the end of this trial. Or until you decide, you know what, I think I will testify after all.
So let me, Yana, I'm telling you to your face, you just said that something about it, they can lock me up for lying. I'm telling you to your face, this is all I do. And you're telling me that they can lock me up if I lie. But if I sit here and testify, so the E-way going to jail.
No, not with regard to anything that you might testify to that might otherwise admit to a crime or admit to your involvement in a crime. That's what the immunity order does. And I'm sure Mr. Melnick has explained this to you, and I know I've explained it previously, but none of that is going to result in you being put in jail because they cannot use that evidence against you to prove any of those crimes that you might incriminate yourself about.
So why did Hilton say, if you admit to unaliving Donovan Thomas, I'm going to put you in jail or get you locked up for impeachment, for perjury? Why? If these statements are not going to be against me, then that means I should be able to say whatever it is that I need to say that I think is the truth. Since I was the one there in the first place anyway, you wasn't there. You see what I'm saying? So in 1 minute, in one instance, you're saying nothing's going to be used against you. Everything is going to be okay. You're going to be fine. Just say the truth. Then if I'm telling you, like I said it off the record in the ex parte, and that's, that's what Caleb Bumper said under oath. If I'm telling you that either I unalived them or I know someone who else unalived them that's not in this courtroom, then I should be able to say that without this prosecutor telling me, oh, I'm going to impeach you because you're lying. You don't know that I'm lying. You have to prove. The burden of proof rests on the prosecution. The burden of proof rests on the prosecution. And here come another loophole. If we give you an immunity, a state immunity, a transactional immunity is what it's really called. If I give you a transactional immunity, that's to compel you to testify. If I say I don't want to testify, I want to plead the fifth, well, you can't do that because we gave you transactional immunity. Derivative use is in the same realm. It's in the same vein. We gave you this immunity. When did you give me anything? What do I need immunity for? I haven't done nothing. Immunity is normally for someone who has done something, who does not want to incriminate themselves. So look at that look he got on the face. Look at the look he got. Look at that look. Like y'all know y'all wrong, right? And that's the point. You can't say, Judge, you can't say these are two different things. It's a contradiction. That's why you're like, tell me what's going on. So this is what they do. If you have anything that you have to say, blah, 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 and as long as it's the truth, then this testimony is not going to be used against you. But if you flat out lie or if you plead the fifth, then we're going to go ahead and lock you up. Well, I told you all I do is lie. So now you're trying to prove that my lies were actual lies or the truth. If you're trying to prove that my lies were the truth, then good luck with that. Good luck with that. Because that's not going to, that still does not present evidence to your case. This case is about evidence, man. And the opening statement that Miss Love said after she quoted Richard Kipling, the opening statement that Miss Love said is, you're going to see evidence that proves and shows that the defense did da 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 da. They have not done that part yet. Now, mind you, this is just the prosecution questioning their witness. We haven't even gotten to the cross-examination yet. We haven't even gotten to the cross-examination yet. He said he did all the time he did for the crimes he did before. He got locked up in June. He didn't get out till 2019. What are they trying to do here? They are trying to get him to be the culprit on getting Thug locked up and get rid of him for good. They want the big fish. And the big fish is in the back of the courtroom with a mask on today, alongside his counsel, chilling. Did Thug help Woody? Yes. Everybody knows this. Everybody knows, including Woody. Woody said it on Kayla Bumpers Live. I believe it was her second or third live. Can't remember. I don't recall. But it was on her live where he stated, and I made a video about this, where he stated that Thug has always been good to him. He's a good Thug is a good person towards him. So you want me to do something just to satisfy your agenda. And again, these are all political positions. And I'm telling you, when y'all get a chance, look at this TV show Presumed Innocent. I'm telling you, this show depicts exactly how it goes in the prosecution. It's all political game. It's all political game. Let's continue.
So are you going to testify or not?
Speed up a little bit.
Do you want to talk to Mr. Melnick again? No, okay.
Now that right there, that's when I would have talked to my lawyer right then and there.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, so I'm going to have you step out for just a minute while we get the jury in. Mr. Melnick, if you could step out with him, please. Just so. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Finish with their note.
And I think this is where they took time to do the notes. I'll try to get ahead of this real quick. When they first come in, here we go. All right, I'm gonna slow it back down to normal so we can all hear this
All right,
clearly
Mr.
together.
Strickland, I'm going to remind you that you are still under oath. Go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Mr. Copeland, do you know a person by the name of Shell Cal?
Hold on one second, guys. You said, was that before break? What's that, Abundance? I know there was a break. There was a break that that they just did because the jury had to take out the notes that they had after Judge Glanville had his initial recusal motion against him. They had to remove those notes, and it took about I would say, 25 minutes or so, maybe a half hour, where they took the break so that way all of the jury removed those notes that they had about that particular portion of his testimony. So what they're basically doing is redoing that part of the testimony because Glanville was initially motioned to recuse, and of course he denied his own motion, but that's where we're at with it right here in this particular instance of the testimony. So just to be clear, if that's what the question was about.
I don't recall.
Got you.
Or say you don't recall if you know someone by the name of Shell Cal?
I'm gonna let y'all watch this. I'm gonna be right back, okay?
Do you recall speaking with law enforcement about an individual that you know by the name of Shell Cal?
I don't recall.
I want to go back to December of 2014 and into January of 2015. Were you present at a gambling house in Lakewood when the shooting occurred?
I don't recall.
Let me ask you. Also back in 2015, do you remember being at a Cascade skating ring speaking with an individual by the name of Shell Cal?
I don't recall.
Back in January of 2015, do you recall being at a Club Crucial and getting into a fight with an individual by the name of Shell Cal?
I don't recall nothing that happened years ago.
All right. Do you recall in January of 2015 having to go to the Atlanta Police Department to talk about whether or not you were involved in the murder of an individual by the name of Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Say that again.
Do you recall in January of 2015 having to go to the Atlanta Police Department to speak about your potential involvement in the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I don't recall.
Right. On January 11th, 2015, did you go to the Atlanta Police Department at about 3:00 in the morning?
I don't recall.
Okay. And did you speak with a detective by the name of Detective Thorpe?
I don't recall who I speak with. I don't recall.
And during that interview, did you go down there to speak with him about the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I don't recall who I spoke with.
Okay. And in that same interview, did you speak with him about not just the murder of Donovan Thomas, but events that led up to the murder of Donovan Thomas on June 10th, 2015?
I'm a liar. So you want me to remember something that I done lied about in the past? Like I don't know.
So my question for you is, did you go to the Atlanta Police Department? Is your response you don't recall?
I don't recall.
And during that interview with Detective Thorpe at the Atlanta Police Department, did you provide him your name and your date of birth?
Huh?
When you went to the Atlanta Police Department and met with Detective Thorpe, did you give him your date of birth?
I don't know.
Okay. And is your date of birth July 25th, 1991?
What?
Is your date of birth July 25th, 1991?
I think.
Okay. And during this interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you also have a middle name of Xavier?
I don't know what I told. I don't remember what I told him. I'm not trying to say the wrong thing so y'all can lock me back up.
All right. Well, just bear with me. We're going to go through that interview, okay?
Objection to the commentary.
Now,
Disregard the commentary by the witness.
now, during the interview, did you speak with Detective Thorpe about the issues you had with a person by the name of Kel?
I don't recall.
And did you speak with Detective Thorpe about a problem that the two of you all had in the club?
I don't recall.
Okay. And did you tell Detective Thorpe in that same interview that Kel was Nut's little brother?
I don't know if they brothers or not.
Okay. So do you know who Kel is?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. And
So she asking two different questions in the same way, or asking the same thing in two different ways. Do you have a problem with a person named Kel? So do you know who Shell Kel is? Same, different ways to ask the same thing. It's like, come on.
when I say Nut, is that Donovan Thomas Jr.?
You asking me that?
I am asking you that.
Say that again?
Sure. Do you know a person that goes by the name of Nut?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, in that same interview, did you
She sound
tell
like it.
Detective Thorpe about you and Kel getting into the fight at Club Crucial?
I don't recall nothing from 2015, 14, 16, none of that.
Okay. And during that same interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you and Kel had been in a beef for maybe about no longer than 4 months? And this was back in 2015.
And he's still alive?
My question is, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you, Michelle Kel, at that time in 2015, had a beef and it was probably going on around 4 months at that time?
I tell the detective whatever they want me to say, whatever they want to hear, whatever. So if I said it to him, I said it to him. I don't recall what I said to no police.
Okay. And during that same interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that whenever y'all were in the club, y'all would initially just throw up birds at each other?
Huh?
In this January 11, 2000 interview, did you tell Detective
Oh my
Thorpe
God.
that initially, when you and Show Kel were in the club, y'all never really fist fought, y'all just would throw up birds at each other?
Like I told you, before y'all called me to trial, I have lied. I made things up. I told you this before y'all brought me in this courtroom. And I'm telling you now, you asked me about 2015. I have got my life together. Y'all trying to put this on my conscience. Y'all trying to put people's life in my hands. I don't lie on people. I don't want to be here. Y'all have pressure me. I'm tired of y'all because y'all know y'all are wrong. And y'all black people.
Whoa, man. Look. Y'all. This is where it escalates here. Okay. Because he's pointing at them because he knows that they are so corrupt in that DA office. It ain't even funny. They're like sharks going after chum up in that boy. Look at this again, man.
Y'all trying to put this on my conscience. Y'all trying to put people's life in my hands. I don't lie on people. I don't want to be here. Y'all have pressure me. I'm tired of y'all because y'all know y'all are wrong. And y'all black people doing this to us.
And I understand that.
Leave me alone. Let me leave. Man, y'all pissing me off. Listen, I don't recall nothing I said to no police. Stop asking me these questions. I'm
Okay.
telling you, I don't recall.
I understand, but we're gonna have to get through the questions. You can just continue to say you don't recall if that's what it is.
That's what you want me to say?
See that?
I want you to
Hang on,
answer the
everybody, for
question.
just a minute.
You see that right there? See, this how you know they practice prosecutorial misconduct. They practice it. They practice this. He said, y'all wrong. Look at that. Look at that. Look at this.
And I understand that.
Leave me alone. Let me leave. Man, y'all pissing me off. Listen, I don't recall nothing I said to no police. Stop asking me these questions. I'm
Okay.
telling you, I don't recall.
I understand, but we're gonna have to get through the questions. You can just continue to say you don't recall if that's
You can
what
just
it is.
continue saying I don't. That listen to what she said. You can just continue saying I don't recall. That's the same thing that she said in the ex parte. You're telling him what to say on the stand. Prosecutorial misconduct is right in the judge's face. And what did she do? What did she do? Nothing. Nothing. Right in front of the judge's face. Right in front of the judge's face. On top of this, dog. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I want you to
Hang on,
answer the
everybody, for
question.
just a minute. I don't think that you were instructing him how to testify. I hope not.
Oh,
But
I
don't
am not.
instruct him how to testify other than.
Look at her
truthfully.
face.
Thank you. And
That's
Any
exactly what she was doing, Judge. That's exactly what she was doing, Judge. The mistrial is right in front of her face. This, this judge is slow as a turtle. Is facts. A mistrial just happened. A mistrial legitimately just happened in front of this judge's face. You already had prosecutorial misconduct been happening in front of your face, Judge. Even when y'all was just conversing amongst yourselves with these evidentiary statements and things. What just happened right now? Oh, I'm clipping this for sure. What just happened right now is the fact that you just stated to a witness, telling him how to testify on the stand while he's under oath. Watch this now. Here's the ticker. In front of the jury. In front of the jury. In front of the now. That certificate of immediate review looking mighty slick now. It's looking mighty pretty right now. Okay, I'm about to say looking mighty pretty right now, huh? Weinstein, don't give up on that certificate of immediate review, dog, because I'm telling you, man, another blatant mistrial just happened in their faces, in the faces of the jury, in the face of the judge. And the judge said, you wasn't instructing the witness on how to testify, were you? Yeah, she was. Look at Hilton's face. I want you all to pay attention to Hilton. As the judge says something about instructing the witness to testify. The defense making motions, or they want to make a motion.
I don't think that you were instructing him how to testify. I hope not.
Oh,
But
I
don't
am not.
instruct him how to testify other than truthfully.
Thank you. And that's
Any
all.
other objection, or was that covered? All right, go ahead.
Look at her face. She knows she is wrong. You are cold busted right in front of the judge. You got the unmitigated gall to call yourself an experience. You are the president. This woman right here is the president of the National Black Prosecutors Association. She was just in Boston with Fonnie Willis last week. That's why she wasn't in court. You're the president of the NBPA, National Black Prosecutors Association. You was just in Boston helping Fonnie Willis with an award that she received. And I think she received a award too, or something of that nature. And you mean to tell me you don't know that what you just did was instruct a witness on how to testify on the stand in front of the judge, in front of the jury? Why are we continuously having this trial? That's a mistrial right there. That's a mistrial right there. You best believe if this case reaches the appellate courts before there is some type of case, I don't know what it's going to take at this point to get a mistrial or even case dismissal. But once this case gets to the appellate courts, when they see all of this, man, they're gonna be like, how come the judge did not have a hearing for the mistrial right then and there and make a decision and have this mistrial? This lady here, man, Hilton is, man, she wrong, man. Look at her face again, y'all. She already knew right then and there she was in trouble.
I don't think that you were instructing him how to testify. I
Yep.
hope not.
Oh,
But
I
don't
am not.
instruct him how to testify other than truthfully.
Thank you. And that's
Any
all.
other objection, or was that covered? All right, go ahead.
If you can answer the questions
Mm-mm-mm.
truthfully, and we can move forward. Can we do that?
I don't recall.
All right.
All of this is on the record, by the
Now,
way.
going back to 2015, did you tell Detective Thorpe first about a meeting that you had with Shell Cal at the Cascade skating rink?
I don't recall.
Have you ever been to the Cascade skating rink?
I don't recall.
Is the Cascade skating rink in Atlanta?
I don't recall.
Did you tell Detective Thorpe that while at the Cascade skating rink that you met and that you talked to Shell Cal about all the beef that you had with each other?
I only talking I'm be doing with my gun.
Okay. Back in 2015, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you had a gun at the Cascade skating rink?
I would never tell the police nothing I did.
Okay. Now, back in 2015, did you meet with Atlanta Police Department detectives on at least 5 occasions after the murder of Nutt?
I met with them a lot of times.
Okay. And during each of those times, did you talk to them about what was happening between YSL and IFGANG?
Nah, I was telling them whatever I think that get them out for me.
Okay. Did you go and talk to the police after your car was shot up on the highway?
It's called finessing.
Okay, but did your car get shot up while you were on the highway?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you, your child, and your child's mother get shot at while you were leaving your home?
They got shot at.
Okay, were you with them?
Not my kids and my child mama.
Were you coming out of the house with you, your child, and your child's mother? Did that occur?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did your girlfriend's father's home get shot up after Donovan Thomas got murdered?
I don't recall.
All right. So going back to January 11th interview with Detective Thorpe, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you and Kel talked about the beef that the two of you had with each other?
I don't recall.
Okay. And during that, when you and Kel spoke, Kel asked you to call Thug on the telephone. It's effect on the listener or not?
It's a what? I'm sorry.
Effect on the listener or not? Whether or not he called, but what he did in response to being asked that.
All right. Overruled.
So did you tell Detective Thorpe that when you met with Kel at the Cascade skating rink, he asked you to call Thug?
Okay, so this what happened.
Okay.
The police kept locking me up for whatever they could. Every time I came out the door, the police was on me, and they keep bringing up Thug's name. So what I did was to get them off of me. I said, Thug did this, Thug did that, Thug did, because I knew they would never. I knew he didn't do it, and in my mind, I knew that the police would never go mess with him.
You hear what he said? I know he didn't do it, and I knew that the police would never mess with him because he got money. Wow, man.
So it was easy for me to try to throw the blame off on him to get them off of me, and that's what I was doing from all these years. I don't remember what I don't told them in the past, but my whole motive was Thug did it because I knew he didn't do it, and they couldn't lock him up, and they keep talking about Thug, 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 Thug. So guess what I'm gonna tell them? Yeah. What else you want me to tell them? Yeah, he killed this person. Yeah, he did that. That's what I'm gonna do. And that's right now. If I walk out this thing and they say the police stop me now, hey man, give me something about Thug. Shit, I'm about to make something up about him again.
On January 11, 2015, when you went to speak to the police, when they called you, did they ask you about Thug or did they ask you about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Did you go down to the police department on your own to tell them that you did not kill Donovan Thomas?
Did I go on my own?
Did you walk into the police department by yourself to tell them on the morning of January 11, 2015, that you did not kill Donovan Thomas?
I don't recall.
Okay, so you don't recall going to the police or you don't recall why?
I don't recall none of that.
Right.
I just know that every time the police was after me, trying to get me, they kept bringing his name up.
No,
And I knew
Now, hold on, let's pause. Why is that? Why is that an important question, though? That's actually an important question. Because right now, what she's trying to do is also prove that Woody was an informant. And he cooperated with the police from the very beginning. It had been said, and I don't know if this may be allegedly, but I think this has been proven. It has been said that Woody was an informant for a very long time, and he would give information to the feds. So he did mention the feds on the stand in this particular testimony as well. However, that was an important question, and she was trying to prove right then and there that, okay, you went down there on your own. That's different than you being locked up because they want to ask you a question. That's very different. It's very different. So that's the reason why even Brian Steele mentioned it exactly, that he has been an informant. So that was a very good question to, and I have to give her props on that question, just that one. Okay, now I'm not trust me, I'm not giving her props overall. No, she's a terrible prosecutor. Excuse me, but that was a good question because the jury may not know that. The jury may not know that Woody was an informant, which would change the dynamic of his testimony. So all his I don't recalls and things like that, they probably wouldn't believe it. Because if you're an informant and you just said, "Hey, I did whatever I had to do to get up out of there," that don't. So if you're the jury, does that mean that you was always lying? Of course not. You had to tell some truth as well. You had to give them something. All right. So, and then for you to get immunity, because they didn't give him a plea deal of any kind because he wasn't arrested for anything, but they gave him immunity. It's a trashy immunity, but they gave it to him nonetheless because he was also an informant. So this is the thing. This is the reason why that question, out of all the questions she asked, that's her best question. Did you go down to the police station on your own to prove to them that you did not have anything to do with Donovan Thomas? As a matter of fact, there was also an interrogation video that came out where Woody was talking to, I think, detective. There was two detectives in there, but he had on a cap or whatever, a white t-shirt, and he mentioned something about what's going to go down. What's going to go down, and it's somebody go down. I'm telling you right now, somebody go down. Blah blah blah. I know what it is. So it was that's another way. So an informant, yes, an informant got a trashy immunity deal. Absolutely. That's why Melnick said last week when we went live, Melnick said on the stand, if I knew that the state was going to give my client that kind of immunity, I would have never told him to take it. Remember, Melnick said in the email, you need him more than he needs you. So giving him transactional or derivative use immunity does not cover absolute immunity or absolute being immune to everything. It's only immune to this little portion of his testimonies. And then after that, if anything happens where he incriminates himself, then they could use that if it has nothing to do with RICO, but it has something to do with anything else, gang related or whatever. So that immunity does not cover the totality of him being able to just say, okay, I have the freedom to say what I need to say without me going back to prison. He knows that he could potentially go back to prison. That's why he's so conflicted in testifying. But because he lie and truth everything, now all of a sudden you got, now it's like, okay, we either going to impeach him or we're going to actually try to utilize some parts of his witness statement as being credible. That's why Brian Steele says some of that what he said on June the 10th and 11th or the 7th, 10th and 11th or whatever. Some of that, the 10th, the 11th, and some parts of the 12th, some of that was still good information. So we want to keep that. But anything after the initial recusal motion, we don't want to keep that because the initial recusal motion was not conducted properly in the first place. So that's why even Steele says some of that I want to keep. And that again, it's all about testimony. It's not about actually doing anything. So if he do something, if he say he did something, And in previous statements, he said he didn't do it. That's why they're like, oh, we'll impeach you. So the immunity doesn't cover everything. It just covers a portion of something. It's a limited use. It's a limited immunity. Very, very limited. So it's not absolute immunity. It's not total immunity. You know what I'm saying? And this is immunity that the state gave to compel him to be a witness. Because he did tell him that he didn't want to be a witness. So that's a very good question that she asked. I'm not gonna lie now. That's a very good question that she asked because that was her way of trying to prove that he has been cooperating. So that's a way to tell the jury, like, don't get it twisted. Don't make it, he trying to make it seem like he just totally lied. No, he said some truth too. He's been an informant for a long time. He's been saying some things. He's been going back to the police and saying some stuff. So that's why she asked that question, which I thought was a very good question. That's her best question to me that she asked out the whole thing. Everything else was just repetitive and the same thing in different ways. She's Abundance said that makes sense. Woody, you were an informant for no reason, right? So if you are going to be, the fact that you were an informant and then you're trying to act like you lied about everything, that's the confliction. That's the contradiction right there. And if her asking, well, didn't you go on your own to the police station and make sure that you cleared your name of that Donovan Thomas unaliving situation? Didn't you go down on your own? Because he said y'all been locking me up and locking me up and locking me up. And y'all been questioning me every time y'all lock me up. Okay, this time you went to the police and no one locked you up. You voluntarily went to the police. Why did you do that, Willie? Okay, so that was her question. I'm telling you, that was to me, that's the only question she asked that was good. Everything else was trash. But that was a good question.
They had me what I had, so I was like, yeah, whatever y'all want me to say, I would say it. That's why I told Gaither and Dennis, and that's why they kept coming after me, because they felt like, okay, they can make a case out of him or whatever they trying to do. So they knew that, okay, we gonna get Woody today. He gonna have something to say about and it's wrong. And y'all are wrong because y'all know that I'm full of shit. And y'all keep trying to drag me in here to bring up bullshit that y'all know I don't say it. Why is y'all doing it? Leave me alone. If y'all gonna charge me for what I did, I don't did the time for the crimes y'all caught me for.
Okay. Would you mind your language while we're sitting here in court?
I'm trying to. You got me. I'm on. Y'all need to give me a break because my blood pressure is real high. I keep telling y'all, leave me alone.
Okay. And the quicker we get through this, the quicker we can leave you alone. Do you understand?
Okay, on recall.
Okay. Going back to January 11th, 2015.
On recall.
Can I finish the
They didn't listen to the question first.
When you went to the Atlanta Police Department, Detective Thorpe didn't ask you about Thug. You brought up Thug. Do you recall that?
I did.
You did. Okay. So let's continue. During your meeting with Detective Thorpe, when you went down to the police department,
She going back to it.
did you tell him about the beef that you were having with Shell Cal?
Am I here to tell the truth or to remember my lies?
I want you to tell the truth.
But you keep going to my lies, though.
That's what you, back in 2015, did you tell Detective Thorpe that this was a lie?
I would have told the police whatever. Listen, when they get me, I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna try to tell them whatever I can to finesse my way out of whatever situation that I'm in.
Okay. And it's only now in 2024 that you're saying that everything you said in 2015 is a lie. Is that correct?
Because I went to the feds. Y'all didn't let me out of jail till what, four years later? So if I was telling the truth then, why it took y'all so many years to try to say, okay, he was being honest or whatever the case is? Okay. If I was telling the truth, y'all would have made any case back then. Y'all knew.
That's a good point. That's a good point, Woody. If you had, if I was such a credible person, if I was such a credible informant, then you would have made a case about this years ago, but you didn't. You know why? Because I'm not credible. You found out that I lied about a lot of stuff. So to punish me for lying to y'all, you're gonna give me the trash immunity and you're gonna subpoena me to be a witness, and you're gonna compel me to be a witness. And if I don't testify, I'm going back to jail. That's what that was. He made a great point. If anything I said was credible, if everything that I said was on point, then how come you all never made a RICO case about what happened? You wait until almost a decade later to actually put somebody on trial for something that happened in 2015. If I was a credible witness or a credible informant, then it wouldn't have took you that long to make a case. But they didn't have a case. They couldn't depend on him, and they know that. That's why a lot of stuff wasn't verified through him at all. That's the reason why Gaither, he said Gaither was on the phone with him and said, we can't let you out until we verify everything that you said. Why is that? Because you done lied to us before, Woody. He always lying. So if we had a case, if we had a real case, then how come you didn't make that case before? You didn't have any evidence. You was trying to make it, you was trying to utilize him as the part of your evidence, and it is backfired. That hasn't worked.
Well, I was lying. Y'all put me in jail. I go do my time. I get out of jail, try to get my life together. Y'all trying to drag me back into the lies that I done made. Y'all, what's up?
Can I ask you this? In 2021, when you interviewed with investigator Viverito after you got out of prison, did you tell her that everything you said back in 2015 was the truth, but we as a state didn't believe you back then?
So my thing is, right? I went to jail. So the lies that I was telling, they didn't go for it. Y'all didn't go for it. Whoever didn't go for it. So I went to jail, did my time for it, right? And then y'all got me again. So guess what they say? Well, we're going to bring up the name again. And guess what I'm going to do? Try to finesse my way out of it again, because y'all ain't touching for the lies I done told on them in the past. So guess what? It ain't nothing to put the blame on Thug for what I did. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to blame him for.
And let me,
I don't recall.
Okay, and let me ask you this. You keep talking about Thug, but were you asked about other individuals as well? During all these interviews, were you asked about Shannon?
And I'm gonna put the blame on him.
Okay, were you asked about Demekion Garlington?
I'm gonna put the blame on him.
Were you asked about Quindarius Zachary?
I'm gonna put the blame on everybody but myself.
Okay, and during this time, did all the police, every time you spoke to someone, did they tell you that they are gonna have to verify what you said?
And did they?
This where it goes. This where it goes south. This where it went south, y'all. Listen, pay attention now. Let's go.
Please, every time you spoke to someone, did they tell you that they are going to have to verify what you said?
And did they?
My question to
Kathleen,
you,
answer the question that she asked you.
did they tell you that we had to verify everything that you said?
I don't recall.
Okay. And when they told you they had to verify what you said, you continued to talk to the police.
Hold on. What you mean? Whoa. What you mean? Hold on now. She can't do that.
They're going to have to verify what you said.
That's a question.
And did they?
And did they?
My question to
Kathleen,
you,
answer the question that she asked you.
did they tell you that we had to verify everything that you said?
I don't recall.
Okay.
So I don't recall. He said, I don't recall. Now watch what she does right after this.
And when they told you they had to verify what you said?
And when they told you they had to verify what you said, hold on. He just said, I don't recall that.
You continue to talk to the police.
Because with the knowledge that I have, it's nothing to trick the police.
But if they had to verify what you said, they had to make sure that what you said was true. How could you trick the police?
Easy.
Overruled.
How could you trick the police?
Easy.
How?
I can't tell you that.
Okay. Were you aware that the things that you talked about were verified?
Sustained.
Oh boy. This where the motion come into play.
We're gonna take a quick break.
You can't, you see, she messed up. She messed up. You can't say, did they have to verify what you said? Or did they tell you had to verify what you said? He said, I don't recall. Then she said, so when they verify what you said, and then you gonna ask them, then you gonna ask them that question again?
Please.
Easy.
How?
I can't tell you that.
Okay. Were you aware that the things that you talked about were verified?
You can't ask them that. You did not lay a foundation at all about anything being verified. Were you aware that the information you gave them was verified? What? That's why the defense jumped on that like shark to chum. Exactly. Exactly.
We're gonna take a quick break. Y'all all step back to the jury room for me. Thank you.
The defense couldn't wait to jump on that. I wouldn't blame them. Here we go. Now look at Miss Love. Now Miss Love is all turned up. Last week you was terrible. Now you all turned up. Look at Woody looking dead at him. Look at Woody looking dead at him with the staring eyes, boy. You looking dead at the state.
All right, I don't know which, y'all can be seated. I don't know which
I gotta
person.
stand I'll go out.
You can go out. Thank you.
You say go out?
Yeah, just stick very close. Ms. Melnick, you're gonna go out.
I'll try
there.
to look at him.
All right, thank you. I don't know who voiced the objection first, but I mean the motion, who said they had a motion first, but go ahead.
Your Honor, the way I wrote down in my notes is that the prosecutor said, not a question, but a statement that the police verified inculpatory information from Mr. Copeland. That is not true, by the way. It is questionable whether anything's verified, but obviously jurors make that determination. That is testifying by the prosecution, that is bolstering by the prosecution, that is putting the prosecution's thumb on the scale of the justice, which none of this can be done. This is not the first time that the prosecutors have put themselves in as giving facts before the jury rather than just trying to obtain facts. So I am moving for a mistrial.
Yeah.
If your honorable court denies it, I need curative instructions to strike it. And respectfully, if it happens again, it will not be the second time. It's a continuum. So I would ask the court, I know you weren't here, but to keep that in mind as we go forward as well. I'm not moving off my mistrial. I'm just anticipating. No one wants a mistrial. I didn't want a mistrial, but why say that to a witness? So I don't see any good faith in that question.
All right.
There you go.
Mr. Short.
I adopt everything that my motion is the same. I adopt everything that Mr. Attorney Steele said. I'll also say that in Attorney Hilton's statement that the claims of Mr. Copeland were verified by the police. It's an improper expression of belief by an advocate in front of the jury, and that is improper. And I'll also add, Your Honor, not only do I not believe it to be true, but also there has been absolutely no evidence presented that any of this has been verified.
All right.
So
absolutely. There you go. So that's the first part of the testimony again. And I'm going to pause it right there because it's almost time for court to start again. I want to make sure that we are on time for court to start. I don't want to be late. I don't want to shortchange us at all. But that's what happened. And so what happened with of course, the motion got denied. However, it is preserved for if it happens again, because this is what the state has done numerous of times. They have stated a fact inside of they're questioning that has not been verified or not been established at all. And so that is another mistrial that just happened in front of the judge's face. Another one, okay? Another one that happened in front of the judge's face. And what the judge do? Denied the motion, okay? Denied the motion. So that's what it is at this point, all right? We are back in court. We are back in court now. Let's go ahead and see what happens here. And that happened in front of the jurors.
To bring to the
Absolutely.
court's attention or that we need to take up before we have the jury back out and the witness back on the stand? All right, thank you. All right, thank you. Who's that? Is there somebody that? Well, this is a break right now, so. I really don't know the answer to that. If you want to send an email to Chambers, maybe just copy both chambers, we'll get you an answer. Okay, thank you.
Oh, I couldn't hear what he
Anything else?
said. I couldn't make out what he said, but
All right, we have the jury ready. Let's get Mr. Copeland back in. Hmm?
this is unbelievable, man. Abundance, I don't know. I don't know what else she needs to see. You know, she says that she's caught up with this trial and she read all the transcripts and things of that nature, but it's loads of evidence of prosecutorial misconduct and uh coercion and bias and all kind of things. It's loads of evidence of that. It's not loads of evidence of RICO, I'll tell you that much. So I don't know what this judge waiting on, to be honest with you. Again, I told you what I think as far as the agenda. I think the agenda is all based on a political aspiration of some sort, or to be a hero of some sort that could gain some political aspiration. I mean, her going after the chief judge seat would not be surprising to me, honestly, because she has information that could actually discredit Judge Glanville's position. So I don't know. I think she needs to be like a rock need to be thrown in her head or something. She need to get tattoos on her face like Woody, so that way she can understand where you're coming from. I don't know. But again, the judge is the referee only, so we can't put too much credibility on the judge. I mean, the judge is just a glorified lawyer, to be honest with you. So, but they do have power, man. They have power. They have loopholes. They have all kind of things that they can do, you know, and it's unfortunate. It's definitely unfortunate. Was that luggage? Miss Lowe came back with some luggage. Was she's about to spend the night in the court? What's going on? Why they muted the? I have no idea why they muted the court room. So this audio is not me, it's them. I don't understand what's going on here. They have muted the court. What is going on? They have muted the court. This is unreal. There is no sound coming from the court. I could throw some captions on real quick. We can read what's going on. Yo, you all, this is not me. This is the court itself without any audio. And even caption won't pick it up because it's muted. Let's see if hopefully they'll fix it at some point. Here we go.
Now, isn't it true that after Nut was killed, that you thought the whole If gang was going to be after you?
I don't recall.
Okay. Isn't it true that you told Detective Copeland, it's not a game, it's the whole clique, you know what I'm saying? The whole gang, they're after me.
No,
No, you did not say that.
because I don't know who the hell Detective Copeland is.
Excuse me, I meant to say Detective Thorpe.
I don't recall.
All right.
This is crazy. This is insane, dog.
Now, we talked earlier about the gambling house in Lakewood. Did you tell Detective Thorpe during the same January 11, 2015 interview that the person who shot up the gambling house in Lakewood was Kel?
I don't recall.
Okay. And that when Kel shot up the gambling house, he actually shot up Thug's car?
I don't recall.
And that Thug wanted Kel to pay for the window of his car being shot up?
What about it?
Did you tell Detective Thorpe during your January 11, 2015 interview that Thug wanted Kel to pay for the window that was shot up?
I don't recall.
Also, in that January 11th interview, didn't you tell, excuse me, strike that, let me ask. Do you know if Nut was in a gang?
I don't recall.
During that same January 11, 2015 interview, didn't you tell Detective Thorpe that Nut was the big dog in the gang?
I don't recall.
Put on a recall in the chat, y'all.
Specifically, didn't you tell Detective Thorpe, Nut, he wasn't the big dog, but he was they big dog. Like Nut ain't the big dog, but he's still a big dog. But he's not over the whole gang, but he's a big dog in the gang.
I don't recall what I told no detective.
So have you, when Nut was alive, did you and Nut ever speak about the issues or the beat that you had with Kel?
I don't recall me and Nut having no conversation.
Okay. In the same January 11, 2015 interview, didn't you tell Detective Thorpe, me and Nut, we've talked about Kel?
I tell Detective Thorpe anything to get him off of me.
Okay. So did you tell Detective Thorpe that you and Nut talked about Kel?
I don't recall having no conversation with Nut. I don't know what I told Detective Thorpe.
When you went and spoke with Detective Thorpe on January 11th, 2015, were you concerned about if gang harming your family members?
It's been so long, I don't recall.
Hey, didn't you tell Detective Thorpe in that same interview, I don't know what to say. What can I do? Where can I go? When I leave here, what can I do? Because I have a lot of brothers and sisters. My mama had 10 kids at the house. Yes, my sister, I got an older sister on Boulevard in Oakland City. I got a grandmother in Oakland City. My girls stay in Carver Homes. My other brothers stay in Carver Homes. But I'm afraid they might know she's down in Boulevard. I know they know where she stay.
Wait,
Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe you were concerned about if gang retaliating against your family members? Are you thinking about your response?
wait,
I asked the question. I didn't know if you were thinking about your answer.
what? I don't know.
Okay. Do you need me to repeat the question?
Yeah,
Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe you were concerned about if gang harming your family members?
I done told Detective Thorpe whatever. Tell him whatever. I don't remember what I can't specifically say what I told him, I don't know what I told him. I don't remember what I told him.
Earlier, do you recall me asking you about borrowing your brother's car?
Today?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes for the record?
Yes.
Okay. And you told me that you never borrowed your brother's car?
I paid for it, so it's my car.
Okay. In the same January 11, 2015 interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that it was your brother's vehicle and that you borrowed it from him?
I would tell Detective Thorpe anything. I know when the police question me, they want me.
In your January 11, 2015 interview, you did not go there as a suspect, did you?
That's what I was told.
But when you went there, you were never arrested, correct? On January 11, 2015?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you leave the precinct after you interviewed with Detective Thorpe on January 11, 2015?
Yeah, I think.
Okay. So you were never arrested, correct?
I don't recall. I don't know.
And when you went there, did Detective Thorpe ever accuse you of killing Nut?
I don't recall what he said.
Did Detective Thorpe in that entire interview give you an opportunity to tell him what happened the night of the murder?
I can't remember what I can't remember what he specifically. I know he talked about the murder, but I don't know. I can't remember what was said.
Okay, but did you have an opportunity to tell him about what you knew about what happened the night of the murder?
I told him what I made up.
Mm.
So you made up going to your girlfriend's house?
I don't know if I told him that.
Okay.
I can't remember. I can't recall if I told him that.
If you told him that you were at your girlfriend's house, would that be a lie?
Okay. I don't recall.
If you told him that you borrowed your brother's car, would that be a lie?
That was my car.
Okay, but if you told him that, would that be a lie?
I don't recall.
Okay. Why would you need to lie about your brother's car, about borrowing your brother's car?
Because y'all were putting so much pressure on me that every time I was coming out the door, the police were getting me. So I knew that police was after me.
But you keep saying the police were after you. On January 11th, were the police after you? The police were not after you.
When Detective Third questioned me, I don't know when was it. Like, I don't know. So you saying January 11th, from my understanding, I ain't even, I thought I walked in and walked right back out. I don't even remember sitting down having no discussion with Detective Thorpe.
Okay.
So I don't know. Detective Thorpe talked to me more than one time. I don't know which time, what he said at which time. I don't remember what was said. I just know that I was just saying whatever that came to my mind. I don't know. I was going to jail. I remember going to jail, trying to talk my way out of jail.
Now, I think earlier you said you do recall speaking to police multiple times in 2015. Is that correct?
Nah, I talked to them a million times.
And isn't it true that when you spoke to them on the different times you spoke to them, you told them
different stories?
No, you told them the same stories each time you spoke with them. Do you recall that?
I did. I don't know.
Okay. Now, after January 11th, I know you don't remember the date. Do you remember speaking with police again after your car was shot at on the highway?
You said my brother made a report. What I need to talk to them about?
Did you speak to Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis after your car was shot up or shot at on the highway? Do you recall going to the police department and speaking to Detective Gaither?
I don't recall.
And Detective Dennis?
I'm sorry. I don't recall.
Okay. You have permission to approach?
You may.
You can come and look at that.
Like your boy Usher said, going nowhere fast. We reach the climax. They're going nowhere fast with this witness. Again, we haven't even gotten to the cross-examination of this dude. We haven't even heard the defense cross-examine this dude yet, which they are supposed to do. So, abundance of credit. I'll tell you, we going nowhere fast with this dude, man. We're going nowhere fast. Obviously, we know that he was someone who talked to the police. And his claim is that everything he said to the police is a lie. And so she's just trying to impeach him, man. That's all she's trying to do.
78 Yankee Alpha 1. Tell me, do you recognize, do you see yourself in that picture?
Yes.
And is there a date on that picture?
Yes.
What is the date on that picture?
The date you've been saying?
Is that January 11, 2015?
Yes.
And is that the interview room? Is that the interview room at the Atlanta Police Department where you interviewed with the detective?
I don't recall.
You're right. This time the state like the 10 or 6 did a 378 Yankee Alpha. Yeah. You're right. The state would like the 10 or 6 exhibit 378 Yankee Alpha 1 into evidence.
All right. It's admitted without objection.
Next, I'm going to show you 378 Yankee Bravo 1. So do you see yourself in that picture?
Yes.
And is that date January 28th, 2015?
Yes.
You're right. This time the state like the 10 or 6 378 Yankee Bravo 1 into evidence.
Admitted without objection.
Now, looking at 378 Yankee Bravo 1, do you see yourself, Detective Gaither, and Detective Dennis in that photo?
Yes.
All right. And on that date, do you recall, did you speak with them about your car being shot at on the highway at University and Pryor?
I don't know.
Do you recall ever speaking to police about your car being shot at on University and Pryor Road?
I don't know.
All right. In this interview back on January 28th, 2015, didn't you speak with Detective Thorpe and Detective Dennis? Excuse me, strike that. Were you arrested on January 28th, 2015?
I don't know.
Did you go into this police interview voluntarily?
I don't remember this at all.
Okay. Do you remember speaking at all, whether it was on January 28th or any other date, about the shooting on the highway to the police?
I don't recall.
Okay. In that interview on January 28th, 2015, didn't you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis about being at a pool party before being shot at on the highway?
I don't recall.
Okay. And while you were at the pool party, there was an individual by the name of Bushi at that pool party.
I don't recall.
And that Bushi was the girlfriend of Yak Gotti.
I don't recall.
And that after you all left this pool party, you were driving on the highway in your brother's vehicle.
I don't recall.
Do you not recall being shot at on the highway? You don't recall telling this to the detectives?
I don't recall none of this you talking about.
Okay. So you don't recall being shot at on the highway?
I've been shot at a lot of times.
Specifically in January 2015, do you recall being shot at on the highway? While in your brother's vehicle?
I don't remember. I don't.
Do you remember telling the detectives that you were shot at on the highway while in your brother's vehicle?
I don't remember what I done told the detectives.
In the January 28, 2015 interview, didn't you tell the detectives that while you were driving on the highway, you had your radio up?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you also told them as you had your radio up, you heard pow, pow, pow.
I don't recall.
Okay. And did you also tell detectives that you then again heard another pow, pow, pow? And so you ducked down.
I don't recall.
And did you also tell detectives then the
He is
car
over
stopped working and you tried to hit the gas, but it cut out and it stopped working?
I do not recall.
In the same interview, did you then tell detectives, so the dudes, they came up to you and you was concerned because your car didn't work, because the car wasn't working?
I don't recall.
Okay. And in the same interview, did you tell detectives that you then heard some more shots even after that?
I don't recall.
And that the two cars that you saw that were shooting, one was a gray Impala with tinted windows.
I don't recall.
And then you saw another car that was also shooting at your car.
I don't recall.
Dog, man. This is crazy, man. This is terrible right here, man.
Then, do you recall Detective Gaither, after you told her about the shooting on the highway, her asking you, when did this beef begin between you and Ifyang?
I don't recall.
And you also
Is he
told
falling
her
asleep for real?
the story about
Yeah,
what
dog.
happened at Club Crucial the Monday before Donovan Thomas was murdered.
I don't recall.
Is he falling? Is he? This is wild, dog. Oh my God.
Did you also, in this interview, when Detective Gaither asked, when did this beef begin, that Cal told you the beef began because you hung around a person named Boo,
I don't recall.
and that they were mad because they thought Boo was a rat and that you were hanging around a
Yep.
rat?
His eyes
I don't
are
recall.
closed. His Yes, his eyes are closed. Okay, this man is over it. He is paying her no attention. Yeah, it is a wrap. Okay, he has officially checked out.
Then do you also recall to telling Detective Gaither, again, with her asking about when did this beef begin, you also telling Detective Gaither in this now January 28th, 2015 interview about the shooting at the gambling house on Lakewood.
I don't recall.
And in this January 28th, 2015 interview, you actually told Detective Gaither that initially you thought another gang did the shooting at the gambling house.
I don't recall.
Okay. But then later you learned that it was Kel who did the shooting at the gambling house.
And he's still alive?
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither
No, I don't recall.
about the shooting?
I don't recall.
So now is it fair to say that both in January 11th of 2015, now in the second interview, that you told the same story about this gambling house shooting in Lakewood?
You just confused me. What you say?
Now for the second time, have you told another sub detectives about the gambling house shooting in Lakewood?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you also recall in the same January 28th, 2015 interview, telling Detective Gaither that Kel wanted to speak with Doug on FaceTime?
I don't recall.
Okay. And this is why you were at the Cascade skating rink. You told her about the Cascade skating rink incident as well.
I don't recall.
Okay. And that you told Detective Gaither
This
that
boy is
when
nuts.
Thug and Kel spoke at the Cascade skating ring, you're going to be a party opponent mission with what Thug said.
Go ahead. Overruled.
That Thug told Kel he wanted Kel to pay for the window that he shot up.
That's hearsay.
The man rich. Why would he? I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that that was the conversation that Thug and Kel had?
I don't recall.
And that Kel said that he wasn't going to pay for the window.
I don't recall.
Okay. And in the same January 28th interview, you also then told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis about the fight at Club Crucial that Monday before Donovan Thomas was killed.
I bet I was a victim in every interrogation, right?
Did you tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis also about the Monday night fight at Club Crucial?
I don't recall.
This is embarrassing, dog.
And
The
that you
state.
also told Detective Gaither at the same Monday night event at Club Crucial that you had money flashing and that Kel walked up to you and punched you.
Boy ain't
And
living
punch
like
you.
that. He ain't living like that.
But did you tell Detective Gaither that this occurred?
I don't recall.
Also, in the same January 28, 2015 interview, is it true that you also told Detective Gaither that after Kel beat you up, you ran out of the club and went outside of the club and saw Bloody J?
I don't recall.
But I don't recall in the chat, y'all. I don't recall in the chat. IDR. Oh man, this is crazy.
And in the same January 28, 2015 interview, did you also again then tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that people in your crew jumped Bloody J?
People in my crew?
Yes.
My
Why?
crew in prison.
Okay, back in January 2015.
My crew in prison. Everybody who ran with me in prison.
Okay, back in the
With
January.
license.
All right, Mr. Kaplan, listen to the question, let her finish. All right, Mr. Kaplan, listen to the question, let her finish the question, and then you can answer it.
In January 2015, did you tell Detective Gaither that at the same Monday night event at Crucial where you got beat up by Kel, that when you went outside, your people jumped on Bloody J?
I don't recall.
Appreciate you, Robert Hester, for jumping in with us. Appreciate you, man. But I don't recall.
Now, also during
Yeah,
this
two
same
different-
interview with Detective Gaither and Detective
Yes, it
Dennis,
is.
did you then also tell them your concern about people blaming you for Nut being killed?
I don't recall.
And matter of fact, you were concerned that you always get blamed for everything.
Because I'm always into stuff.
Okay. And that you told them, so the night after Nut got killed, you came down to talk to the detective to declare your name.
I don't recall.
And matter of fact, you told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that people told you that you shouldn't go down to the police department,
I don't recall.
but you decided to go down anyway to clear your name.
You asked me?
I'm asking you.
I don't recall.
All right. Did you also tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that on the night of Donovan Thompson's murder, you actually told your girlfriend to call the police and tell them what was going on, tell them everything, because you again wanted to clear your name about being involved in Donovan Thompson's murder?
I don't recall.
Now, during the course of this same January 20th interview with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis, do you recall them asking you questions about the relationship between Nut and Thug?
I'm from Canterville.
Okay.
I can't tell you nothing about two other people from other places.
Do you recall telling them in this interview that Nut and Thug, you did not know of Nut and Thug having a problem?
I mean, when the police questioned me, especially Gaten, I know she after me. So she acted like she was into what I was saying, and I was feeding her whatever came to my mind.
So
They tried to make it make sense.
So why wouldn't you say that they had problems with each other versus that they did not have problems with each other?
Because I'm trying to make up a story. I don't know what nobody have. I don't know. I don't recall what I even said to her. I just know that anytime they question me, I'm trying to tell them anything to get them out my face.
Now, you said that you're from Mechanicsville. Do you know where Thug, what part of the city Thug is from?
I don't know. At the time, but I just met Thug when I got out of jail. We not from the same neighborhood. I don't know where he like Cleveland Avenue, I guess. I don't know.
Okay. And what about Nut? Did you know what neighborhood Nut was from?
I don't know.
Now, after Nut was killed, did you go to Miami?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis in the same interview that you went to Miami after Nut was killed?
I tell the investigators anything. I don't recall what I told them.
And when you were in Miami, were you there with Shannon Stillwell?
I don't recall.
Okay. What about Quindarius Zachary?
Who?
Little D from Cleveland.
I don't think me and him ever traveled together. I don't recall.
Do you recall him being in Miami while you were in Miami?
I don't recall being in Miami.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that you,
Woody.
your daughter, you and your child's mother went to Miami to lay low after the shooting of Donovan Thomas?
Back then, I tell so many lies. I tell 15 lies in 1 second. I don't recall what I said, and I'm not even trying to remember what I said either.
Do you recall telling, or didn't you tell Detective Gaither Dennis that Thug actually told you to come down there with him to Miami to lay low?
Thug can't tell me nothing.
And you also told Detective Gaither that, again, after he told you to come down there and lay low to Miami, that you and your girl, you stayed down there for a week in Miami.
I don't recall what I done told the police. But for me telling you now, there's nobody walking this earth and tell me what to do.
Is going to Miami a bad thing?
No, which I just told you, you bring up something that you saying that I said to the police, and I'm telling you the truth right now. I lied to them. So if I don't know what the heck, I don't know. Like, go ahead.
So have you never been to Miami?
I've been to Miami a lot.
Okay, so back in 2015, did you ever go to Miami?
I can't remember if it was 15 or 14.
Let me make it more specific. After Donovan was killed, did you go to Miami?
Man, I can't recall. And I honestly, God, can't recall.
Now, when you spoke to Detective Gaither and Dennis, did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis that you thought Thug was trying to get rid of you?
What you mean?
Did you ever tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that you thought Thug was trying to get rid of you?
Appreciate you, Lisa.
I don't think you heard me the first time when I told you I don't run behind nobody. I'm from Mechanicsville.
Okay,
So I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
okay, so what does being from Mechanicsville have to do with my question?
That mean I don't run behind nobody else.
I didn't ask you about running behind anyone.
Saying something about getting rid of me, like you can't get rid of me.
Okay. So is it your testimony that you did not tell Detective Gaither and
I
Detective
don't know.
Dennis?
I don't know what I done told the investigator, detective, whatever you want to call them.
Isn't it true that you told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that you actually spoke to Thug about the fact that you thought he was trying to get rid of you?
I could tell the investigator anything because I know one thing. They talking to me, so they gotta go with what I say. So I don't recall what I told them. I would tell them anything that come to my head.
Okay.
I don't recall what I said to them.
Do you recall telling didn't you tell Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither that Thug called you and said, bruh, they say I got a hit out on your head, bruh?
I told you I'm a play a victim in everything. I'm a victim.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna justify myself by being a victim.
Okay. And your response to him was like, you do? And then y'all both started laughing.
They don't even make sense. I don't recall none of that. Saying it, me telling it. I don't remember specific what I said to any investigator. I know I told them whatever. I feel that I can convince them to let me go.
This dude right here, man.
Now I want to go back to going to Miami after Donovan was killed. Isn't it true that you told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that while you were in Miami, initially Thug treated you like a brother, but then things felt different?
Did you got proof of me being in Miami?
Did you provide us your phone number so we can get your phone records, Mr. Copeland?
Which phone?
The phone you had in 2015, did you give police your phone number so we can get your phone records?
I don't recall. Now you're talking about.
Okay. Did you give police your phone number in any of these interviews so that we can get your phone records?
Which phone?
Your phone that you had back in 2015?
I had more than one phone.
Okay. So did you give any phone number to the detectives back in 2015 so we can get your phone records? Any phone you have?
Shit. I don't know. I can't remember. I don't recall.
Did you, matter of fact, tell the police to go get your phone records so that they can confirm where you were on the night of Donovan Thompson's murder and afterwards?
I probably, I don't know. I probably did. Ain't no telling.
Okay. And did Detective Gator tell you that that was one of the things that she was going to have to verify was your phone records and where your phone puts you?
All right, it's time to
I don't remember.
cross.
I don't recall.
It's time to cross, man. She done. She cooked. She cooked. It's time to cross, man.
Back in 2015, do you remember your phone numbers from 2015?
Shit, I don't even know my phone number now.
Okay. Did you remember if you had a Sprint phone?
I got T-Mobile.
Back in 2015, did you have Sprint?
I don't know.
Okay.
I can't remember what phone service I had.
All right. Did you ever live off of Oakland Drive or use an Oakland Drive Southwest address?
You said, have I ever used the Oakland Drive address?
Yes.
Um,
And I don't want to put the full address on the record, but have you ever used the address of Oakland Drive?
I don't know if I use it on anything. I know I use it probably getting out of jail.
So is there an address?
I don't know. I don't recall. I don't know.
Do you have an address that you used off of Oakland Drive Southwest?
I did.
Okay. And does the number of the address begin with an 8?
I don't know.
Okay.
She had some stuff about 2015, man. It's 2024, dog. I should have made this case years ago.
Okay. Going back to the January 2015 interview. Isn't it true that you told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that while you were in Miami, he wasn't happy with you being around him anymore? It felt different.
Who?
That thug, you weren't, excuse me, as you weren't thug. That thug wasn't happy with you being around. It felt different to you.
I don't recall. I don't recall being in Miami. After Nut was killed.
Bless you.
That whole book is questions for him. That's crazy.
Now, in that same interview that you had with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis, did you speak with them about, do you recall talking to them about Moontunk and that you encouraged Moontunk that he should come down and talk to the police as well regarding Donovan Thompson's murder?
I don't recall what I told no investigators.
Okay. Isn't it true that you told them that because people were calling his name in the murder, he should come down and speak to the police?
The only truth it is, I made these things up. I don't know about nothing going on.
Why would you need to make up something about Moonsoon coming down to clear his name from a murder?
I'm speaking in a general, like you got me up here like I know what's going on. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, so I'm asking you now,
I don't remember what I don't told the police. I keep telling you that. You can't keep asking me what I told the police if I'm telling you that I lied to the police. I can't
Right.
remember no lie.
Mr. Copeland,
Yes.
I think that she understands, generally speaking, what your position is with regard to what you remember and what you don't, but she's still going to ask you specific questions and you need to answer the specific questions also. And you don't have to preface every one of them with your general position about it.
Yes, ma'am. But Your Honor, may I speak? I'm
Let's
not trying
wait
to,
till there's another question on the floor. And I understand.
I'm not trying to be difficult.
I understand. Go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, earlier I asked you about an individual by the name of Bloody J. Do you know a Bloody J?
I heard of him.
Okay. Have you ever spoken to Bloody J?
I doubt it.
Okay. Back in the same January interview that you had with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis, do you recall telling Detective Gaither, or didn't you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis that you were trying to hook Bloody J and Thug back together?
How would I don't recall.
Okay. And matter of fact, didn't you tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that Thug and Bloody J had a falling out because Bloody J joined If Gang?
If you going off what I said in the past, to I told the investigators, that's crazy. I do not remember what I said. You can't get me up here to try to remember what I said to them. I don't remember what I said. You can ask me these step by step, but my response is my response. You want me to be honest? You want me to lie? I can't answer your question because I can't remember what I said. So I don't recall.
So I'm going to ask you now. Did Bloody J and Thug stop being friends because Bloody J started messing with If Gang?
Thug behind you, ask him.
I'm asking you.
Huh?
I'm asking you.
I don't know.
So why would you tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that?
Ma'am?
Why would you tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that?
I can't recall.
Okay. Now, going back to the January 28th interview.
Man, we're not gonna get no points today.
After speaking with them briefly about the murder, did you then go into more details about the shootout not the shootout, but the shooting of your car on the highway? Do you recall telling them about who you believed shot at your vehicle on the highway?
I don't recall. Can I tell you what I do remember?
Is that about the shooting on the highway?
No.
Then no, not right now.
Okay.
Or let me ask you this: do you remember what you told Detective Gaither in January of 2015?
No, I was gonna tell you what I remember from when Nut was killed.
Okay. Tell me what you remember the night that Nut was killed.
I remember everybody said I killed him. That's all I remember.
Mm. Whoa.
You remember?
That's all I remember. I don't remember nothing that night. I don't remember where I was. I don't remember what I told the investigator. I thought that when they called me down there, I thought I walked in and he let me walk right back out. I don't remember sitting down talking to him. I don't remember him doing no, but ballistic. I don't remember him.
Mm.
I remember he said one thing and he left. He said, the man sitting on the street and everybody saying you did it. He like, man, I still got bite on the street. That's all I remember. I thought I walked in and walked back out. I don't remember nothing. Like,
And that was the first time when you went to go speak with Thorpe.
Whoa.
I don't even know if it was, I know.
Yeah, I think something happened with the mic. They all went out.
With whose mic?
All of us. Yeah.
Of course. I don't have a way to. Yeah.
The mics were just fine. What is she talking about? The mics are working. Wait, what just happened? All right. Bathroom break. Wow. Wow. He said all I remember, the mic went out. Whose mic went out? Was it Hilton? Could have been Hilton. I don't know. I could hear perfectly fine. I thought. I guess it was going out. Got to change the batteries. I'm not sure. But Woody said all he remembered that night was that when Donovan Thomas was murdered, was unalived, that everyone said that he did it. And you remember Hilton told him, if you admit to that, I'm going to perjure you and impeach you and do all those type of things. But wow, the fact that he said that is kind of wild, man. But he said he don't remember where he was. He don't remember what necessarily happened, but he just knows that that's what people were saying, that he did it. His claim is, from what we've gathered from other testimony as well, his claim is that he knows what happened. He knows what happened with that vehicle, the Infinity, and he knows what happened to Mr. Thomas. Yeah, so basically everything was a blur. I mean, it's a bunch of I don't recalls. You know what I'm saying? It's a bunch of I don't recall. And you're not getting anything. You're not squeezing enough juice out of the witness. You're not getting anything that's worth anything. Woody is just, I don't recall all day. I don't recall. So yeah, let's go to the comments real quick. It said Pastor Woody seems a little calmer. He does, actually. He seems like he's exhausted. He's tired. I mean, he's pretty much been there since 8 this morning, and like we all have, and they spent an hour and a half on an hour and some change on just jury instructions. You know what I'm saying? And then another half hour on making sure the jury tear out the part of their notes that is related to Woody's testimony post Judge Glanville's initial recusal motion. So that's that. So yeah, he's a lot calmer now than earlier before. I think he's just over it. And he's just doing I don't recall. I don't recall central is where he's at with it right now. Now this is something that's true right here too, is that you know how to get to Woody, challenge him as a man. Say he answers to someone. That's true. His ego is very huge. He got a big ego, and so you can trip him up with certain things. Of course, the state doesn't want to necessarily trip him up, but then again, they do, because he keeps saying he's lying, and they keep thinking that they have the truth. And it's just not the case. Just not the case. You notice she has not asked him about the Infinity. Exactly. She haven't asked him about the Infinity. She haven't asked him remember, he never answered the question about did you kill Donovan Thomas. She never asked that question again. When they came back from lunch, that was the question that was supposed to get an answer, unless I missed it, because we was here. There was no answer to that question, so she escaped. She let that go. She let that go. She let the infinity go. They have asked no questions about the ex parte meeting. They haven't asked him if he felt coerced to testify. They haven't asked him if Judge Glanville coerced him to testify. They didn't even ask him anything related to that ex parte meeting at all. Okay. Which is still a part of this case because the ex parte meeting was very improper, even though the judge is trying to say that it wasn't improper, but there's a lot of impropriety. As a matter of fact, Judge Krause stated that there is an appearance of impartiality and impropriety, and that's the reason why they recused him. So Judge Krause's motion was really weird because she's like, I didn't see anything improper, but it did give an appearance of impropriety. So which one is it? Which one is it? Is it improper or is it not improper? Okay. Is it an issue or is it not an issue? And again, they're trying to recuse Judge Glanville's residue. You can't do that because the residue is still spilling over to this case. Look at what the prosecution is doing. They're omitting things, they're leaving things out. They're asking questions about Woody and all this kind of stuff and what he recalls, but he doesn't recall anything, according to his testimony. You can't ask him, well, do you recall, going over to Club Crucial at this product? Do you recall? He's going to say, I don't recall. He's going to answer to the do you recall part. He's going to say, I don't recall. So yeah, but I noticed that they didn't ask anything about the infinity. He's mentally and emotionally drained with the trial period. Yeah, that's facts. And I would say this is similar to him being interrogated in those videos. They interrogated him for hours and hours and hours in those videos, and he had the same energy of like, I don't know, and this and the other, and he was saying whatever he needed to say to weasel his way out of it. I mean, again, Brian Steele, in his opening statement, informed the jury that, hey, he was an informant. There was no objection to that in the opening statement. I don't know if you all remember or noticed this, but Brian Steele's opening statement, when he mentioned about Woody being an informant and one of Georgia's top 10 most wanted criminals or whatever, no one objected to that. So let's keep that in mind now. Okay, we still know who we're dealing with. We still know who we're dealing with. All right, let's not get it twisted. That doesn't give the right of the prosecution to be corrupt. But what I'm saying is we still can't be naive to the fact that Woody done did some stuff that he had no business doing and probably still do at times. And if he said he got his life together, then he got his life together, and that's a good thing. So he doesn't want to relive everything that happened years ago and all that kind of stuff, because again, they can do anything to him. And he knows that they can do anything to him, but he's definitely checked out. And I think that I believe that, when it comes to redeeming yourself, redemption, forgiveness, and all that kind of stuff, the crimes he committed, he said he did pay for it. He said he paid for those crimes. He did all that kind of stuff. And, so he did the time. He's like, man, I'm trying to do some things differently. And that's what he's doing. He's doing things differently, but the state still trying to pin him against the wall. Vanessa Fluffy Murray, thank you all so much again for rocking with me today. I mean, I know it's been a long day already. Whatever he said off the record about the infinity, she don't want that to come up. Exactly. But see, the thing about it is, now watch this. This is a very good point. But watch this though. Last week when Hilton was gone, Caleb Bumpus took that stand about the off record off the record issue of the Infinity. I'm pretty sure that Miss Love mentioned it to Miss Hilton at some point. I'm sure they talked in text and did all that kind of stuff privately, while Miss Hilton was in Boston with Fonnie Willis. And so, yeah, it's amazing how she's overlooking that part. She's not giving that part any type of attention at all. She's staying far away from anything off the record, staying far away from anything that's related to the coercion and things of that nature. So yeah, she's staying away from that. But I've noticed that she don't want to bring that up at all. So do you think, let me ask you this, Vanessa, do you think that she is purposefully not bringing it up because she doesn't want him to spill over more stuff? Because he did spill over more stuff. Like he did go to y'all wrong and y'all doing this to black young men, and y'all pressured me and this and other. He already got it in for them. So she don't want to push that button, it seems like. So you think that might be the case? Let me know what you think on that. She said for sure. Okay, got you. She Devorah said, I was working, but there was a moment where the camera was on the defendant sitting behind Thug. And I may be wrong, but I swear he gave them his middle finger. Probably. Yeah. Hey, find the timestamp. We'll figure it out. Find the timestamp. We'll figure it out for sure. All right. Yeah. So this has been a very I'm not gonna lie, this has been a very draining day for Woody, honestly, for all the people that's watching too as well, and the people in the courtroom. Here it is, you got a witness that's not trying to cooperate with you all, and a lot of times when you have a witness on your list that's going to testify for you, you're supposed to prep them. You're supposed to prep them, and you're supposed to let them know, prep them with what may happen in cross, what you're going to ask them, and then what happens on cross. You don't tell them what to say, though. And that's, again, that is something that Hilton did. She told him, if you want to say if you don't want to say I don't recall, that's fine. That's you can't tell the witness that. You cannot tell the witness what to state. And the fact that she's done it again. And then she made a factual statement that's a statement of her fact that is not true. She made a statement that had the presumptiveness of fact, but it was not true when it came to verifying information and stuff like that. It's crazy. It's crazy how that is, how they're doing that, and how the judge just overlooked it. Like, well, don't we're gonna strike that, but don't tell them what to say. Like, Caleb Bumpers is live. Let's see. Let's see what she's talking about real quick. Go to YouTube real quick. Let's see something real quick. Let's see what she talking about.
To Houston tonight, so I hope that I'm able to get home and get settled in time to go live to discuss what happened today. But if not, I'm definitely going to be ready tomorrow. My hair does not look crazy.
Did you
I
talk
will
about
try
anything
so
important?
hard tonight. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. So I'll get back with you guys. I'm about to head home. In a couple of days, I've been on vacation, but I am hopping on now. Uh-oh. Someone else fell. Hi, guys. There's a little break. I'm sitting outside on the courthouse steps. I've been in all day, just watching what's going on, seeing what's going on. I'm gonna go live either tonight or tomorrow. I'm gonna let you guys know, but just came to check in with everybody. Hi, everybody. The mics did go out. It is not cold today in the courtroom. Hi, Seti. Hi. So, guys, I'm going to do a little hallway chronicles. So much happened today. Even though I'm not in a hallway, I came outside to get some fresh air. But okay, so the first thing that happened in the hallway is ran into Boosie and his attorney Drew Finley. Boosie was here today handling a matter from about 3 years ago. So that was definitely interesting. And then we had Miss Weaver, who I don't want to tell Woody's story, but I've been hanging out with Woody today, just making sure he's okay. Kind of helping Melnick out a little bit, just playing on the sidelines, making sure that Woody is okay and that Melnick is okay, kind of taking care of each other. But Miss Weaver brought Woody a bag of candy, some Gatorade. So nice. Guys, I even started crying. The words of encouragement she gave him were so special. She had on her blue chucks, and it was just a beautiful thing to see. So definitely enjoyed being in the hallway today. Had great hallway chronicles today.
She said she saw Bootsy.
But
Did I hear that right? Oh, I can't even talk. She saw Boosie and his lawyer about a matter that happened a few years ago. It's not the reindictment, because the reindictment is about what happened in California. That was last year in 2023. So I wonder what that other situation was about.
I did do a prayer over him. I prayed with Woody this morning before he got up there. Definitely did. I did, Miss Jam. So glad you said that. I'm glad I was able to do that with him. So I hope that everybody prays for him. I hope that everybody prays for him. Keep him in your prayers. A lot of us get up there and we see the things he's saying, and I'm even guilty of chuckling every now and then in the courtroom. But honestly, none of us know how this truly affects him. And I know a lot of you guys had a lot to say about me being on the stand, and however you feel, I can't change your opinion of that. But what I can say, I have another level of respect for him. From me being there to now knowing what it feels like and understanding, like, nobody knows what it feels like to be in that seat and whatever purpose that is. And for him to be able to do it and to do it for so long and stand tall on whatever his truth is, I have so much respect for him. But I appreciate you guys so much. I am bad.
Get Mr. Copeland back out. Up here.
All right.
Jury
Let me
back
drop
out.
this real quick. We'll get back to that later.
Keep moving forward. Yes. And I'm sorry, I know there are a whole lot of different Rule 22s out. I assume you've got one of them. Okay. So, I guess that just means you're going to have to, we can't make the courtroom bigger than it is. You'll just have to get here earlier. I guess you're the odd man out today. Sorry. Just do the best you can. Just try not to be distracting, okay? Thank you. No, you cannot stand in the middle. Nobody needs to be standing in the middle. So just do the best you can from there, or any one of the media aisles you're welcome to be in. All right, thank you. All right, let's get the jury back out. Hang on, sorry.
Shout out to Time. Appreciate you.
Thanks.
To the chat family, respect and blessings. Stay healthy,
There's so
balanced,
many of y'all, it's hard to
balancing
keep track.
life, focused, and motivated every day for sure.
We got somebody for everybody? All right, yes.
I have it.
Tylenol? Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't know why Boosie is there. She said something about something that happened a few years ago, but it's not the reindictment. It can't be the reindictment because the reindictment is a California it's sanctioned in California. So whatever a few years ago, I'm not sure if it's a gun charge or a marijuana charge or something like that. I think it was a marijuana charge. Well, got pulled over for speeding per se. Then it was a marijuana charge. I remember something like that
Thank you.
happened. He had like an
All right, I
orange
think we've
jersey
gotten
on or
our
something.
mic situation
So,
fixed
yeah.
for at least the
But
present
we'll
time,
figure it out.
so we're gonna get rolling again. Go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, during this same interview, I think I just asked before we went on break that you saw that it was a grayish Impala that was shooting at you on the highway. Do you recall? Did you tell investigator Gaither and Dennis that in this January interview?
I don't recall what I told him.
When you were shot at on the highway while in your brother's vehicle, was there anyone else with you?
I don't recall it.
Was Demekion with you?
I don't recall.
What about Shannon?
Who?
Shannon.
I don't recall.
With this incident that happened on the highway and you being shot at in the vehicle, did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis that you had your brother file a police report?
I don't recall.
And do you recall them asking you, why did you have your brother file a police report?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you told them because you didn't have a license.
I don't recall.
Okay. And were you ever arrested for filing a false police report in January of 2015?
I don't comprehend my charges.
Okay. When you had this interview in January 2015, did you leave that interview with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis?
You said January?
Yes.
I went to jail in February. I didn't go to jail in January.
So is it fair to say that you did not get locked up for filing a false police report?
I guess, I don't know.
Look at love.
I can't find no false police report. I didn't make it.
And matter of fact, do you recall that Gaither and Dennis told you that in this case you were a victim? So they just wanted to find out from you what happened because you were a victim, because you were shot at on the highway.
Yeah, that's how they were tricking me. But I don't recall saying it.
Look at Miss Love, dog.
Now, in that same interview, do you recall Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither telling you that you probably should leave Atlanta because of everything that was happening to you?
That was everybody telling me now.
Okay. But I'm talking about back in January 2015.
I don't recall.
Okay. And you told me you didn't want to leave Atlanta.
I'm still here.
Now, in this same January interview with Gaither and Dennis, again, do you tell them again that you had nothing to do with Nut being killed?
I don't recall.
Okay. And that you wanted to make sure that the police knew you had nothing to do with Nut getting killed.
I don't recall what I told the police.
Also, during this same interview back in January of 2015, then do you recall telling Detective Gates and Detective Dennis that you had one of your friends buy a gun for you?
I don't recall.
Why should you keep asking him, do you recall?
And that your friend bought this gun in his name?
I don't recall.
And that the reason why you purchased the gun was to defend your house?
I don't recall.
Okay. And that you actually told the detective you don't want any trouble, you just want to protect your home. Do you recall telling Detective Gates and Detective Dennis that?
I don't recall.
And in January 2015, had you been convicted of a felony prior to January 2015?
Huh?
Right. She keep asking those
Prior to
questions.
January
Exactly. Like,
2015, had
he's
you
going to keep saying, I
previously
don't
been convicted
recall.
of a felony?
I don't know. What you mean?
She also
You
trying to
remember when you were
impeach him
first
too.
convicted of a felony?
After my mama died?
About when was that?
After she died.
Okay, when did your mom pass away?
2008.
All right. So if you caught your first felony after 2008, is it safe to say in 2015 you had been convicted of a felony?
That is a dumb question.
All right. When you told the police that you had a gun in this January interview, were you arrested for telling them that you had a gun in this January interview?
Was I arrested in January?
Yes.
What year?
2015.
No, I got locked up in February.
All right. So even after you told them that you had a gun, the police in this January interview did not arrest you.
I ain't had no gun.
Did you tell the detectives you had a gun?
He said, mm-mm.
You don't know. All right.
I don't think I'll tell them I had one.
Okay. Now, in this same January 2015 interview, you also told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis about this meeting with an individual by the name of Mo who wanted you and Thug killed. Is that true?
How would I know? I don't know.
Okay. You don't know about the meeting, or you don't know if you told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis about this so-called meeting?
How would I know somebody want us killed?
Okay. So is it true though that you told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis about this meeting with
I
Mo?
told and them people anything, just like right now, me, you can have a whole conversation. I tell you about some stuff that never took place, and you'll swear that everything I'm speaking on was the God and it's true.
Okay, but now
You gonna miss
you've
you gonna
told
miss
two
love.
detectives, first Thorpe, now Gaither and Dennis, so excuse me, 3 detectives, about this meeting that Mo had and that they were going to kill you and Thug.
I'm gonna play.
All right, I think that was supposed to be a question. Did
I'll
you
rephrase
have
it.
it implied? Is that right at the end of it?
What she want to give? Look at Miss
Try to
Love.
just form it into a question.
Yes, Your Honor.
What's she
Isn't it
writing
true
down?
that you told Detective Thorpe and Detective Gaither and Dennis about this meeting that Mo had in which you and Thug were supposed to be killed?
I tell you, I'm gonna play a victim in every situation.
And you actually gave them details about this meeting. Is that correct?
I don't know what I told the investigators.
Matter of fact, you told the investigators somebody else that was in there that felt like I deserved to know. They came back and they said, hey, I had to get rid of everybody, bro. But they said they want to kill you. They're going to take me to a gas station and kill me. Like, who's saying it? Mo, and everybody said, woo. Bloody J was on the phone with Mo, standing next to the person that was telling me. Said he ain't know the name of the person that was talking. And after everybody, I just said, kill him. And Bloody J said, woo. And everybody said, woo, woo. As in, that's a confirmation that they were supposed to go and kill you or have you killed.
Things don't work that way. When you speaking on doing something like that, you don't be open about it. So this self-explanatory that it's a lie. You don't discuss killing people with multiple people. So you're gonna do it, you're gonna do it. You're not gonna be telling everybody you're gonna do it. I made it up. I keep telling you that.
And did you tell the detectives that that occurred at a gang meeting that you were not at? So someone at the gang meeting told you about what happened at the gang meeting.
I don't recall what I told the investigators, but I know that the things that anytime that they sat me down and they tried to question me, I knew I was about to go to jail. And even the times I didn't go to jail, I knew that I had done something stupid and I thought they was on to me. So I was trying to throw them off my trail.
And that this meeting happened before Donovan was killed.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. And that the reason why they wanted to kill you is because they thought that you had Bloody J jumped.
Huh?
The reason why they wanted to kill you is because you had Bloody J jumped.
I believe that if any gang wanted to kill me, I'd be dead by now.
And you also, in the same interview with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis, you told Detective Gaither and Dennis that you actually texted Bloody J and asked him whether or not they had a hit on you.
No.
But he never responded to you.
I
No,
don't remember. I don't recall. I don't know nothing about none of that. I went and had their number and they went and had mine.
Now, back when you were interviewing with the detectives, both Thorpe and now the second interview with Gaither and Dennis, were you the only individual in the room with the detectives?
I don't know.
Looking at that picture, are you the only person in the room with the detectives?
This one?
Yeah, I want you to look at 378, Yankee Bravo and Yankee Alpha.
It looked like I'm in there by myself beside with the police.
Okay. And this is when you're telling the detectives all the things that I'm asking you about, correct?
I don't recall what I done told them.
How long is this gonna last, dog? Like, this is insufferable, man. When are we gonna get to cross, dog? Like, this is crazy. That's all she's trying to do is get the video in. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's just she's just asking. The reason why she's asking the questions like this
Now,
and
do
just
you know
flowing
an
is because she just
individual
want to get the
who
videos
goes
in.
by the
That's
name
it.
Rich Homie Quan?
Who is that?
Do you know a person who goes by the name of Rich Homie Quan?
Rich Homie Coin?
Yes.
Oh, the rapper?
He raps.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know him? Have you ever spoken to Rich Homie Quan yourself?
No,
Do you recall the
I don't recall speaking to him.
Do you recall talking to Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis in this same interview about conversations you had with Rich Homie Quan?
No, I do not recall having a conversation about Rich Homie Coin.
And that Rich Homie Quan, you told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that Rich Homie Quan was a part of If Gang.
There you go, Sheely. Absolutely.
I don't recall.
She's just trying to impeach him.
And
She's just
then
trying to
you
get him to
talked to
impeach
you told
impeach him so
Detective
she can
Gaither
put the
and
videos in.
Dennis that Rich Homie Quan felt torn between being with If Gang and being friends with Thug.
Again, I'm just telling police whatever they convince them that I know what I'm talking about.
Okay. So why would you bring Rich Homie Quan into any of it? Why would that be
Because
necessary?
I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't hear you.
Why would it be necessary to even talk about Rich Homie Quan
So
to the police?
So when the police question me, my whole motive is to get them off of me. So if they sitting me down, laughing, hee ha ha, like you doing when y'all was up there asking me, and I told you I was lying. This the same thing going on. They sit here. I don't know about them asking me about Rich Homie Coin or nothing. But if they bring up a name, or if they ask me something, I'm going to come up with something that act like I'm in the midst, like I know what's going on. I don't sit around and gospel with people. I don't sit in people's faces. Like I'm out in the streets. I like to be I like to be outside. I'm not sitting around trying to listen to what nobody got to say.
Okay. But when you originally went to the police, it was to talk about being shot at on the highway. So what would anything about Rich Homie Quan? Why would you need to talk about Rich Homie Quan at all?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't have a clue what you're talking about.
Okay. Isn't it true that that you told the detectives that Rich Homie Quan said to you, we the same set. You right here hitting these niggas, this and that. So we talk. We the same set. I just can't turn my back on them. Like it ain't that, bro. This is what you're telling him. You supporting these niggas. Bro, I'm telling you, the more you supporting them, the more they're gonna come out and do that. If you leave them alone, then everything gonna go away. And this is what you're telling Detective Gaither and Dennis that you said to Rich Homie Quan.
So Gaither was a gang investigator, and what she do is she sit in the neighborhood watch us all day, and she put cases on it. So I know Gaither to sit there, and so when I'm interacting with Gaither, the main thing go through my mind is to convince her that I know what I'm talking about. That was my motive. So be bringing up Rich Homie Coin ain't never been like that in my eyes. So for me to be, I'm just trying to make it seem like I know what I'm talking about. What they say they want a big fish, and he's a big rapper. So shit, I'm trying to make up whatever I can come up with. I don't know. I don't remember what I said to no police. It's all stuff I just out the top of my dome. You ask me a question right now, I go out the top of my dome, and I convince you that I'm telling the truth.
Okay. So in response, you said that Rich Homie Quan asked for your protection. And he said, you told detectives, then he's like, why don't you protect me, bro? We need y'all, bro. I need y'all to protect me. And you said, how the hell are we gonna protect you?
Can you say it again?
Sure. In the same interview with Detective Gaither, you said after you spoke with Rich Homie Quan asked for your protection.
He a millionaire. What he need my protection for?
Why would you tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that?
They the police and they trying to get me.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither about Rich Homie Quan's father's barbershop being shot up?
I don't recall nothing I said to no investigators,
And
a detective.
he thought that someone by the name of Tay shot up his father's barbershop?
And I told you I did it.
No.
Oh,
You told the detectives that Rich Homie Quan thought that a person named Tay shot up his father's barbershop.
well, I probably did. Ain't no telling.
But you were convinced that it wasn't Tay that shot up the barbershop.
What you mean?
You told Detective Gaither Dennis that you don't think it was Tay that shot up his father's barbershop.
So I told him he did it, or I told him he didn't do it. Which one is it?
You told them that Rich Homie Quan thought that Tay did it.
Okay, so then I told the police,
Correct.
and then I told him that he didn't do it.
That you did not think he did it.
Objection, Your Honor. Are these questions?
Yes, they are.
Uh,
You can
Do you
tell
need
by
me to
the fact
repeat?
that her voice goes up at the end. Well, it may be that too, but yes, these are questions.
Do you need me to repeat it? Okay. In your interview with Detective Gaither, did you tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that Rich Homie Quan thought an individual by the name of Tay shot up Rich Homie Quan's father's barbershop?
I don't recall.
Okay. In that same interview, did you also tell them that you did not think that Tay shot up the barbershop?
You confusing me.
I'll repeat it one more time and I'll separate it. In this interview with Detective Gaither, did you tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that Rich Homie Quan thought
Overruled, because it's certainly been asked twice or more, but it hasn't clearly been answered. He's sitting there saying right now, I don't know what you're asking me. I'm confused. So I'm going to permit her to try to break it down and ask it again.
Okay, so I'll start over. In this interview with Gaither and Dennis, did you tell Gaither and Dennis that Rich Homie Quan thought that a person by the name of Tay shot his father's barbershop?
I don't recall what I told the police,
Okay.
but I don't know.
All right. Now, my second question is, in that same interview, did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis you did not believe that Tay shot up the barbershop?
I don't know. I don't remember what I said to them.
And I should ask this, do you know an individual, Tay, who's from Bankhead?
There's a mean Tays in them.
Okay. Do you know a Tay from Bankhead?
A Tay from Bankhead,
Yes.
not out the top.
In this same interview, did you tell Detective Gaither about this individual named Tay from Bankhead?
I don't know a Tay from Bankhead.
Do you know a Tay from the west side of Atlanta?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
How many Tays do you know from the west side of Atlanta?
Too many on the count, but not from Bankhead.
Now, back in January of 2015, did you ever learn about, strike that, do you know someone that goes by the name of Lucci?
Who?
Lucci. a rapper by the name of YSL Lucci?
What about him?
Do you know an individual by the name of YSL Lucci?
I don't know in person.
Okay. Have you ever met this individual?
You said, have I ever met him?
Yes.
No.
When you say you don't know him personally, what do you mean?
Because you said, have you ever met? We never shook hands. I never met him.
Okay. How would you describe knowing YSL Lucci?
He's a rapper.
Okay. Do you know him outside of being a rapper?
No.
Right. In 2015, were you aware of his mother's home being shot at twice, excuse me? You're shaking your head.
I don't know nothing about him.
Okay. Do you recall in this January interview with Detective Gates and Detective Dennis talking to them about Lucci's mother's house being shot at?
I don't remember. I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Gates and Detective Dennis that people thought that you shot up Lucci's mother's house?
I don't know nothing about it.
Okay. Do you recall in this same interview back in January of 2015 with Gaither and Dennis that you were with Big Boo when Lucci's manager called trying to find out who shot up Lucci's mother's house?
I don't recall.
Okay. And do you recall during this same interview telling Detective Gaither that when the manager called Big Boo, you were present and overheard the conversation?
I don't recall.
And in the same interview, you told Detective Gaither that the manager told Big Boo that he had $20,000 for whoever shot at Lucci's mother's house.
I don't know nothing about it.
Okay. And that you actually took the phone from Big Boo and told them that you had nothing to do with shooting up Lucci's mother's house.
Okay.
Okay. Do you remember telling the detectives about
I don't
this?
recall.
Did that occur?
I don't know.
You don't know if you were present with Big Boo and took the phone away from him?
I don't know what y'all talking about.
Why would you need to tell Detective Gates and Detective Dennis that if that did not occur?
Because these things I'm hearing in the street, so I'm trying to convince them to get off of me.
Specifically, didn't you tell Detective Gaither that when you took the phone, you said, man, I ain't did nothing like that, bro. You know, don't scream my name. I ain't got nothing to do with it. I ain't said he did. I ain't do that. I don't care about none of that. I didn't do that.
I don't recall.
And did you actually tell Detective Gates and Detective Dennis that you were concerned because you thought that Boo was going to set you up and tell people that you shot Lucci so he can get the $20,000?
Huh?
Did you, in the same interview, tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that you thought Boo would have set you up and told people you shot at Lucci's mother's house to get the $20,000?
I don't know nothing about that. I don't recall.
Put IDR in the chat, y'all.
And after
I
that
don't
phone
recall.
call that with Big Boo, you were so upset that you had Montel take you home because of that phone call.
I don't know. I don't recall.
And you also told Detective Gaither that when you got into the car with Montel after this phone call, you told Montel, Boo tripping. Boo gonna try to get You know what I'm saying? And
Oh,
Moontu
boy.
said we gotta stay away from them.
Nah, I don't recall. I supposed to be saying this stuff?
Yes.
Oh, nah.
And were you the only person in the interview room with Gaither and Dennis based on those pictures that are in front of you?
I was the only person in the room when I was telling you I made these lies up too.
Okay. Of course it does. Just hold on. All right. In the same interview with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis, did you tell them about your relationship or your friendship with Little D from Cleveland and Shannon?
Huh?
In this interview with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis, do you recall telling them about your friendship with Little D from Cleveland and Shannon?
No, I don't know nothing about that.
Okay. Is it true that you told them that the people that you're around, that you often hang around back in January 2015, is Little D from Cleveland and Shannon?
No, I don't recall.
And matter of fact, did you say specifically to Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis, I keep a couple people around, you know what I'm saying? And Dennis asked who? And you said Little D from Cleveland and Shannon.
Trying to convince him. If I did say it, I don't recall. Like I don't told the police so much stuff like this just made up. Like I don't remember what I don't told them. So
And then you also said sometimes Moonsoon may come around, but the primary people you hang
Oh
with
my
is
God.
Shannon and Little D from Cleveland.
She keep reverting back to these interrogations.
but let you tell it, you every time you say I'm about to go home, I'm about to go home Moontoon. So it seemed more like I'd be with Moontoon more than I'd be with anybody else.
Okay.
From based off what you're saying today. So you know it's all made up.
All right. Did you also hang with Moonsoon, Little D from Mechanicsville, excuse me, I said Cleveland.
Good
and
point.
Shannon?
Yes. Peep
I
that.
hang
Yep.
with myself. I don't hang with nobody. I don't run behind nobody. No, none of that.
Okay. All right. Well, back in 2015, didn't you tell Detective Copeland, Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis, I really have my trust in him. I wouldn't want nobody around me but Little D. And this is Little D from Mechanicsville. You know, Little D ain't gonna turn his back on me.
That's cap.
You said that that's cap. What?
I don't remember saying it.
What is Attorney Love? Just stop.
Do you remember? God
I-
bless you.
you see how
when
she
we were
does
here
this?
back
Oh, I can't stand her, dog.
around June 10th, June 11th, that you said that Little D was the person you called your son?
Who?
Do you remember back in June of this year, around June 10th, June 11th, stating that Little D was like your son?
No.
Okay.
Woody, man.
No, you don't recall saying that?
I never said the deeper Cleveland Avenue with my son.
Not Cleveland, Little D from Mechanicsville.
What y'all talking about?
Okay. Do you want me to repeat the question?
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't recall.
All right. I'll ask it, then you can answer it truthfully, I hope. Do you recall in June of this year saying that Little D from Mechanicsville is like your son?
I don't know.
No, you don't remember saying it? No, you didn't say it.
You said I don't know.
What you want me to say?
I want you to answer the question.
What's your question?
I'll ask it one more time. In June of this year, when you were here
This
the
year
last
right
time-
here?
This year right here, when you were here before, June 10th, June 11th, do you recall telling me when I asked you about little D from Mechanicsville, telling me he's like your son?
When I said I birthed him?
Yes.
I'm just being sarcastic.
Right, but that was to talk about the closeness of your relationship, correct?
What you mean?
When you say you
What you
birthed him,
mean? Put what you mean in
were
the
you trying to
chat.
what were you trying to indicate when you said you birthed him? What did you mean by that?
That was just an anger statement I made.
Okay. Did you at one point in time have a close relationship with little D from Mechanicsville?
I don't recall.
Okay.
For real, man. This is terrible, man. It was absolutely insane. Jesus, Pete.
Now, going back to this January 2015 interview with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis,
You see how bad these questions are? She went from this year, now she want to go
did
back to
you
2015.
speak to them about Thug seeing you talk to the police regarding Donovan Thomas's murder?
Did I speak to them about those? I don't recall.
Do you recall telling the detectives that Thug thought you were snitching because you were talking to the police?
Huh?
In the same January 2015 interview, did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis that you thought Thug thought that you were snitching because you had been talking to the police after Donovan Thomas's murder?
They don't make sense. So I don't recall.
Okay. Didn't you tell the detectives in this January 2015 interview, Gaither and Dennis, I think I went wrong when I let Thug know that the detectives keep calling me.
You keep talking about what? You finished?
I am.
You keep talking about what I told the investigators. Listen, I know they want to lock me up. I see them following me everywhere I go. I'm in the restaurant eating, they not eating. And they got me down here for questioning. I know they only question me to trap me up to get me. So I told them anything that came to my mind or whatever the case is, they don't make sense.
When you walked into the police department and to talk to Gaither and Dennis, you walked in on your own, correct?
Most of the time they question me. I was in handcuffs. I don't.
In early 2015, isn't it true you met with the detectives 5 times?
Let me tell you more than that.
Okay.
I don't know how many times I done met with them. I just know that they police questioned me every time that I was in handcuffs.
You have, in front of you, you have 2 dates, correct? Is that January 11th and January 28th?
Yes.
Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 378, Yankee Charlie 1. Does that date say February 20th, 2015?
Yes.
Now I'm gonna show you 378 Yankee Delta 1. Does this say February 21st, 2015?
Yes.
And I'm gonna show you 378 Yankee Echo 1. Does this say June 10th, 2015?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at 378 Yankee Charlie, Yankee Delta, Yankee Echo, do you see yourself in those 3 pictures?
Yes.
You're right, this time the state like the tender 378 Yankee Charlie 1, Yankee Delta, 378 Yankee Delta 1, and 378 Yankee Echo 1 is the evidence.
Admitted without objection.
Now, looking at these 5, On January 11th, were you in handcuffs when you went to go speak with the detectives?
Mm-hmm.
On January 11th, when you walked
You
in?
said January 11th?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Were you in handcuffs?
Nah, I'm like this.
Okay. Looking at January 28th, were you in handcuffs when you went to go speak with the detectives?
No, I'm like this.
All right. On February 20th, were you in handcuffs when you and Deshaun went to go speak with the detectives?
No, I'm like this.
Okay. And were you only arrested on February 21st when you went to speak with the detective because you're in a blue jumpsuit, correct?
Yes.
And on June 10th, you were arrested because that's when they arrested you in the house, correct?
You said what now?
June 10th is when they arrested you at your home, correct?
With the white shirt on?
Yes.
Oh, my hands up on the table. I don't know.
But do you recall June 10th being the day that they came to your house and arrested you?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes? You said, I just need to know, is that a yes for the record?
Oh, I think so.
Okay. Is that the day that you went to jail and you didn't get out till 5 years later?
I started with.
On June 10th. Did you get arrested on June 10th?
Yeah.
Okay. So out of all 5 interviews, you were only arrested 2 times. Is that correct?
I guess.
All right. So each of the other times, besides February 21st and June 10th, you walked freely in and out of the Atlanta Police Department.
She's still trying to prove he was an informant
What you mean by that?
to the jury. We already know he has
Would
been.
you agree that in early 2015, you went to the police, you talked to the police 5 times?
No, more.
Do you have 5 interviews right there?
Yeah, but they had me in the back of their police cars too.
Okay.
Off the record.
How many times did you go to the Atlanta Police Department?
On my own?
In 2015. We're gonna talk about just generally 2015.
I don't know. I don't recall.
All right. Do you see 5 different times in front of you?
I got 5 papers in front of me.
Okay. And would you agree they're all different dates?
Yeah, they all got different dates.
All right. And 3 of those 5, you are not in handcuffs. Is that correct?
Yeah, 3 of them I'm not in handcuffs.
And only 2 of them you are in cuffs, or you knew that you were arrested that day. God bless you.
I guess.
All right. The 2 times that you were arrested is February 21st. Is that what you have on the blue jumpsuit?
Okay, right there.
And June 10th when they arrested you at the house. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes for the record?
Yes.
All right. So the other 3 times, January 11th, you came into the Atlanta Police Department on your own, correct?
He called me down there.
Okay. And you voluntarily went down there after he called you, correct?
No.
After you spoke with
He took my baby mama down there and told me I need to be down there.
and you decided to go, correct?
Coercion?
Yeah.
Okay. And after you interviewed with him, you walked out, correct? And you left. You're shaking your head for me.
Yes. I left.
Now, on January 28th, you also walked into the police department, correct?
I don't know nothing about it. I don't remember that at all.
Okay. But is it safe to say that you left because you were not arrested in January of 2015?
Yeah, I went locked up in January.
And then February of 2015, that's when you walked into the police department with you and Deshaun, correct?
I think.
And do you remember that being the night or the early morning hours after people shot at you, Deshaun, and your baby?
He was fit to put me in handcuffs.
But did he put you in handcuffs?
Because the other police told, I don't know if it was that one right there, but one of the police told him, he whispered something to him. I told him, you're going to lock me up and they're going to get out of the way.
And they decided not to lock you up, correct?
Because he wanted the gun.
But he did not lock you up, correct?
The next day he did.
Answer this question. On February 20th, did he lock you up?
He told me I got 24 hours to get him the gun.
Okay. And you were able to leave that interview room to go find the gun, correct?
Finessed him.
You were able to leave, correct?
Finessed him.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes for the record?
Oh, yes.
All right. So when you keep saying they only want to keep locking you up, you only were locked up 2 times.
Well. No.
Okay. Do you recall today, you said you spoke with police in the back of police cars. Do you recall how many times you did that back in 2015?
I don't know how many times.
When you were inside the back of the police cars, did they release you or did they take you to jail?
They released me.
Okay. So again, even those times you were not locked up.
I finessed him again.
All right.
I lied. I did these crimes. I did
Now,
these
going back
crimes.
to what I asked you about, your belief that you thought Thug thought you were snitching. Do you recall telling the police that every time you spoke to the police, excuse me, let me strike that, that there were times when the police would call you and you were in Thug's presence? And you were with Thug when the police would call you.
What you mean? You gotta be more specific.
Sure. In January of 2015, when police were calling you about Donovan Thomas's murder.
After he was killed, I wasn't around that much for him to be able to see me answer the phone or talk to any police or anything. What you talking about?
Did you tell the police when they were asking you about Thug thinking you were snitching, you told the police, because like every time he called, it's like I was right there in front of him and I had walked up. I was like, that was the detective. Like, shit, they trying to find out who. And he just felt like I was just making stuff up because I always stutter.
So when you snitching is based off the truth and off facts. Lying and trying to finesse your ways is different things. So there wasn't never the case there would never be the case if he concerned about me snitching up. So you only snitching if you telling the police the truth.
And back in 2015, when they were calling you and they were asking you about Nuts' murder, were you telling them that you were not involved in Nuts' murder?
I was telling them I told them everybody did. I told them Shell killed them. I told them all type of people did. I didn't know. I don't know. Y'all just pick and choose what y'all want to take and use.
Mm-hmm.
Did I not say Shell did it?
Did you tell them that you heard that could have been a rumor?
I told you it was a rumor that they said I did too, right?
Right. And you didn't kill him, correct?
How many times you gonna ask me that?
Okay, then. So if you're talking about rumors, the rumors aren't true. You just told them what you heard.
I'm saying what y'all want to pick and choose with. Okay, I don't recall.
Put Woody in the chat, dog.
Because you keep saying that you wanted to finesse the detectives. Is that fair? Do you recall them asking you about an event, a shooting on Spring Street where Thug's girlfriend was having a party at a house or at a hotel on Spring Street?
I never heard anything about it a day in my life.
Okay, and do you remember telling them that you knew nothing about those shooting on Spring Street?
I guess I don't know. I don't know what I done told the investigators.
So if you want to finesse them, why wouldn't you just act like you knew about it and just tell them about it?
Because I didn't hear nothing about it. If I would have heard something from like the street saying, I could have been able to act like I was there or act like I knew, but I couldn't because I never heard anything about it.
Right, but if you're trying to finesse them and you just tell them whatever they wanted to hear,
Right.
you could have just told them, yeah, I heard about it.
So I couldn't because I wouldn't be able to speak on nothing where it'd be like, okay, like let's say if they would say 2 girls got shot in the butt. I would be like, yeah, I would tell man, the 2 girls got shot in the butt. I couldn't because I never heard nothing about the story at all to be able to say.
But
Act as if I knew.
But if you're finessing the police, that means you're just lying anyway, right?
So to finesse the police, you gotta act like you have knowledge. You gotta act like you know.
So if you could have just said, yeah, I heard about that shooting.
I couldn't because I knew his next question was gonna be who did it or what happened, where was it, or I couldn't say anything about nothing.
Okay.
So why would I speak on something and get caught up? I'm not trying to get caught up in my life.
In the same interview, did you also tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that on the Friday before Donovan Thomas was killed, that you went to DJ Drama studio as well?
If I told the detective something like that, I probably did. I don't.
And that's something that you also told Investigator Thorpe when he interviewed you.
Well, I hadn't heard the question yet.
You also told Detective Thorpe about going to DJ Drama studio that Friday before Nut was killed as well, correct?
I recall.
Okay. So is it fair to say you told Detective Thorpe about going to DJ Drama studio, then you also told Detective Gaither and Dennis at a later interview about the same series of events leading up to Donovan Thomas's murder?
Can you say that again?
I'm going to give her a little latitude. I think she's trying to get clear what the witness's testimony is. Thank you.
Oh boy.
When you first met with Detective Thorpe in January 11th, you told him about going to DJ Drama studio the night before Donovan Thomas was killed, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. You also now, in this January 28th interview, you've now told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis also about this going to DJ Drama's studio the Friday night before Donovan Thomas was killed, correct?
I probably did. I don't remember I don't know.
Now, during this same January 28th interview, did you tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that you actually owned a chopper, a gun, a chopper?
So it's no point in me trying to protect him no more because he did. But
you were making a comment about someone being deceased and passed away.
What you were saying?
Just go ahead and re-ask your question.
Yeah, my question was, in this same interview with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis, did you tell them that back in January 2015, that you, when they asked you what type of gun you had, and you told them that you had a chopper?
Can you say that again?
Sure. In this same January interview where you're meeting with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis, they asked you what type of gun you had. Do you recall telling them that you had a chopper?
No, I don't recall what I just said to them.
And that chopper is a chopper that was purchased by Quindarius Zachary or Little D from Cleveland.
I don't recall.
Now, I think I just heard you say that is dead and you don't need to protect them anymore. Who were you referencing?
Tay, threat?
Okay. Is that the young man who passed away a few weeks ago?
Yes.
Okay. What would you be protecting him from?
I don't want to talk about it.
And let me ask you this, back in 2015, were you friends with Tay back in 2015?
Yes.
Okay. And one, I'm sorry to hear about your loss. In
Oh my
2015,
God.
was Tay shot at by IF gang members while he was sitting in his vehicle back in 2015?
How am I supposed to know?
Do you recall talking to Detective Gates and Detective Dennis about him being shot at in his car?
Like, if I see it, I don't recall.
Okay. And is his real name Trevante Turner? You're shaking your head. Is that a yes
Yes,
for the record?
yes.
Back in 2015, did Trevante Turner consider himself a part of YSL?
No.
Do you recall Detective Gates and Detective Dennis talking about the fact that he was shot up by IF gang in the midst of the beef between YSL and IF gang?
All right. Threat had beef with Rich Homie Coin. I don't know what they beef was about, but Threat had beef with Rich Homie Coin, and he was on his ass. Oh, I'm sorry.
Who was on who's behind?
Threat was on Rich Homie.
Okay.
And yeah, Threat was on Rich Homie, and Threat got into it with Nut, you know. That's it.
And at the time, was Rich Homie Quan claiming affiliation with IF gang?
Huh?
Let me ask this first. Are you talking about Rich Homie Quan and Threat? Was this back in 2015?
What you mean?
What you were just telling
No,
the
it was
jury.
2014. I think it was one of them years.
And at the time, was Rich Homie Quan claiming affiliation with IF gang?
I don't know what Rich Homie was claiming.
And you said that Threat got into it with Nut in them.
I don't know how it went, but I know that. Yeah, Threat like that.
Okay. Is that what started the beef between YSL and IF gang?
Threat wasn't YSL, like, you know what I mean? Like, people, YSL is not what y'all making it be. Like, I keep telling y'all that a person can wake up and say, Atlanta is a monkey see, monkey do city. Like, you see people doing something, you just do it. I mean, and people say, just because I know this person, oh yeah, I say, oh, I take a picture and say I'm YSL or whatever, but Threat was MDC. You know what I mean? There wasn't he wasn't no YSL or that shit.
Did he ever stop claiming MDC and claim YSL?
Nah, we don't switch up. That's just what it is.
And you said he claimed MDC. What's MDC?
I don't know.
Okay, but if you said he claimed it, do you not know what MDC stands for?
It's none of my business.
Okay. So when you say he's claiming MDC, what do you mean?
Jeez, oh Pete.
When you say he's claiming MDC, what do you mean?
I don't ask questions. That's what I mean.
Okay. Is MDC a music group?
Ask them.
I'm asking you.
I think they got rappers. I don't know.
Okay. Are they a music group?
Huh?
Are they a music group?
Sustained.
Does
Yeah, move on.
Does MDC stand for most dangerous clique?
That's them.
I'm asking
I'm
you.
from Canterville.
Okay, but you said he claims MDC, so I'm asking you, does it stand for most dangerous clique?
If I say yeah, and if that ain't what it stands for, you're gonna say I'm lying. So I don't know what it stands for.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gates and Detective Dennis about members of MDC beating up Little D from Mechanicsville in the club, in Club Crucial?
I don't recall. Probably so. I ain't no telling.
Do you know if members of MDC beat up Demekion or Little D from Mechanicsville in Club Crucial?
They did. I was laughing too.
And MDC, are they from Bowen Homes?
No, that's me. That's them.
Did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis in an interview that you were cool with MDC dudes because you grew up in Bowen Homes and they from Bowen Homes?
I'm from Canterville.
But that you spent some time, did you spend time in Bowen Homes?
I don't recall.
Okay. You don't recall living in Bowen Homes before moving to Mechanicsville?
Oh, I stayed in Bowen Home.
Okay. And did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis that you stayed in Bowen Homes prior to moving to Mechanicsville?
I don't know if I told them that.
And that because you did stay in Bowen Homes, you were cool with a lot of the dudes in MDC. Do you recall telling Detective Gates and Detective Dennis that?
I don't recall.
What does it mean to claim a clique? You said he claimed MDC. What does that mean to claim?
Oh my gosh, she is asking some
to
stupid
claim a clique
questions.
or claim MDC? What does that mean?
What you mean?
You said it, so I'm asking you, what did you mean? You said he claimed MDC. What does that mean?
Ask it. I don't know.
I'm asking you because you said it. So what did you
That's
mean?
just how I talk.
Okay, so what did you mean when you said that?
You said something about was he YSL or something. I'm just, you know what I mean? Like you can't tie my friends into what nobody else got going on. Like when you speaking on gangs, you know what I mean? A gang is a gang. That shit don't have nothing to do with nothing else.
If you
I'm sorry. I didn't.
Okay, it's all
You
right.
frustrated me up here.
That's fine. So what did you mean? I'm asking a very specific question. What did you mean when you said he claimed MDC? What does that mean to claim it?
I guess we gotta Google it then.
Mr. Copeland, she's not asking what does it mean objectively. She's asking what did you mean when you said it?
I just said it, I don't know.
He said we gotta Google it then. Put Google in the chat, dog. Oh, he is ready today. That boy is ready today.
Now, all right. Now, earlier we talked about you talking to Nut back in 2015. Do you recall ever meeting with Nut to give him back some items that were stolen from him?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall, isn't it true that you told Detective Gates and Detective Dennis that prior to Nut passing away, that someone broke into his car and you ended up with the merchandise from his car being broken into?
I recall telling you in the back room somewhere in this courthouse that I lied, and I'm being truthful today by telling you that I made it up. So what I said to the investigators in the past, I came forward and told you that I was in the room by myself when I told you that. I don't have no reason to lie. Don't nobody intimidate me. I'm not trying to protect nobody, no nothing. But I'm not gonna sit up here and tell a lie that I can't keep up with. That's just it. I don't know. Like, what you talking about?
Okay. We're going to get to what you told me, but I'm going to ask you first. Did you tell back in 2015 that you met up with Nut because someone stole some of his items and you gave him those items back?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, speaking about what you told me, do you recall telling me and my investigator Long that it was actually you who stole the items and then you returned it back to him?
I play too much.
Okay, but do you recall telling myself and investigator Long that you actually took those items, but you didn't return them?
I did tell you that.
All right. But more importantly, that you actually met up with Nut. Do you recall telling the police that you met up with Nut to give him back those items that were stolen?
I probably did.
You probably did tell the police, or you probably did meet up with him to return the items to him?
I probably did tell that to the police.
Do you have any independent memory today of you actually returning the items to Nut?
I did.
You did return those items?
I did give him his stuff back.
So that was something truthful that you told the police?
That was.
Okay.
I don't know if I told it to the police, but I told it to you.
Isn't it true you also told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis in January of 2015 that you called Nut and said, hey man, I got your shit right here, pull up on me, and he came and pulled up on me and you gave him his stuff back?
Take a little bit of lie and put it with it, take a little bit of truth and put it with a lie. That's what I do.
And also during this same meeting that you met Nut to give him back his stuff, you talked to him about the beef you were having with him and Kel. Well, excuse me, with you and Kel. I apologize.
Can you say it again?
Sure. In this same meeting that you gave Nut back his stuff, you and Nut talked about the beef that you were having with Kel.
So when I gave Nut his stuff back, I didn't like the way he looked at me. So we didn't have no conversation. He seen all the people I had with me. He got his stuff back, said appreciate it, and he left. So what I told investigators was, I don't know what I don't recall what I told them, but I remember giving him his stuff back, and I didn't like the way that he looked at me.
Okay. Did you remember telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that you and Nut had never had any beef and never had any issues?
I don't recall.
Okay. When you met with Nut, do you remember who you were with?
I ain't telling you.
Okay, so do you remember who you were with?
There's a lot of people with me.
Okay. Who were some of the people that were with you?
I can't recall.
All right. Well, you just told me that you weren't going to tell me, so.
Because I can't, it was a lot of people with me.
How many people did you have with you?
More than 5.
Okay. Did Nut have anyone with him?
I think so.
Do you remember who that was?
Yeah, I don't know them by name though. He had 2 or 3 people with him.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that he had his brother Greedy with him?
I don't recall.
And that Greedy pulled up in the gray Impala and then Nut pulled up in his Tahoe truck, his green Tahoe?
From what I remember was I was already talking to Nut when that great car pulled up.
Okay. And was Nut in his green Tahoe truck? Do you remember?
Damn, I can't really recall what nut was in.
Okay.
He may have. I ain't pay attention to his car. It's just the way the other car pulled up that made me pay attention.
Okay, so did you not like how Greedy pulled up?
Yeah.
Okay, so was your issue with the way Greedy pulled up or your issue was with Nut?
The way they did. I don't recall.
All right, while you're looking through your notes, we haven't had a break in a little while. It's probably time to at least stretch. Let's take a quick break.
Thank you.
All right, so adjourned.
All right, we can all take a break as well. Anybody need to say anything with the record before we do that? All right.
That's it, nose running, that's all.
Let me go to the chat real quick, man. How y'all feeling about Woody so far now? Woody came to testify today. I can't lie. He's doing a good job with I don't recalls, man. He is he's also showing there was a message here in the chat. If you think Woody doing a good job being a witness today, put a 1 in the chat. If you think he's not doing so good, put a 0 in the chat. All right. I want to see what y'all thinking right now. And if you want to put a 1 in the chat and your explanation, go ahead. If you want to put a 0 in the chat with your explanation, go ahead. I want to see what everybody is thinking right now. There's a few things here that, again, what Shelee said, there it is again, referencing the meetings. Back room. He mentioned something about the back room, what I told you in the back room. Okay. And that is something that, again, no one knew anything about him being in the back room talking to Miss Hilton. As a matter of fact, I believe that was something that was done while Melnick was on his way to court that day. That I believe he's referencing, and I know he's referenced the ex parte meeting a lot. He has referenced the ex parte meeting a lot. Vanessa said, "Oh, they had private conversations about Nutt, and Hilton did not give that info to the defense." Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Okay. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Let's see here. Oh, Time said Tay is very dumb questions. Miss Hilton's line of questioning is not good. It's not good. And again, but she's kind of doing it on purpose. She's trying to play chess here. What she's doing is she's trying to get him to be incredible in the negative sense. So that way they can go to these videos. And so that's what she's doing. She's trying to play chess with this whole thing. She's not really doing a good job of it. Abundance says, I think Woody told Melnick about the private conversations and Melnick advised him to bring them up as much as possible. Definitely want to reference those conversations. Melnick is one of those. I'm going to get back at you, Tice. He doesn't like the prosecution. I don't think he likes the prosecution at all. Abundance says Woody doing a good job. All right. Woody doing a good job. Another 1. Another 1. All right. Another 1. There you go. Okay. So everybody thinking for the most part that he's doing a good job. Of those of you that's watching that's not participating in the chat, if you think he's doing a good job, just go ahead and like this live and subscribe to the channel. Go ahead and share this as well. Look, we've been rocking out for almost 8 hours, man. Your boy got up early in the morning. I got up super early this morning, and I started the live right when it was time for court. Been up since 7 o'clock to get us going today, man. I hope that everybody's enjoying this video. Hope everybody's enjoying the live. I try not to do a lot of interruptions during the court because I want us all to hear what's being said. I'm listening as well. I may chime in with some of my natural reactions to what's going on, but I try not to disrupt a lot of times. So hopefully everyone is enjoying this, man. And the best way that you can show your love is by liking the video and things of that nature, and comments and all that good stuff. Participation in the chat, all those things matter when it comes to the algorithm, when it comes to just being a part of the conversation. So I definitely want to say thank you all for just being a part of this live today. And again, I hope that you all are enjoying this as well. Vanessa says she wants to impeach him, but so far he has not said anything for her to impeach. That's true. This is the reason why she keeps going back and forth. If you notice, she tried to catch him on something that he said in one of his testimonies in June this year about Lil D being his son, but he said something about I birthed him. He went straight to what's on the record, and he said he's being sarcastic, which was the same implication that he made about being sarcastic when he was asked that question. So she tried to impeach him on that, and it didn't work. So she went to something else. Okay, she went back to 2015. Okay, so let's go back to 2015. And so what's happening is we're getting the same energy from Woody, excuse me, post recusal of Glanville initial post recusal, that he doesn't recall a lot of stuff of what he said because a lot of stuff is lies mixed with a little bit of truth. You got to finesse them that way. You tell them you give them a little bit of truth, and then you stick them with a lie. Okay. So it's like basically saying I give them a lot of hints to go to a dead end street. You know what I'm saying? I tell them like, yeah, they lived on this side, but then it's a dead end street. There's no way to get across to the other side to where you're really supposed to be, where it really is. And that's exactly what it is. It's like he's giving them dead end streets. He's giving them a little truth to go to a dead end street and all this kind of stuff. So at this point, he's doing exactly what he said he did, and so there's nothing to really impeach him on at this particular moment. So these questions are just going to keep coming to impeach him. And so right now, she's not really doing a good job of it. She's losing with her own witness, and one of the reasons why she's losing with her witness is because he has his attorney with him today in the courtroom. Also, we was watching Kayla's live, which we will get back to. And Kayla even said, hey, I was talking to Woody and all that kind of stuff, and I was helping Melnick and this, that, and the third. So, that's going down as well. So Woody is not doing a terrible job at all here. Okay. Melnick prepared him well, and I'm not mad about it. That's the importance of having an attorney. Absolutely. Absolutely. Always listen to your attorney. If you know that you're not abreast to how to testify or what to say, always listen to your attorney. All right. Listen to your attorney. That's always going to be important. You know what I'm saying? To listen to your attorney. So when you have an attorney, especially on retainer, listen, that's what they get paid for. All right. That's what they get paid for. Let's see what else we have here. We're all open on opinion here. So, yes. See what else we got here. She said, Vanessa said, I can't believe she was allowed to get away with telling him to say, I don't recall. That was a mistrial right there. When we went back to look at it, she told Woody, you can say I don't recall. She tried to coach him to testify. And what's really bad about it is that it's her witness, but it's not her client, because he is represented by Melnick. You cannot coerce the witness to say certain things, okay? You can't do that. That's not the way it goes. So it's very crazy in front of the jury. All of this in front of the jury as well. And that's crazy. Oh, shout out to D Pill. I appreciate the $5 super chat. Says thank you at Tay Biz TV. I appreciate you. It's all love. It is all gravy. Let me give you some horns. Let me give you some horns for that. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. I appreciate it so much. You're also a member of the channel. She's a mod. D Pill be rocking with your boy, man. So D Pill, all the mods, man, y'all show so much love. So thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate it. Abundance, I think Abundance ain't feeling Kayla, man. Like she said, but bumper stop. You mean you're shadowing Melnick? Yeah, I think it's a little bit of shadowing going on. I think so, but yeah, she said she's trying to help and all that kind of stuff, and you know, I guess that's what it is. As a matter of fact, I think I still have. Hold on, let me see something real quick because I may still have the just stay on break real quick. I still may have her live up. Oh yeah. I still got it up. Y'all want to see it real quick? Just for a second. I know they on break real quick. Let's just see if it was 1 second. Finish it out. We never finished out what else she was saying. Let me back it up just a little bit. Yes, D Pill, I appreciate you so much. I appreciate you so much for the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. She that says, thanks so much for your continued support. Absolutely. Show D Pill. Put D Pill in the chat. Everybody put D Pill in the chat for showing love and support. For sure. Definitely appreciate it. Definitely appreciate it. Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at Kayla's live real quick. This is when she was in the lunch break. Was it the lunch break or was it the first? Yeah, I think it was the lunch break. She came out and wanted to say what up, though, I guess. Or earlier break. But let's go ahead and take a look at it real quick here. All right, let's see what she said.
I have so much respect for him.
She's talking about her respect for Woody.
But I appreciate you guys so much. I am back. I got a lot of content coming for you guys. I will be back on live this week. I took a week off and I went to St. Lucia. I had a beautiful trip and I promised myself that I would stay off of YouTube for the week. But I'm back. I'm rested. I'm going to answer you guys' questions about what has been happening.
I'm feeling
And I appreciate you guys. Every time we got almost 500 people in here, and I haven't been on it so long, and you guys just come back to show me love. Thank you so much. So I'm gonna get some content together for you guys. I'm gonna get some guests lined up so we can dig into. I mean, we definitely have to talk about my testimony versus Attorney Melnick's testimony, and really just kind of get into what's been going on. I'm doing good. How you doing? Yes. So let's get a whole bunch of green hearts. Let's flood the chat with green hearts, and let's get ready. I am flying back to Houston tonight, so I hope that I'm able to get home and get settled in time to go live to discuss what happened today. But if not, I'm definitely gonna be ready tomorrow. My hair does not look crazy.
Oh my God.
I will try so hard tonight. Thank you. Time to work. Thank you. Okay. All right, guys. I'm pretty sure the break is going to be back over. And
okay, she wasn't saying much nothing anywhere in that part. But in the beginning, she was talking about how she was appreciating what Woody, how he's testifying and stuff like that, and how he's holding up was her pretty much her stance on that part. Yeah, but definitely again, you know, I don't see I don't see how Miss Hilton is going to be able to do this with Woody, man. Again, Woody is not going to get crossed today, obviously. I'm pretty sure tomorrow he will be, you know, I'm pretty sure tomorrow he will probably be on direct again by the prosecution. You know, and so I don't know, man. I don't know. I think it's kind of crazy. Hold on. What? Hey, oh, okay. Latoya Randolph from Abundance. Okay, from Abundance. I appreciate it, Abundance. Thank you so much for the $5 cash app. I appreciate you. I'm gonna just pop some horns real quick for you, real quick. Pop some horns for you, real quick. Shout out to Abundance for supporting the channel, supporting your boy, man. I appreciate the $5 cash app. Thank you so much again. Yeah, we've been going all day. Listen, it's 8 hours in. We've been going all day. You know what I'm saying? And we trying to give everybody. I'm sorry, I didn't mean. That's the name that came up. I didn't mean to. I apologize. Once I saw the actual when I opened it up, it did say the message on there. So I apologize. I didn't see the message first. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I understand though, Abundance. Trust me, I totally understand. So I will not do that again. But thank you again for the $5 cash app. I did not mean to say your name like that. My bad. Okay. Appreciate everybody. Put abundance in the chat. Go ahead and put abundance in the chat. Definitely appreciate. Like I said, that was the first name that I saw. I did not mean to. I did not read it all the way. That's my bad. So please forgive me. Okay. Please forgive me. Please forgive. Don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me. Please forgive me. Okay. But yeah, I don't see how Miss Hilton is going to win with this. I mean, her own witness. You know what I'm saying? I don't see how she's going to even win with this because, again, she's trying to impeach him. She's trying her best to impeach him. That's all she's trying to do. She's not even trying to dig for any kind of type of truth. You know what I'm saying? She's really just trying to impeach him. And so that way she can move all those videos and evidence that was that between when Glanville was there and all that kind of stuff, and that way they can do that. And so but Woody is doing what he said he's going to do. He testified. May not be the way they want it to be, but he's testifying, and may not be good, may not be what the information that they want. And then Miss Love is trying to school or coach Miss Hilton on asking questions. And Miss Love, don't even try it. Don't even try it. Okay. You were terrible last week. Okay. Terrible love last week. All right. You don't have the right or the permission to correct or coach anybody. And she went right into that mode. Remember, like I said, Miss Love is the type of person that she can dictate, but she don't know how to delegate at all. She said, Vanessa Murray said she didn't like when he kept bringing up his private conversations with her talking about nut. Absolutely. You see what I'm saying? Because it includes her. Like, you're involved in this as well. It's not just me. Is you're doing some stuff behind. That's why he said earlier, y'all wrong. He pointed at them like this. Y'all wrong. Y'all know y'all wrong. You know what I'm saying? They are definitely wrong. They are coercing. They are doing all types of things when it comes to Woody. I mean, look at what they did to Antonio Sledge. The plea deal that they gave him was absolutely just insanity. Okay. Like it's just ridiculous, Time says, I understand that Abundance not like a Kayla because she act like she wasn't in the private meeting because Kayla Bumpers couldn't remember nothing. St. Lucia is beautiful. Yeah, I mean, for real. Like, when we need you to remember stuff, you like, I can't. Like, no, we need you to remember stuff. Even the judge said, well, we're relying on your memory because the defense is claiming that there is some Brady material potentially, and you're not helping the defense with the Brady material. But there is one thing that she said. That has potential Brady, and that's the off the record conversation about the infinity and about the fact that Woody knows who unalive nut, and the person that unalive nut is not in this courtroom. That's what she said. He said in off the record, and she is a lawyer. She under oath. She has no reason. She's not going to risk her bar card in Texas or Georgia. So she's not going to risk that because she practiced in both places. But that's what happened. Okay, that is exactly what happened. So Kenneth Copeland did say that. And that's Brady. All right. And so the thing is, it exculpates the defense. Okay. So if he knows, so again, the prosecution is not asking him that. Ms. Love told Ms. Hilton about this, right? So but the prosecution is not asking him that. So why not? Why are you not asking him these things, huh? Because it's going to bring out some Brady material. Now I'm curious to see what the defense says, when they cross-examine Woody. And Brian Steele was very clear. He was very clear. He said, look, when I get on the stand, I'm going to ask Woody about the ex parte meeting. I'm going to do it. So be ready, be prepared. All right, they are back from break. Let's go ahead and get back into the courtroom, y'all. I appreciate the love and support. Thank you again so much, D. Peel, for the $5 super chat. I appreciate it so much. Thank you again. And also thank you, Abundance, for the $5 Cash App. I appreciate you once again. Thank you all so much for the love. It means a lot to me. I really, really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Guess they're coming back from break. Vanessa said that's Brady for sure. Absolutely. If there's any type of evidence that can exculpate a defendant and the prosecution knows it, they have to turn it over. Period. You're supposed to turn over evidence, period, anyway, whether it's inculpatory or exculpatory, but especially when it's exculpatory, because that is prejudice in a sense. All right, here we go. All right, we're gonna get some sound from the court or what? What's going on? Here we go.
Now,
All right.
Mr. Copeland, we just talked about MDC, and I want to go back very quickly to the shooting at the gambling house in Lakewood. You remember us talking about that a little bit earlier? And when we talked about it earlier, do you recall back in 2015, in the same January 2015 interview, telling the detectives that initially you all thought it was MDC that shot at you at the gambling house?
Can you say that again?
Sure. When discussing the gambling house shooting, initially, do you remember telling Detective Gaither that initially you all thought that it was MDC that shot at you all at the gambling house?
I know MDC didn't shoot at us. Me.
And when you talked to Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis about the shooting, you actually went into some details about what happened that night of the shooting. Do you recall doing that?
What you mean?
Like telling Detective Gaither, giving them details about what happened the night of the shooting.
I remember what happened, but I don't remember what I told the police.
Okay, what do you remember happening?
Niggas was shooting at us.
Can you watch your language?
I mean, people were shooting at us.
All right. And where were you all? Where were you standing when they were shooting at you?
Outside.
Okay, and you said they were shooting at us. Who else was out there with you?
A lot of people, little kids. I can't be specific who was out there.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that Thug was out there with you?
Yeah, he dropped that boy, didn't he?
Okay. And that the individuals started shooting from the bushes.
I don't recall where they were shooting at, but I thought they were shooting at.
And also, did you tell Detective Gaither that you ended up having to run behind a young woman who was out there as well?
I don't recall what I told the investigators.
And do you recall telling the investigators that at the Cascade skating ring, you confronted Kel about them shooting at you all from the bushes?
What happened in Nut got nothing to do with YSL. This some shit, excuse me language. This got everything to do with threat. You know what I mean? I was trying to protect threat from the get-go. You know what I mean? Threat, and they had some more stuff going on. Like,
was Threat at the gambling house when it got shot up by Kel?
Young, you say nothing I say can be used against me?
That's right.
Me and Threat shot up Rich Homie Coin Daddy Barbershop on Bankhead. I don't know what happened with Threat and Rich Homie Coin, but I'm gonna ride with my brother. And they was beefing. And yeah, we pulled up and did that.
Okay. And as a result of, why did you and Threat shoot up Rich Homie Quan Daddy's barbershop?
Because I'm gonna ride with Threat.
Okay. Did Threat tell you why he was shooting?
I
up
don't
the
ask no
barbershop?
questions. I just say let go.
And when Rich Homie Quan's barbershop was shot up, was that in September of 2014? Do you remember?
I don't know when. I know we went up there and shot it up.
Okay. Was it before Nut was killed?
Yes.
Do you remember what happened the day that you and Threat shot up Rich Homie Quan's daddy's barbershop?
What you mean?
Like, do you remember that day? What led up to you going to the barbershop and shooting it up?
I told them they go do it.
What led up to you saying, let's go do it? Why?
Threat was mad. He was like, he fucking keep scaring my language. He was talking, playing like we somebody to play with. And I was ready. I had them choppers on deck.
Why was Threat beefing with Rich Homie Quan to shoot up his daddy's shop?
Cause we didn't know where he was.
So did you go to the shop looking for Rich Homie Quan?
No, we went to send a message.
Yo.
What time did you go and shoot up?
I ain't telling you that.
Okay. Was it in the morning?
It was at night.
To your knowledge, did anyone send Threat to go shoot up Rich Homie Quan's daddy shop to send a message?
No, he said what he said, and I told him, let's go do it.
You said that you all went to go send a message. What message were you sending?
We ain't the ones to play with.
Did something happen between Rich Homie Quan and Threat prior to you all having to go send a message?
Yeah, but I don't know nothing about it.
So how do you know something happened if you don't know anything about it?
Because I can't say for facts if it's the truth.
Yeah, but remember he got immunity. His statements cannot be used against him in this case. Y'all don't get scared because he's doing this now. Don't get scared. Don't get scared. He got him. He still got immunity though.
Rich Homie Quan's daddy's barbershop start the beef between If Gang and YSL.
The beef was never between If Gang and YSL.
Okay.
The beef was between me, Threat, and Shell Care. Rich Homie Quan, because they were Shell Care was trying to ride Rich Homie Quan. The streets threw YSL into what me and Threat had going on.
He already went to jail for that. That's why he was in jail for 5 years. So he's
Well, that
he's
takes me
good.
back to the shooting at Lakewood, right?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. You just said that the streets brought YSL into what you and Threat had going on, correct? That's what you just said? Is that a yes for the record?
Yes, my bad.
So going back to the shooting at the gambling house, when you learned that Shell Kell was the one who shot up Thug's vehicle, did you and Shell Kell squash your beef when the two of you met at the Cascade skating rink?
Nothing I say could be used in no courtroom,
That is correct.
federal or state.
Is that the parameters of the immunity or?
Nothing can be used.
Correct.
And what your question was?
When you and Shell Kell met at the Cascade skating rink, did the two of you shake hands and say that the beef was over when y'all met at the Cascade skating rink?
I put a gun out on him.
At the Cascade skating
At the
rink?
Cascade skating rink.
Okay. Well, who'd you pull it out on?
Shell Care.
And once you pulled the gun out on Shell Kell, what happened?
I had somebody with me that I didn't want to get caught up in my bullshit, my shenanigans.
Who was with you?
I can't recall.
Well, if somebody you just
I can't remember who it was with me.
Okay. So how do you know you didn't want them caught up in your shenanigans?
Because I wasn't fit to put nobody else in my. I just wasn't gonna do that.
Okay. So after you pulled the gun out on him, did you shake hands with him to say that the beef was over between the two of you?
Nope.
Okay.
I pulled the gun out and let him know I could have got you right now.
Okay. And you didn't shoot him?
No, I didn't.
All right. So did you tell the police, Gaither and Dennis, back in January 2015, that you and Shell Kell shook hands and said that the beef was over and y'all two were laughing about it?
Well, I'm talking to the police, so I'm not going to tell them what actually took place. If I knew that y'all was going to do what y'all doing today, I wouldn't never even did what I did.
Okay. And then after you told the police that you all shook hands, you told the police that Kell wanted you to FaceTime Thug.
Thug had nothing to do with what we had going on.
That's not what I'm asking you, Mr.
I'm telling you the truth.
Did Kell shoot Thug's car the night that the gambling house was shot up?
Everybody could got shot up, and I can't say if I never seen who actually did it. They say that it was Kell who did it.
Was Thug's car one of the cars that was shot up the night that the gambling house was shot up?
My car was shot up, and a few other cars. I didn't see Thug's car because once I came from behind the wall, everybody was scared of pulling off.
So is your response that you don't know if Thug's car was
I-
shot up?
I don't recall if his car was shot. I doubt it was shot up because I seen it a couple days later or whatever.
Did you tell the police that when, back in this January interview with Gaither and Dennis, that when Kel asked you to FaceTime Thug, you FaceTime Thug and said, "Hey, Slime, the beef over with." So Thug was like, "Yeah, it's over with." And then Kel got on the phone and Thug started talking. And Thug said, "The beef ain't over with until you pay for my window. You shot my window."
But I told you I'd make anything up if I'm talking to investigators.
Okay. And they clarified and they asked you, is that what Kel said? And you said, no, that's what Thug told Kel.
It don't take a rocket science to come up with. I don't recall what I told investigators. I know I wasn't gonna tell them that I put a gun on Sheriff Kill, and if I didn't have certain people with me, I was gonna do something to them.
Okay. And that furthermore, you said, you told Detective Gaither and Dennis, yeah, he shot Thug's window. So Thug, like, I don't care about none of that, about what you all have going on. You still shot at me. Just pay for my window. If you don't pay for my window, hey man, I ain't letting nothing go. I looked at Kel and said, that's between y'all two. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither and Dennis that?
You know, I don't even talk like that.
All right. And then afterwards, they hung up from FaceTime and Kel's like, nah, man, call Nut. And so you and Kel started talking and you told Kel, just pay for the window. This shit over. And Kel's like, pay for the window? This nigga just tried me. Did you tell the police that that's what Kel told you after he got off the phone with the...
It's
When I
over.
put that gun out on Sheriff Kill, I said, I could have got you. He went his way and I went mine.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither and Dennis that you actually did shoot at Kel's house back in June of 2015? In the interview in June of 2015, you actually told the police that you shot at Kel. Do you not recall that?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I
So
don't think I got a chance to get him.
you said that. You told the police you shot in the air, but Kel was around. Do you recall telling the police
Can you
that?
say it again?
Sure.
I shot in the air, but what?
Use the microphone, Max.
All right, well, that may be something he told the police too. I don't know. She can ask about it and he can answer whatever his recollection is of what he said to the police. Go ahead. Okay, well, that is true. So make sure that you have a basis for your questions.
Yes, I do, Your Honor. Looking at those pictures, did you also speak to detectives in June of 2015?
June? Yes.
Okay. And during that interview, do you recall telling the police that you actually did shoot at Kel, but you told them that you actually shot in the air, but Kel was around?
I love God too much to be shooting at him.
Okay. Do you recall telling the police that you shot in the air?
No, I don't even recall ever shooting in the air.
Now I want to go back to the January 28th, 2015 interview. Do you recall telling the detectives that you told Kel, you got a problem with Thug, you don't have a problem with me. That's over with, and y'all shook hands?
Yeah, I don't recall what I done told the investigators.
He keeps saying the same thing about the investigators. All of this is for all of that on her desk is about is questioning Woody.
Now, in the same 2015 interview with Gaither
She
and
got sticky
Dennis,
notes. Jesus Christ.
after you spoke with them, Gaither and Dennis, about what led up to the shooting on the highway, Do you recall giving them more detailed information about the shooting on the highway?
What you mean?
Sure. Let me ask you this. Do you remember how long your interview was with Gaither and Dennis?
They questioned me so many times.
Okay. Do you remember the interview being approximately 3 hours?
Probably so.
Okay. And in the course of that interview, do you recall talking to them about a number of different things?
Like, I don't recall.
Okay. In speaking with Gaither and Dennis about the shooting on the highway, do you recall being at a pool party before the shooting occurred on the highway?
No.
Isn't it true that you told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that you all were at someone's home or at the pool party and you were getting ready to leave when you saw Booshi, Booshi, get on the phone prior to you leaving the party?
I don't recall what I told the investigators.
Okay. And you actually thought Booshi might be setting you up?
She know better.
Okay. But did you think, okay, did you tell the detective you thought that she might be setting you up?
I don't recall what I told the detectives.
And you thought that Booshi might be setting you up because her family was friends with Nutt's family?
I don't know who her family friends with. I don't even know who her family is.
Yo, this is crazy.
Them saying in that same interview that once you all left the party, you all got on the highway and you got near, I believe it was Atlanta Medical Center back then. And that's the area in where the shooting occurred on the highway.
Can you say it again?
Sure. That after you left the pool party, you and I believe Shannon got into a car and you all left, and the route that you took was near Atlanta Medical Center.
Oh, I don't recall what I told the investigators. The truth of the matter was I was trying to protect my friend. Threat.
Okay. Were you trying to protect Threat when you all were getting shot at on the highway?
I don't recall what you're talking about.
Okay. Was Threat in the car with you when you were getting shot at on the highway?
I don't recall.
Do you remember telling the detectives that you reached out to Yak Gotti because he was dating Booshi at the time, to tell him you thought that Booshi set him up?
I don't recall.
Dude, this is so embarrassing right now for Hilton, dog. This is so messed up for her, man. She and his immunity is for both state and federal. Oh, it's over. It's over. It's over on both sides. It's over. That's a fact, time.
And when you spoke to Yak
That's a fact. Dragging it out.
and you confronted him and said, your girl just set me up, he responded to you and said, who? Booshi? And then he told you he was going to call you back. He hung up. He called back and said, she doesn't know what you're talking about, that she didn't set you up.
I don't recall.
Now, earlier we talked about who you hang with, or back in 2015, who you were hanging with back in January of 2015. And did you tell detectives in this same January interview, Detective Gaither and Dennis, that outside of Shannon and Little D from Mechanicsville, you're not going to see them hanging with anybody else?
Y'all heard that car crash, dog? Yo, it's
Did you also
over,
tell
bro.
them that there's not going to be one time that you don't see you and Little D together, no matter what?
Did you forgive me abundance for using the government? I ain't
But
mean
he
to.
is not he don't have my life. He not like me. The D is a pretty boy. He for the girls.
Okay, so when you say he's not like you, what do you mean?
I don't recall.
Okay, so why did you just say that?
I don't recall.
So when you say he's like the girls, what do you mean?
He's a pretty boy.
Okay.
He's not a troublemaker.
Okay, so what does that mean?
Appreciate you.
Why did you tell me that?
The D was only around for the girls.
So when he got beat up in the club, was that only for the girls?
Oh my God.
Yeah. I don't know.
So if he's only about the girls.
The D is not a fighter. He's not a shooter. He's just a pretty boy.
Are you aware of Little D shooting at people's houses after he got beat up in the club in April of 2015?
No, Lil D don't know how to shoot no gun.
Were you aware of him being convicted for that?
Cause Lil D wanna be something that he ain't. So he probably took a charge. Ain't no telling.
Now, are you familiar with a person by the name of Trivia?
Who?
And Trivia?
I don't know who that is.
Man, they just
Do you
throwing
know
anything
of
at the
Muntu
wall.
having a girlfriend named Trivia?
Oh, the girl. Yeah, I know who. I don't know her. I know who you're talking about.
Okay. And Trivia, was she at one point in time also dating Shell Cal?
That's her.
I'm asking you.
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling the detectives about Trivia and about the issues you had with Trivia yourself?
I ain't had no issues with her.
Do you recall telling the detectives about Muntuk and Shell Cal getting into an argument at Club Crucial?
We grown. We men. We ain't doing no arguing, especially not over no girl.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis?
I would tell them anything.
And that their argument wasn't over a girl?
I don't recall.
Look at the judge. The judge is like, okay, where we going with this?
Okay. Earlier you talked about pulling a gun out on Shell Cal. Do you recall telling me that a few moments ago?
Yes.
All right. In this same January, excuse me, I thought it was in June, but in this same January interview, do you recall telling Detective Gaither that you actually
She is
told
leaning on those
Chantel
interrogations, boy.
that you almost shot at him and that you could have killed him if you wanted to. You actually told Detective Gaither.
If I got a chance, I would have.
Okay. But did you tell Detective Gaither that you told Shelkel that you almost shot at him?
I don't recall.
Okay. And that you actually told him, I was this close to you, but I could have killed you if I wanted to.
Yeah, I don't recall.
And that's when you told him, I ain't shoot at you, but I shot in the air. If I would have shot you, I could have got you.
You said it again?
Sure. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that you actually did tell Shelkel that you almost tried to shoot at him, but that you ended up shooting in the air?
I don't recall.
And that you told him, I would have shot you. I could have gotten to you, bro.
Anytime he got shot at? No, I don't recall.
And even when you told Detective Gaither that you intended to shoot at Shelkel, were you arrested that day at all?
Because I'm not telling on myself.
But you told her what you told Shelkel, which was that you were shooting at him.
I told her lies because I knew she wouldn't be able to go back and I knew she wouldn't go back and get nothing to prove that what I said was true.
Okay, but you just told this jury that you did try to shoot at Shelkel, so that wasn't a lie, correct?
I put a gun out on her. It's a difference.
This is over. This is done deal right here.
Now, after January 28th, did you then go back to the police department in February 20th after you, your daughter, and your child's mother were shot at when you were coming out the house?
They took me down there.
Okay. And when they took you down there, did you speak with the police?
I had no choice.
And did you tell them what happened to you?
I told them different stories.
What do you recall happening the day that you, your child, and your child's mother were shot at?
My child was crying. She wouldn't stop crying. We was taking her to the hospital. We came out the door. Somebody was out there waiting. And then what happened?
Okay. When you went to come out, child, where were you?
Carver home.
Okay. And where were you taking your baby?
To the hospital.
And today, do you recall which hospital you were taking her to?
I think Sky's right. This one that I used to always take her to.
Okay. And once you walked out the house, what do you remember happening?
I look around. I seen the car sitting at the stop sign, just sitting there. I walked towards the car. I walked towards my car and I grabbed my baby mama's hand and pulled her closer to me. And the car pulled out like if it come, like they were trying to figure out which way they wanted to go. Then they turned my way. I told her to get down. I pulled the gun out, put my baby behind my back because she was in a car seat. I pulled my gun out. I can't remember if I threw my child in the back seat with my baby mama or if I just held her behind my back. But the car rolled on side of me. I seen all the windows up and I didn't just want to shoot anybody out for paranoid. So I waited. They rolled up, let they window down and tried to shoot. and I shot all in their car.
And what happened after you shot at their car?
I ran around, grabbed my baby mama out the back seat, told her to duck behind me as we tried to go back into the apartment, and they like got out the window and tried to shoot. They shot, and I shot back at them again, and then the car started making a lot of noise. They ran into a house. They jumped out, and I shot at them some more. Then the neighbors, somehow we couldn't get in, but she got in, and we ran. The neighbors is in their house.
And the neighbor, the house you ran into, were they initially outside as well when the shooting first started? Do you remember?
I think it was, but I can't. It was so fast. I wasn't caring about them. My only mind was on my kid and my baby mom.
And when that occurred, did you feel the need that you had to protect your child and your child's mother?
That's my job.
And that's why you shot back.
That's my job.
Okay. And
That was a dumb question.
once everything occurred, did you wait for the police to come to tell them about what happened?
No, I was trying to dip, but when I came out, the police came so fast. Shit, they caught me.
And when they caught up with you, did you tell them everything you just told the jurors right now while you were still on the scene, still back at Carver Homes?
No, I lied and said that somebody named Tay was shooting back at them.
Okay.
And when he said he gonna call Gator, whatever her name is, I knew she was gonna be like, which Tay? So I just went ahead and told him I was shooting back.
Okay. So when you went down to the police department and you spoke with the detective, do you recall initially not wanting to tell them who shot at you or who you saw shooting at you?
So, I mean, I tell it over and over and over and over and over that I never saw no one face. I to this day, I still never saw no one face. The detectives, they pressured me. They kept asking me. I didn't know nobody. And then the next day they wanted the gun. They gave me 24 hours. I didn't give them the gun. They locked me up. And when they locked me up, they put me on isolation. They wouldn't let me out the room. I was going crazy. I was thinking about when nobody out there to protect my baby mama and her and my child. I was losing it. Shit, I was going crazy in that room. So I just went putting things in my head, and I was requesting to speak to the police so I could say anything to get out, so I could get out there and do what I know.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to the interview now on February 20th, 2015. And
Yes,
looking
Melnick's
at
still there.
the
He didn't leave.
Can you find the one that's February 20, 2015?
It's right in front of me.
And is that the one that you and Deshaun were in the interview room together?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall there being times in the interview
Yes, sir.
that the detectives left and you and Deshaun were in there by yourselves?
I can't really say how that interview went because the police don't question me so many times.
And in that interview, initially, did you even tell that first detective that it was Tay who shot you?
No, I don't know which. It was so many of them. I just know when I was still in Carver Home, I tried to go outside to get the key from the car because I had already left the car running, and Deshaun dropped her purse, which had the key in it. So I was trying to go get the key, and then that's when the police caught me. And the first police that came up, he didn't know me, and I didn't know him, so I just told him anything. But when he was like, "They getting a gang unit here," I was like, "Shit," because the gang unit know everybody I know. So I just told them, I shot back.
Okay. And even when you told me you shot back, you did not get arrested for shooting back at Tay, or excuse me, shooting back at the cars that shot at you.
Right. So when I went ahead and admitted that I was shooting back, they searched me. And then he was like, "Okay, man, you're not under arrest, whatever." So he's like, "We just want to take you down for question." I'm like, "But if me and my baby mama got shot up, why you only taking me? If you're gonna lock me up, just gonna lock me up." And then one of the police because the police put like his handcuff, and he was like, "Nah, we don't need that." Told him put the handcuffs up, and he like, "Man, come." So I like, "Do I gotta go?" He like, "Yeah, because I gotta get your statement." So I'm like, "Well, why she?" And he like, "She could come too."
Okay. And the both of you all went to the police department.
He took us down there.
All right. And she wasn't arrested and you weren't arrested when you went down there.
No, we wasn't.
All right. And during that interview, do you recall them trying to find out from you who was the person that shot at you?
That's what he kept asking. I don't recall, but I know that's what he kept asking.
And you were concerned about telling them because you were concerned about snitching.
No, at that point, I didn't give a fuck about, oh, excuse me, sorry. I didn't care about nothing or nobody walking this earth.
During that interview, do you recall the detective? And let me actually just strike that. The person who interviewed you, was it Detective Thorpe?
I don't have a clue who it was.
Okay. Do you remember being Detective Gates or Detective Dennis?
I remember them saying that the gang unit gonna come question me. I don't remember. I don't even know if they questioned me about this. I can't remember.
Okay. Do you remember the detective asking, or didn't the detective ask you, do you recognize anybody in the car that tonight this evening shot at you? Do you recognize anybody? And Deshaun says, I couldn't see their face. He asked you, you recognize who it is. I'm just waiting on you to be real with me about it. And you said it won't stop it. And he says to you, so you saying the loyalty, not knowing who was out here shooting at your baby mama and your baby ain't gonna stop it? Because you can't sit here and tell me today who you recognize as a person who was shooting at you. And then you continue to say, I didn't do nothing. I didn't kill nobody. I didn't shoot one of them. I haven't done nothing to them. I honestly haven't. They've been shooting up. I haven't retaliated not one time. I'm going to tell you why I haven't, because I feel like police out to get me. Gaither called me. Guess what? They can call me. I put all my pride to the side. I put a lot of faith in her to handle. I'm sorry. And I put a lot of faith in her to handle this. And guess what? It's still going on. And he says to you, where's the question? That he was concerned about snitching. Were you concerned about?
He just said no.
No, I'm not. I wasn't concerned about snitching.
Okay.
It's more about getting whoever did that. So if I had to throw the police out by saying anything for the person who actually did do it, I don't want the police to know who did it, because you shot me while I got my child. Fuck jail.
Okay. Do you recall telling the detective that one of your cousins was getting tortured now because people thought that he had snitched?
What I'm trying to do to people who shot at me and my child, I ain't trying to see them in jail.
Okay, but did you tell the detectives, again, you were concerned about being labeled a snitch?
I don't. If that was the case, then I wouldn't be a snitch.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives, your cousin, he's getting shot at, all this because they think he snitched? I'm already going through enough about something I didn't do. And I know if I was to tell you what was going on, as much as I know, they're going to be on the records and all this here, and you got to get him locked up, and he going to get his discovery package. First thing you're going to do is send the two places, to the street and to prison, and float it all around the city of Atlanta, and then all around prison. But my name's over that. I'm not going out that way. No, I'm not going through none of that. Look, they shot at me, my girl, and my baby. Almost shot my face off as we were running. I'm not for sure, but I thought I heard one of the bullets hit the car seat and grazed the car seat. I don't know.
I've been to jail so many times that I know whatever I say to the police will be in black and white. They have me no concern about being labeled a snitch or being concerned about being labeled a snitch. The way I live and the way my mind set up is, I don't care how nobody label me. Like I told you, somebody shot me while I got my child.
Okay. And with that, the detective tried to encourage you to tell who you saw, and you would not. Is that true?
My right hand to God, Detective Gaither told me who shot at me. She asked me, did I see one of the people? And when she said that, I was like, I didn't see this boy, no nothing. First thing came to my mind, why you bring his name up? I didn't know no blood was in the car. I didn't know nothing. And when they told me that and she brought his name up, I knew who shot at me then.
Didn't you send to Detective Gaither and the day after this interview a picture of the person who shot at you in the car?
Tay never shot at me.
Okay, but
there was a throw off.
But you sent her that picture, correct?
I can't recall. If I did, I probably did. But my whole motive was to get who, in my heart, like I said last time, and to this day right here, I have seen Tay after the fact, and I didn't do nothing to him because I knew 100% fact that this boy didn't shoot at me or do nothing to me. The pressure that the Atlanta police put on me was just like to say anything at this point, because at the end of the day, I know this boy didn't shoot at me. Y'all went to lock them up and charge him. The DA office called me, and when I was in, they didn't call me, they called Deshaun. When I was in jail, and they was talking to her, and they were saying something about trial. I told them people on the phone while I was in jail back in whatever year that was, that he wasn't the person that shot us. I'm not protecting him. And to this day, he's out wherever he at. I'm not protecting him. I never saw him shoot at me.
Okay. In the same February 20th interview, do you recall there being a period of time when the detective left the room and it was only you and Deshaun in the room speaking?
I don't recall nothing that took place in the interrogation. But as we speak today,
Nothing is terrible.
I'm telling you what I recall. When they shot at me with me, Deshaun, and my child, I remember every second of that night. I still see it every night I go to sleep. I still want this it.
And is it true that in the same February interview, when Detective Curry left the room, it was just you and Deshaun, you said to her, this shit not going to work. Sit right here and be a damn snitch, so I'm going to keep going. And she says to you, why are you acting like you did? I didn't. They want me to say I did. Well, you should just said no. I thought you know all of them. And you said, I do know who it was. You were just saying you didn't know what to say. I did. When he jumped out the car, I know exactly who I saw. And she said, who? And he said, this shit got my blood pressure up. I think they be walking somewhere right here or something with the police right here. They had to be walking somewhere. They could have ran up to the car. And then you say, it's Tay and them. Do you recall telling Deshaun that when it was just the two of you in the room?
I don't recall saying that, but I have watched First 48, and any of my family members will tell you, I don't remember watch police all day. Any movie, I just watch and learn how they operate. When that police left out, I knew they were still recording this. Like I said, I like it.
So why wouldn't, so if you told the detectives, I don't know who shot me, why didn't you just continue to say that if you knew the cameras were running? Why didn't you just tell Deshaun that knowing that the cameras were running?
Because my whole motive is to convince the police that I'm going to tell them the truth.
But you already convinced them, according to you, by telling them you didn't know who shot you, correct?
But you got to understand the difference, like how you put pressure on me now. You keep applying pressure. You know what I mean? Like at this point, I'm liable to say anything, but the truth of the matter is I don't know who shot at me until Detective Gaither said one of the boys' name. And when she said one of the boys' name, she said blood. And when they locked me up the next day, I was in what's name, and one of the boys came in like, he just came from Cub home, and they found he told me some stuff that happened that I was like, what? I put 2 and 2 together, and that's how I knew who shot at me.
Was Detective Gaither in the room when you were talking to Deshaun?
I don't know. Like yeah, I'm talking about the whole time frame. When that investigator questioned me, you know what I mean? Like it was. I know Tay personally. Like I'm not gonna tell you nothing about what me and Tay had going on, but y'all know, like I know Tay didn't have nothing to do with me getting shot at.
Matter of fact, you just said you knew Tay. Didn't you tell Detective Curry that Tay had just been at your house a few days before the shooting?
Exactly. I invited him there.
Exactly. And you told the detective that's how you knew who he was, because he had been to your house.
You want to tell you why I invited Tay to my house? I'm not even gonna do him like that. No, I'm not telling y'all that.
Okay. I'm not asking you to tell me anything. I'm asking you, were you concerned about snitching, which is why you did not want to initially tell Detective Curry who shot at you?
Sustained.
After, in that same February interview, once Detective Curry left the room and you had an opportunity to talk to Deshaun, do you remember Detective Curry coming back into the room and speaking with you some more?
I don't remember. I don't recall how the interrogation went.
Okay.
I don't recall.
Do you recall being concerned that there was a whole gang after you because they thought that you had killed Nut?
I wouldn't be in the streets if that was the case.
Didn't you tell the detective at this February 20th interview, I can't run from it. It's a whole gang after me. Different niggas every day. It could be different niggas every day. Every day.
I was telling the investigators anything where I could be a victim, because if I caught one of them down bad, I'd be justified.
When you say caught them down bad, what does that mean?
Self-explanatory.
It's not. If you can tell me, what does that mean?
I don't recall.
Okay, so why did you just say that?
I don't know.
And in February of 2015, when you had this initial interview after you and your child mother was shot at, did you just want the police to do their job and find out who killed Nut so that people would stop coming after you?
Can you say it again?
Sure. In February of 2015, when you had this initial interview, did you just want the police to do their job so that people could stop coming after you? You wanted them to find out who killed Nut so people could stop coming after you.
You saying, did I say that?
Yes.
I guess I don't recall. I think so. I don't know.
Okay. Were you tired of people coming after you thinking that you killed Nut?
I was tired of getting shot at.
And were you getting shot at because people thought you killed Nut?
Sustained.
Did you believe that you were getting shot at because people thought you killed Nut?
Well, I was getting shot at before that.
I'm talking about in January 2015.
I never got shot at in January 2015. I think I got shot in like in February or something like that.
When you were shot at and while you were in the car, was that in January 2015?
I don't recall. The only time I remember getting shot at is when I had my daughter. That's the only time I think I got shot at, if I'm not mistaken. After Nut got killed.
And you said you don't recall the time on the highway.
I don't remember if it was before or after he got killed.
Right, remember your own question. Woody done messed them up.
Now, you said that you finessed them because they wanted the gun that you used to shoot back at the individuals who shot at you. What happened to that gun?
That's the truth.
How do I know?
I feel you.
What did you do with the gun after you shot at them?
What gun?
The gun that you used to shoot at the individuals who shot at you.
I don't know nothing about no gun. I don't recall.
Okay. Did you just testify a few moments ago that while your baby was in your hand, you took the gun and shot at these individuals who shot at you?
Oh, I told them I throw that gun in the woods.
Who did you tell that to?
The police, they caught me there that night. And they went to search the woods and they said they couldn't find it.
All right. Did you tell the detective who you were interviewing with that the gun was back at home and that you were going to go get the gun and bring it to them?
Yes, I think I told them that.
Okay.
I told them if they let me go, I'd bring the gun back.
And that specifically you won't call Gaither and give Gaither the gun.
I don't know if I said that, but I probably did.
Okay. And did you ever give Gaither the gun?
No.
Why not?
Is you crazy?
They asked you for the gun. Why didn't you give it to her?
I knew I wasn't gonna get in the gun from the start.
Okay. Did you eventually explain in June of 2015 the reason why you never gave Gaither the gun?
What you mean?
When you were interviewed in June of 2015, did you tell Gaither why you never gave her the gun?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you tell Gaither in June of 2015 that you never gave her the gun because it was Shannon's gun?
What I'm gonna do with Shannon gun?
Did you recall telling her that?
I ain't no telling. I probably did.
Okay. And that Shannon took the gun with him while he was on tour with the.
No, I don't. I tell Gaither anything.
Okay.
Just like I would tell the rest of the police. But as today, as in the truth of what happened was, I hid the gun in the neighbor house. And they bathroom up under the sink.
So why wouldn't you just tell Gaither that you hid the gun?
Because they're gonna lock me up for the gun. I ain't supposed to have it.
Okay. But you had already told her in January 2015 that you had a whole chopper. You didn't get arrested for having a chopper. So why would you get arrested for having this gun when you were protecting yourself from being shot at?
Because it don't matter what I tell them. They know I had guns, but it's what they catch me with.
Okay. And didn't Gaither and the detective who interviewed you the night that you were shot at told you that you wouldn't get in trouble. They just need the gun.
Yeah, but I don't know. Fool go for it.
Sit down, Hilton. It's over, baby.
Now, when you were talking to the detective back in this February 20th interview, do you recall him asking you questions about Tay and where Tay was from?
Which Tay?
The Tay that you initially said shot at your car.
Oh, I don't
I
recall.
mean, excuse me, shot at you and Deshaun.
I don't recall.
You see, Miss Love ain't had no more sticky notes to give her.
And that Deshaun actually told the police that he's either from Mechanicsville or he's from Simpson Road.
Deshaun ain't tell them nothing.
And matter of fact, Deshaun, when they asked him how old is Tay, Deshaun told them
Overruled, because I think it's as to, let me hear the rest of the question.
sure, during this entire,
How's he supposed to know this?
because he's present in the room when she's telling him.
All right, I'm gonna overrule it.
In this same interview, Deshaun was able to tell the detective that this individual by the name of Tay was about 20 years old.
I don't recall Deshaun saying nothing to the police other than she ducked down.
And that matter of fact, you actually told the detectives that you used to hang out with this Tay before he shot at you?
I tell you, I tell the detectives anything to get them up off me.
And specifically told him that you and him used to play basketball at Carver High School. The two of you used to play basketball on the basketball court at Carver.
I don't recall.
How we looking on the likes?
Miss Hilton, we're gonna need to, I mean, it doesn't have to be right this minute, but pick a stopping point sometime in the next 20 minutes or so.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. You said earlier that you weren't concerned about being labeled a snitch. Is that fair to say?
Say that again?
Earlier, a few moments ago, you said you weren't concerned about being labeled a snitch. Is that fair to say?
I wasn't.
You was not.
What you mean?
That you didn't have any concerns being labeled a snitch. Is that correct?
I don't get what you're asking.
Back in 2015, were you concerned about people labeling you a snitch?
I was concerned about the safety of my family, so that's my mindset back then.
I'm asking you, were you concerned about being labeled a snitch?
A snitch is someone who tell the truth to the police.
Okay, so were you concerned about being labeled a snitch?
I was concerned about getting those who wrong me and the people I care about.
In the same February interview, did you tell Detective Curry, I went down here and I talked to her. Now everybody, excuse me, let me stop that. Did you tell Detective Curry during this interview, how can I survive this? How can I survive this? I can't go anywhere if I don't have money. Because Gaither called my phone when I was in front of Young Thug. She wanted me to talk. She wanted me to come down and talk. You feel me? Everybody there, everybody right there. You feel me? That's what I did. I left, went down here and talked to her. Now, everybody look at me like I'm a snitch now. It's just like I can't get no money. You know, I was just getting money by just doing nothing. Hey man, I need to borrow this right here, just hanging around going for the mall. He paid for everything for me. And now they think I'm a snitch.
First of all, I was breaking in the stove, so I'm always get me some money. That's what I'm gonna do. So what I told the investigators is just anything. I keep telling you that. You know what I mean? Like,
okay. So my question to you is, were you concerned back then about being labeled a snitch?
I was playing the victim card. I keep telling you that. It was about being labeled a snitch, because if I was concerned about being labeled a snitch, I would never even try to finesse my way out of no situation, because even lying to the police, y'all to put it in there as in this and then third. I know anything that I say to a police officer, they're going to go into a police report anyway. So it's self-explanatory. I only care about getting myself out of situations to protect my family. That's it.
And is that why you're changing your testimony here today?
I'm not changing my, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Because you're concerned about being labeled a snitch.
Miss Hilt, the damn world called me a snitch. You think I'm only concerned about telling the truth today? I don't know what nobody else did, but I do know that I have lied on people, and I don't want that on my conscience. So today I'm sitting here telling you the truth. I told you the truth before y'all called me in this trial. I told y'all I have made it up. I told y'all that. I wasn't gonna say anything about nothing to hurt my friend. My friend was strict. I was only protecting him.
So when you told the detectives about what happened the night of Donovan Thomas's murder, were you protecting Threat?
Yes, I was gonna keep Threat name out of it as much as possible.
Did Threat have something to do with Donovan Thomas's murder?
I don't know what Threat got something to do with it, but I know that there was the last person I gave that car to.
What car?
The car, the Infinity car. And I wasn't gonna say nothing about it.
What Infinity car did you give the Threat?
The Infinity car that I had.
Okay. Is this the same car that you went to the rental car place with Thug and Thug rented the Infinity?
I'm talking about the gray Infinity car that me and Zachary was riding in. I wrecked the car, put up on threat, gave the car the threat, and I left.
Okay. Is this the same Infinity that you told police that you went to the Hertz rental car place with Thug when he rented the Infinity?
Oh boy.
I just told you that I gave threat that car. I
Mr.
don't know.
Copeland, that's not what she asked. So listen to what she asked and then answer that as best you can.
You're saying you gave Threat that Infinity. Is that what you're saying?
Hold on 1 second. Y'all just confused me. What you say, Yana?
Well, I wanted Ms. Hilton to ask the question clearly and you listen to it and answer it. So ask the
Oh,
question
boy.
you asked him a minute ago, if that's what you want the answer to.
The
didn't crash
Infinity
out.
that you're talking about, is that the Infinity that you went to the Atlanta airport with Thug when he rented the Infinity?
What you asking?
You're talking about an Infinity that you gave to Threat, correct?
Right.
The Infinity that you're referring to, is that the Infinity that you went to the Atlanta airport with Thug when he rented the Infinity?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
And that was the car that Thug rented, correct?
I asked him to rent me a car, and I read the car, and I gave the car the threat.
When did you give the car to Threat?
The same night I read it. The night before that happened.
Before what happened?
The same night it happened. I can't remember. I gave the car the threat and I left.
Dang,
Where did you
dog.
give the car to Threat at?
At the studio.
What studio?
I pulled up and gave it to him and pulled right off.
What studio?
It was by Northside Drive, Marietta. It was one of them streets.
Was there anyone else at the studio when you gave the car?
I didn't go in the studio. I pulled up. I was pulling up, and I seen Threat. I gave Threat the car, jumped out of the car, it got in my called my brother to come and get me.
And was this the date Donovan Thomas died? Was this a few days before? In relation to when Donovan Thomas died, when did you get Threat this vehicle?
I gave Threat that car. I read the car, gave it to Threat.
So when you wrecked the car, why would you give Threat a wrecked vehicle?
So I could, what you mean? It wasn't damaged bad. I don't know. I hit something on it, and then shit, the thing on the cover, it was tripping. So when I pulled up, I wasn't giving it to Threat, but I just seen him standing outside. And I was like, he like, what you about to do? I'm like, him, just get the key real quick. I'll be right back. Gave Threat the car, and I dipped. I don't know if it was late. So when I woke up the next day, I came outside, and this when I heard what happened.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Hilton, is this a good time to
Yes,
stop
it's a good
for the
time to
day?
stop.
All right.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Copeland, we'll see you back here at 9 in the morning.
9?
9 in the morning.
I can go?
Yeah, you can go for now. All right, ladies and gentlemen. To maintain the integrity of this trial, remember that you need to decide this case based only on the evidence that is admitted during this trial and the law that I will explain to you. You should consider only the evidence admitted inside of this courtroom. You may not conduct any research on your own about this case or about any of the people or the places mentioned in this trial. You may not visit any places mentioned in the evidence, and you may not refer to any books or documents that have not been admitted during the trial. You should not take or review any photographs or video of any person or place involved in this case, except to review the evidence during your deliberations later. Also, you may not use
Everybody.
any dictionaries or any other reference materials, including online reference materials, to help you in any way with this case. You may not use Google or any other internet search engine, or consult websites, blogs, podcasts, any social media websites, apps, including but not limited to Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, X, TikTok, Reels, Twitch, YouTube, Kick, Reddit, or the like. I'm sure I left out a few, but any of those. Or any other source, electronic or otherwise, to get information about this case. And do not use any of these sources to get information about legal terms or concepts or about the law. Finally, do not watch, read, or listen to any accounts of this trial that might appear in the news media, whether online, in print, on television, on the radio, or otherwise. And this includes any social media as well. In short, do not seek any information about this case from any source outside of the confines of this courtroom. Remember, you are the ones who've been qualified as fair and impartial jurors to decide this case, and no other influence should affect your decision. For that reason, you may not discuss this case with anyone, including your family and friends, or let anyone discuss this case with you or around you. This includes discussion or sharing information in person or by phone, email, text, blog, or any form of social media. And if anyone does approach you about the case, please immediately let Sergeant Ingram or another deputy or court staff know that. Please remember that you should consider the evidence with an open mind. Do not jump to conclusions, and do not reach any final conclusions until this trial is complete. And by that, I mean until the deliberations begin, after you've heard all of the evidence, the lawyer's closing arguments, and the law that applies to this case. You must not, until that time, even discuss the case amongst yourselves in the jury room, during breaks, or anywhere else. Please remember to leave your notes and notepads in the jury room as you leave for the evening. Thank you so much for your time and attention, and we will see you at 9 a.m. in the morning. Thank you. You're excused for now.
Nah. This ain't good. Sorry, y'all. This ain't good. Nope, this ain't good. No, it's not illegal to rent a car. That's facts. But what it's attached to, yeah. It could be called, he could be an accomplice to something. He could be an accomplice to something. So,
All right, y'all can be seated. I'm going to have Ms. Percival double check and confirm with the jurors their understanding of what days next week they were released. I thought it was Monday through Thursday, but I just want to make sure that they don't think they're also off Friday. I got told that maybe the one juror who's taking her kid to school might be doing the whole drive back on Thursday, so I'm just going to double check on that. But I am planning for us to work pretty much the whole week next week, just as a non-jury week. If it turns out that they are ready to come back on Friday, or think that that's when they were being called back anyway, then that'll be a jury day for us. But otherwise, at least it'll be Monday through Thursday non-jury, and we'll just see about Friday based on what they think. I'll just go with whatever they have already been told by the predecessor judge. All right, so I know there's some things we need to deal with next week. I know, Misty Williams, you have sent a more particularized motion to suppress, so I appreciate that. I haven't had a chance to look at it yet, but we'll take that up. There's a motion to exclude late identified, I guess, co-conspirator statements that we'll take up then. If we're lucky, we can get to what everybody understands the exhibit list admissions are. I don't think that's the most critical thing to do, but if we get around to it, we need to have confirmation on the motion in limine 49 concerning the PowerPoint. Do y'all have an answer to that yet?
Your Honor, I don't, my answer is preliminary. I just remember what I said, and it was not contained in, partially contained in the motion in limine. So we are looking back at the transcript and the video, because my recollection of it is different than what's being represented in motion in limine number 49. And mine was specifically that we were not intending to introduce it at that time through that witness. So, and that day. So we're going back.
All right.
Because
so you think that it's possible that you didn't actually say we don't ever want to introduce it or use it? You think it may have just been.
I know I didn't say that we don't ever want to.
All right, and so then it sounds like there's still going to need to be a ruling on that, because y'all do want to introduce that?
We do want to use that. We intended, that's why we gave it to them. We were going to use it through Detective Dennis at the end of the Donovan Thomas and at the end of the retaliatory shootings.
All right, and I know that I've got the defense position on that. I don't know if you had said that you filed a written response ever.
I did, but to his number 49, I will file a written response,
Okay,
because when we got that, we were looking through, like, that's not the recollection that I have. We were looking through to make sure that he had contained, and it doesn't. His motion does not contain the entirety of what was said in that colloquy, and the matter of the PowerPoint was addressed on 2 different days, I believe.
Okay, well, just get that in sometime this week. So that's another thing we can deal with and resolve next week. I know we still have wiretap evidence outstanding that we need to reach at some point. I think that's everything, other than we need to have a date for the remedial training. And Ms. Love, if you can provide to the court the identity of all of the team members, at least the lawyer team members, and if you want to have investigators or anybody else participate in the remedial training, that's up to you, but at least all of the lawyers that are on this team. And I am thinking, I know I have got a conflict Monday morning, Monday the 19th, between 8 and 12. I'll be here for the afternoon. And I'm thinking if that would be an ideal time to do that, I'm just thinking y'all come into the courtroom, there'll be a deputy. You can sit and watch the video and be done with it.
Yes, Your Honor, we can do that. We can do whatever it is at the court.
All right, that sounds good. So anyway, that's what I know scheduling wise for now. If anybody has any issues or can think of anything else that I didn't just touch on that we also need to take up next week. Okay. All right, and then just as a heads up, you know, in terms of scheduling. Oh, hang on.
Man, this is interesting, man. Well, we do know one thing that we do know, according to this witness, we do know that the Donovan Thomas unaliving had nothing to do with a YSL issue. We do know that. And we do know that Mr. Copeland went to go get the vehicle with Thug, but gave it to Threat. Now, the question is, did Thug know why he was renting the vehicle? This is why they have to prove the conspiracy part for it to even make sense. But the fact of the matter is that, and I see it in the chat, the fact of the matter is that you had information about this off the record that you never shared with the defense. And so I know for a fact that the defense is going to definitely talk about this. Oh, for sure. They're definitely going to talk about that. Absolutely. I can't wait for cross-examination. I cannot wait for cross-examination on this.
All right. So looking ahead just a little bit.
Facts. And he was under oath when he said it too. Lied.
Next week, we've already discussed. The week after that begins the 26th, We will be in court, I imagine, with the jury, the 26th, 27th, and 28th. That's Monday through Wednesday. The 29th and 30th, the court has plans because the court was not always assigned to this case, and the court's not changing those plans. The court needs a break every once in a while. So we are going to have Thursday, the 29th, and Friday, the 30th off entirely. That's Labor Day weekend. We have the Monday off anyway, because that's Labor Day. So y'all can choose to also take a break. You can choose to work the entire time. You can choose to make some other judge's day by actually being able to have a day with them in court. That's up to y'all, but y'all do not have to be with me on August 29th and 30th. All right. And that's what I know at this point in time. All right, anything else before we break for the evening? Yes, ma'am.
I want to get clarification on the timeline of the witness and exhibit list that state's supposed to turn into us, and whether you want our motions after they give it to us, or you want us to file it now.
What do you mean?
Because like my Jackson Denham motion,
Yeah.
I filed it late because I didn't know until July 31st that they were going to use that interview.
I'm not sure that, okay, I mean, if that's what you say, great, you didn't know for certain, but I mean, Jackson Denos are normally a pretrial thing, and y'all can get with the state and ask them anytime, but as soon as you know that there might be an issue with something and you know about it, you just go ahead and let me know. And if we get around to it and the state says, we don't even want to use that because you haven't bothered to ask the state yet, or for whatever reason, then we won't worry about it. But yeah, don't wait. Don't wait. Go ahead and file everything. Everything should already have been filed. But yeah, so on the timing.
I did ask the state, and they said they weren't going to use it.
All right. Well, we'll take that up next week. All right. I will see. Anything else?
The state is on some bull.
All right. I'll see all of y'all at 8:45 because inevitably there's something that we need to sort out or put on the record or something before the jury gets in. See y'all tomorrow. Thanks.
Yo, what an interesting day. Man. Oh man. So let's recap real quick before we get out of here too, because we've been going for about 9.5 hours, yo. This is a 9.5 hour stream that I'm doing, man. This is the longest stream I've ever done in my life. Man, I think tomorrow I might split the lunch. I might do morning and then afternoon because this was a long time. But okay, so let's just recap real quick here. So the question is, did Thug know about this entire situation? Remember, they're indicting him on being the leader of a gang that had a conspiracy to unalive Nut because of something that has to do with, at first they were saying it had something to do with the fact that they wanted to work together and they couldn't, or something of that nature when it came to music. However, we found out it wasn't nothing about that. We see now that Woody and Threat were the ones that had beef with Rich Homie Quan and Big Nut, all right? And that they're the ones that shot up Quan's dad's barbershop to send a message to him, all right? So they have to prove, yeah, exactly, you just took the words out of my mouth. They have to prove that he knew, but according to Woody, Thug didn't know anything. Well, that's not what Woody said. He didn't exactly say that. He didn't exactly say Thug did not know anything. He needs to say that though. He implied it, but it needs to be said on record that Thug did not do nothing. He said YSL had nothing to do with when it came to this whole beef. You know what I'm saying? So he needs to say, and I'm pretty sure the defense, when they cross, they will get him to say that Thug had nothing to do. Thug did not know anything about what Threat had going on or what I had going on. Because again, it looks like, so you got to think about it in the jury perspective, right? We got to go to the jury. We got to go to the mind of a jury. You can't just, I know we all know what the real business is, right? But let's be objective for 1 second. You got to look at it from the jury perspective. The jury is probably thinking like, dang, this dude, Young Thug, rented a vehicle and had Big Nut killed or unalived. But then, you know what I'm saying? And so everything looks alike. And remember, the prosecution did have receipts of the Infinity from Hertz and from the other white vehicle from Hertz, and that Woody is now testifying that he went to the airport with Thug to go pick it up. The whole thing is, was Thug blindsided by the fact of if he knew whether or not this car was going to be used for a drive-by? Okay, so the state still has to prove that. They still did not prove that. Okay, so that's going to go against them. The fact that Woody had this information and he already had been telling them, and he said, I've been telling you in the back room, I told you here, there, that Thug had, that YSL had nothing to do with this. That's another strike against the prosecution. And they probably think they winning right now. But really, you setting up the defense. You are setting up the defense to do something real crazy right now, because you gave them an alley-oop a little bit, because even though Copeland went to go get the vehicle, even though it did all that kind of stuff with Thug, it doesn't mean that Thug knew. So Woody has to make a distinct statement of if Thug knew that this was what the rented vehicle was for. That would be the conspiracy part. But the state has to prove that. And so Woody keeps saying it's on my conscience. I don't want nobody going down for what I did. It's on my conscience, da-da-da. So he's coming clean. Here goes some more stuff, right? So Woody, okay, let me go to the chat real quick because y'all blowing it up real quick. Okay, he said Woody gave Hilton Brady material while he was sworn. This case is over. True, yeah, but see, again, that has to be proven. That's the reason why. That's the reason why Caleb Bumpus' testimony, that part right there, is probably the most valuable part. And then you had Long say, I didn't hear him say nothing about Infinity. And so that's the thing. It's like, okay, which one is which? That still muddies the waters for evidence of proof that he actually said it. She said it was off the record. So based on the fact that they even went through the question and all that kind of stuff, the judge still denied the mistrial. So they're going to have to get it a different way. They're going to have to rock out a different way, the defense, I mean. And the defense got to rock out in a way that that is going to have to make sure that Woody excludes the knowledge of Thug knowing what was going on. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so Woody needs to say that he told him. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's up to him now to be like, I told Ms. Hilton that I knew something about the Infinity that didn't nobody else know about. He needs to say that. He needs to say that he already admitted the fact that the beef was not even with YSL and the If Gang, all that stuff. Anyway, it was with Threat himself, and he was riding with Threat and that whole thing again, and Shell Kell and all that. So he already made that distinction. He needs to say this exactly. Woody needs to say, I told Ms. Hilton that I knew something about. If he says that, this case is over. It is dismissed. It is definitely over. And then it'll also credit what Caleb Bumpus said as well. Again, if you look at her entire testimony, it's not even, we're not going to do that. We're going to have to eat the fish, spit out the bones. We can extract the part where she said, Woody said something about the Infinity. I know more about it than you do, and I know who unalive Donovan Thomas, but that person's not in the courtroom. That person's not on this case. That right there, once that get confirmed with Woody himself, oh my God, this is going to be completely over. So Woody picked up the vehicle. Exactly. It would credit Bumpus and it would discredit Deputy Long. So we know that Woody picked up the vehicle. We know that the vehicle that he gave Threat the vehicle. We do know that the vehicle was rented by Young Thug, so that's a fact. All right. Woody did admit that the beef was not between Nut and YSL. It had nothing to do with YSL in the first place. The YSL had nothing to do with this whole thing. Because again, the state needs to pin the unaliving of Donovan Thomas as the part of the RICO conspiracy. And they're not, they still haven't done that. Okay. So tomorrow's going to be very interesting. Yes, I am going to be streaming it tomorrow morning. I'm probably going to do 9 o'clock, the 8:45 thing. They're probably going to go over some preliminaries, and I'm not about to be all up in there. That's the boring part. But definitely tomorrow at 9 o'clock, I will be streaming this live, and I'm going to split this. I gotta split it, guys, because this long. I mean, it's almost at 10 hours, man. So I gotta go morning, and then once they have a break, we can wrap up. We can discuss what happened in that morning, and then I'll come back to the afternoon, and then we'll go ahead and stream the rest. But this was absolutely fantastic. I mean, this was a fantastic. I mean, Woody did good on the testimony stand. I can't lie. Woody did good on the stand, and he exculpated the defense basically and said it didn't have nothing to do with what y'all think it had to do with. It had nothing to do with that. It had everything to do with me and Threat and all that kind of stuff. And so now Miss Hilton, if you notice, Miss Hilton could not impeach him at all today. She was trying her best. She was trying her best to impeach him. And see, you see Miss Love tapping Atkins like, yeah, we got him. Yeah, we got him. Nah. Just because Young Thug rented a vehicle don't mean he knew what was happening. You still got to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. You still got to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Young Thug knew something about this. And he did not. He did not. As of right now, we don't know. We don't think it, because Woody said, hey, I do what I want to do. I do it my way. And I ride with my brother Threat. That's it. So tomorrow's going to be more interesting. Do you think, put a 1 in the chat if you think Woody gonna come in tomorrow with a suit? Put a 0 in the chat if you think he's going back to the white tee. Put a one in the chat for the suit and a 0 for the white tee. Or let's see what y'all think about this, man. Vanessa said, yes, Woody did good. He made me nervous when he started talking about the Infinity. Yeah, he did. But again, that information was given in ex parte off the record. And he did say over and over again, I already done told you, and I told you, told y'all everything, and y'all wrong because y'all trying to pin something on these gentlemen, and they haven't done anything. It had everything to do with me. It had everything to do with me and my brother. So, hey, Woody, hey, man, shout out to Woody. Shout out to Woody, man. He did his thing. Abundance said, yeah, he going to come in a suit. You think he going to come in a suit tomorrow? He might come in with that suit on. He might come in with that suit on, man. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, definitely today was very, very interesting. I'm definitely going to be streaming tomorrow. I am so looking forward to what happens tomorrow. And then and see what happens. I remember before we go, I do remember them talking about the fact that Quan's father's barbershop had got shot up, and they was all trying to figure out who did it. And now we know who did. Now we know everything that we need to know. This case is starting to move along a little bit now that Woody finally understands the immunity and he's able to do it. And the immunity, I thought we had covered it before, but shout out to She Lee. Appreciate She Lee for sending the link to the immunity, and maybe I'll go live tomorrow morning and we could cover that, and before the actual trial starts tomorrow morning. I'll probably do something like that. I may start around 8:30 tomorrow morning and cover that, or possibly, yeah, I'll possibly do that because right now I'm a little bit beat, you guys. I'm tired. I ain't gonna lie. I gotta get out of here. I gotta get some nourishment. But yes, tomorrow is going down. I'll let you all. I think we might either do it before or after, maybe after the morning session. We could go over the parts of the immunity maybe, and then do that. But tomorrow I'm definitely going to break down. I'm going to break down the morning. We're going to do morning, and then after they have lunch break, we may have I may do like a 10-minute recap with you all, and then we're gonna split, and then afternoon I'm gonna come right back and I'm gonna do it that way and see what happens. All right. So until tomorrow, hey, look, I appreciate you all in the chat. Thank you all so much once again for the Cash App and for the super chat. I appreciate it very, very much. This is your boy Tay Biz. Yo, until tomorrow. Peace.
No stress, no biggie. Baby, I'm just too jiggy. Better know I brought that with me. Case they get too iffy. Baby, don't stress, don't sweat it. Put it all on my baby. Know how I'm coming. And they know what we hate. Around through that left side, low end. All of mine need more wins. If you got beef, don't come out. My young hitter might go in. Uptown GN. Working all through my weekend. Hoping these don't show out. Cause all of my hitters too deep in. With the boy, I'm so shame. Ain't worried about long as my money and my green. Baby, I ain't got work tomorrow. Tell me what the business is. Ain't about no club hop. I'm trying to start some businesses. Shorty, you thought it was, they better know it's not that. Talking all that online, they knowing that it's not fake. Sliding through my hood, I make maneuvers like a Uber, baby. Got a 10-year plan, these can't tell what they doing lately. And I'm way too clean, I'm Listerine, I thought they been knew it. All in my lungs, I got my red cup full of that Henny fluid. Young middle Mad Mac, I'm swinging that leg, I'm banging that do or die. And I ain't that bleedly before I get crucified. Living in my bloodline, this place in my family tree. How the they pressed, I did my best out of what they handed me. Straight out of that country, know my shawty dick as human air. And I need not mention no extensions, that's human hair.